This novel was requested by Sir Tristan of the More clan. Enjoy, Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 1, 624. Chapter 1, Steady Development. Watrusama. That island is the Dark Elf Island, isn't it? Princess, you shouldn't shout so loud. Princess Anne-Marie shouts happily on the deck of the Lotto, pointing to the Dark Elf Island. She really is full of energy, even though she was warned by Lee-san. It's good that she's energetic, but I feel a little sorry for Lee-san, who is probably also Princess Anne-Marie's guardian, so I wish she would calm down a little more. At first, I was worried about her homesickness because she is still a young girl, but day by day, she has become a Lily princess full of energy. Maybe I set the bar too high. Yes, all the mermaids are going to live on this island, so make sure you check it out. Yes, Princess Anne-Marie, who gave a cheerful answer, looks excitedly at the Dark Elf Island, which still looks like a pea-sized island. On the first day of the journey, she looked like a borrowed cat, but the child's adaptability was amazing. At first, she was so nervous that it was hard for me to watch her, as she had to be useful to me, the apostle of Creator God Sama, and we held an emergency meeting to see how she was doing. I managed to convince them, mainly Felicia and Alessia-san, that children, even a princess, should be like children, and we managed to relax her shoulders. During the meeting, there was a discussion that it was not right for me to use honorifics, and a strange proposal was made. I would speak to the princess in a normal way, and the Lily princess would speak to me in a respectful way. Also, I think it's time to stop using honorifics and san for Alessia-san and the others as well, just to be on the safe side. They said, Wataru-san is like an exclusive employer, and a decision was made to address Kirasul without honorifics. Although I can still handle the situation, it is still very difficult for me to call Alessia-san and the others without honorifics. Well, let's leave aside calling Alessia-san and the others. Princess Anne-Marie now leads a very busy life. Every morning, she goes to church to pray, then she and Claretta-san clean the church and have breakfast. After breakfast, she asks me every morning if I need any help, but basically, I have no work for her, so she and Lee-san study until noon. After studying and eating lunch, she plays energetically with Rimmer and Pent. She runs around the unknown ship as much as she can and swims happily in the pool as a mermaid again. During this exploration, Princess Anne-Marie discovers the existence of the beauty salon and asks me for permission to use it. She may be young, but she is still a woman, and she seems very interested in beauty. I told her no, that it was too early, but she looked so desperate that I couldn't help but give her permission. I was worried about whether it was safe for a Lily to get a beauty treatment, but Alessia-san and the others said there was nothing to worry about because they were using their knowledge of beauty treatments to tailor them to the child's needs. The knowledge cheat effect of the staff appointment is amazing. In addition, we gave permission for the mermaids who accompany Princess Anne-Marie to use the beauty treatments, so I am now worshipped in a different way than the apostle of the Creator God. I think it was a wise decision on my part because Lee-san was happy, and my popularity among the mermaids increased significantly. So, my life with the mermaids is going well, but there is one thing I regret. It was the second day after we left the Mermaid Kingdom. When the monsters gathered around the Chris and we decided to destroy them, I decided to let the mermaids level up anyway, and that's what we ended up doing. When the monsters gather, it is time for the mermaids to level up efficiently. I was happy that this was a good thing because the stronger they got, the safer they would be. But when Princess Anne-Marie happily told me a few days ago that she had surpassed level 100, I realized that I had made a mistake. I didn't set out to gather monsters, but leveling up on the ship was too efficient. According to my original intention, it's reassuring that the mermaids accompanying us are getting stronger, so it's not a problem. But from the princess's point of view, is it possible that I'm the one who made the Lily Mermaid Princess break level 100 and level up? The future husband who will be Princess Anne-Marie's companion. I'm sorry about that. Oh, people are gathering. It's the Dark Elves, isn't it? Princess Anne-Marie's voice made me look at the island, and I saw that the island I had seen in the distance was just around the corner. We should prepare to disembark soon. On this visit, I plan to deliver supplies, introduce the mermaids, and invite them aboard the Chris, but first, I need to finish introducing the mermaids without incident. *******. Village Chief, Deputy Village Chief, It's been a long time. What, Trusan? It's been a while. We land on Dark Elf Island and exchange adult greetings with the village chief and deputy village chief. The village chief and the villagers gathered here seemed curious about the unknown new member, so I decided to introduce them on the beach. It seems impossible to introduce the princess while she's standing on the beach, but it can't be helped since it happened so suddenly this time. So, let's see. Well, first of all, let me introduce these two people here, Princess Anne-Marie and Lisanne. Princess. The village chief looked like a pigeon hit by a pea shooter at my words, and the deputy village chief and the villagers were all in a panic. Of course, they would be surprised to be introduced to a princess out of the blue. But as a college student, I don't know how to introduce the princess in a casual manner, so I hope they will do their best to handle it. If we could have at least called and let them know in advance, I would have sent Felicia ahead and talked to the village chief and the others the day before. That way, the village chief and the others could have prepared in advance. I think if it had been in the beginning, when I was struggling after falling into this world, I would have been able to recognize this problem and deal with it. I have to reflect on the fact that I got so used to the convenience of machines that I overlooked the things that could be done by human power. I will try to make the best of this mistake next time, but for now, I'm sorry, but let's continue the conversation. Yes, Princess Anne-Marie is the second princess of the Mermaid Kingdom. I have come to consult with you about the protection of this island and the stay of the mermaids here. Mermaids. Protection, isn't it? I don't think there's a problem if it's Watru-san who introduced them, but I'm afraid I don't understand what you're talking about. For now, would you mind if I ask you more about it at home? Yes, please. That's right. It's hard to understand something like that when it comes out of the blue, isn't it? For now, let's ask Felicia to explain in detail while we are led to the village chief's house and treated to some tea. What, Trusama? Is everything all right? Princess Anne-Marie spoke to me anxiously as we drank tea in the living room of the village chief's house. The village chief and the others were very nervous, so Princess Anne-Marie's concern was understandable. It is all right. As I told you, the chief of this island is Felicia's father, so he will listen to what we have to say. Besides, I'm sure he'll be pleased with our proposal since it will ensure the island's safety and prevent its isolation. I see. Of course. I'm glad to hear that. Princess Anne-Marie smiles as if relieved. She was a naive Lily princess on the Chris, but now she is in princess mode, and her smile is very elegant. She's still so young, but she's brilliant at using different attitudes to suit different situations. As I was admiring her, Princess Anne-Marie warned me that I was using honorifics. Alessia-san and the others often warn me about it, and I feel like I'm having a hard time these days. It is a great advantage to be able to talk to beautiful women in a friendly way, but it is difficult when they are too beautiful. With Carla-san, it is easy to talk to her even though she is beautiful, but with Ilma-san, her reaction is so erotic that I get nervous even though I know she is teasing me. I want to do something about it, but it's frustrating that I can't. Is harem too much for me? But I don't want to give up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sorry to keep you waiting. After a moment of agony, Felicia, the village chief, and the deputy village chief entered the room while we were chatting over a cup of tea. Felicia's expression was somewhat satisfied, so the explanation must have gone well. I was a little relieved. After we greeted each other as adults again, the village chief took his seat and began to speak. What, Trusan, Princess Anne-Marie? I have heard about Felicia, and I, for one, am very grateful for the offer. However, this is too big a deal for just me and the deputy village chief to decide, so I would like to explain the situation to the residents of this village and the hot spring village before making a decision. Is that all right? As expected, the village chief's words were favorable. Both the village chief and the deputy village chief are smiling, and even if they explain the situation to the villagers, the likelihood of their acceptance seems quite high. Well, it would be almost impossible to land on the island without permission, and even though it is too far away to have frequent interaction, it is a proposal that would allow for safe exchange with other countries, so there is no way not to accept it. My only concern was the rejection of other races, but they are not human, they are mermaids. Since they are both races targeted by human supremacists, I thought there was little chance of rejection. The explanation to the villagers was that they were all good people, with a few exceptions, so there would be no problem. Oh, There was one more thing to worry about. That guy, huh? I can't remember his name. Let's see. I'm a little worried about the person who liked Felicia and caused problems. But he seems to be strictly trained, so he'll probably be fine. Right? Anyway, I'll be sure to ask Felicia about his name later. If I forget his name when I meet him, the hatred will be out of fashion. I don't have many worries, and we've only met face to face, but I think we're done with this discussion here. If I leave Felicia behind, she will be able to explain any concerns, and she will do a good job of discussing them with the villagers. I asked Princess Anne-Marie for her opinion, and she said it was only natural that it would take time, so I decided to end the discussion at this point. I understand. I will visit you again after the explanation to the villagers is over. How many days should I come back? If it takes time, I would like some advice on how to use the sea god's sacred treasure, and it might be a good idea to have the mermaids explore the area around the island. Perhaps I should ask permission first. We have to travel to and from the hot spring village, so if you could give us 3 days, that would be great. I understand. Then I'll leave it up to you this time. 3 days would give us about a day to discuss the matter. The village chief and the others seemed to think it would be easy to explain to the villagers. This negotiation was a piece of cake. If it's only for 3 days, it's better to explore after reaching an agreement so there won't be any problems and we can relax on the cruise. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Big win. After arriving safely on the Dark Elf Island, I had the unintentional surprise of introducing Princess Anne-Marie to the village chief and the other villagers without prior arrangement. Although they were a bit nervous, the mature Dark Elf chief and the others could swallow the situation and continued the discussion, which ended without incident. Then let's get going. 3 days had passed since our discussion, so we headed back to the Dark Elf Island by the Lotto. Well, during those 3 days, we had been coming and going as usual, such as carrying supplies on the Lotto and receiving ingots mined in the mine as payment, so there was nothing special about the trip. Princess Anne-Marie, for example, got along well with the Dark Elf children and played with them. The Dark Elf villagers are preparing materials for the house as if they have decided to accept them, even though the discussion of acceptance is still ongoing, and I can smell their acceptance even though I have not heard the result. I have limited the number of people this time as well, but I don't think it would be a problem if I brought all the mermaids ashore with me, right? Hey, Wataru-san. Alessia-san spoke to me. What? That's it. Wataru-san, lately, you've been trying to avoid talking to us as much as possible, and when you do talk to us, you don't even call us by name, just choose words. I was exposed. The secret plan I had been trying so hard to implement had been discovered. No, don't look so surprised. Everyone noticed because of your awkward behavior, you know. That's a lie, isn't it? I looked at the faces of my trusted companions in turn, the serious ones, Dorothea-san, Marina-san, and Claretta-san, gently looked away, and the less serious ones, Ins and Ilma-san, grinned. Carla-san seems not to have heard the conversation because she remained blank. In Carla-san's case, it's hard to judge because she's in the innocent category and may not have been aware of it, but judging from everyone else's reaction, it seems certain that my secret plan had been discovered. I understand you're embarrassed, but is it that shocking? I mean, say something. Don't just express your feelings with your face. The second secret plan was discovered as well. Geez. Alessia-san, who looks a little angry, is cute. Since I've been consciously calling them by their first names and using casual language, Alessia-san and the others have expressed their emotions more than before. I am really happy about that, but embarrassing things are embarrassing. Huh. Well, it's a problem that the ban on honorifics and polite language makes it impossible to communicate, so we had a meeting and decided to compromise a bit. The ban on honorifics will remain, and polite language is a goal we are striving for. Good luck, Wataru-san. Before the compromise, I wanted you to invite me to this meeting as well. Besides, banning honorifics is a higher hurdle than banning polite language. Could you make the banning of honorifics a goal to strive for? I thought about that, but In said it would be easier to get rid of the polite language if you call us by our names first, so the banning of honorifics became the main focus. The slave corners the master for some reason. It was also decided that there would be no polite language or honorifics between us, Ins and Felicia. I haven't told Felicia yet, but I'll tell her when I see her. Huh? This is the first I've heard of it. It's only natural because I wasn't invited to the meeting. I feel so alienated. Master, if you don't try your best, you'll end up being the only one who is too formal. The slave happily pushes the master down. Where did I go wrong? Well, Ins, I am glad that you are enjoying your life, but I would be happy if you would report to me about the decisions and meetings since you are my slave, you know. Rekonkon T/L, it's Horonso, in Japanese, report, contact, consultation. I think these are not only for business but also for slaves. I understand what master wants to say, but if I tell you, you will try to get the meeting to do something to get rid of the ban on honorifics and polite language, right? I am master's slave. That's why I'm willing to suppress a report if it's in master's best interest. Even if I must be punished for it, I am ready to accept it. In summed up the story in an excellent way. When she sums up the story like this, it becomes hard to argue against even the obvious thing that she should not suppress the report to her master. That is why Ins is of such a bad quality. She says she's willing to be punished, but I'm sure she's read that it's an itchy punishment anyway. I want to tell her that she's onto something, but I have the feeling that the women are becoming more and more united, and I'm afraid that if I give in now, I'll be in trouble later. I'm not saying they don't have feelings for me, but I think 80% of them think it will be fun. So far, In's punishments have been short-term bans on alcohol and gambling, as well as other itchy punishments, so I think she's probably letting her guard down. I'll make her realize that it can be dangerous to make her master angry here. I'm very glad that Ins feels that way, but I don't want you to have the report in your hands, so I'm going to punish you for a week or so. Sorry, Yufufu. I'm doing it for master's sake. I don't mind. Ins still seems to have a lot of leeway, but my next words will destroy this composure. Be prepared for that. Well, it will be 6 months from now, but when we bring Bella-san and the others back to the castle, you will receive a week of re-education from Bella-san. That will be In's punishment. It will be good filial piety and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A special attack to tell her mother to do it. In's surprised eyes widened in amazement. Ha. I don't want her to think I'm the same person I used to be. I have the strongest card against Ins in the Aquamarine Kingdom. That's right, I'm the employer of In's mother. Wait. Hey, master. You're joking, right? Ins is agitated. I have won. It was a victory. My undisputed victory. Fufu. This victory is only a small victory for humanity, but it's a big victory for me. If I could make a national holiday, I would be so happy that I would call it Watra's Victory Day. I mean it. I answer Ins, who is trembling at their realization of her punishment with the dignity of a master. I think Felicia will be fine, but it's not good to leave the women's unity as it is. That's why I'm going to drive a powerful wedge here. Number. Master, I'll do anything, just don't do that. Number. Ins, who is usually so calm and composed, is now pale and clings to me. Even her hands are trembling. It seems that she is really afraid. I have a powerful card, but maybe this card is too powerful. It's not an easy card to use. If I use this card casually, I'll ruin my not bad relationship with Ins. Are you thinking about it? I am thinking about it. I'm thinking deeper than the ocean. Inez thinks about it with a lot of energy. She must hate it so much. She almost died the last time she was re-educated. Well, I forgive you this time, but if something is wrong, you have to report it to me. Okay? Ins nodded her head. I ended up using Bella-san as a threat, but I think I managed to drive a wedge between us, so I'll say it's okay. Fufu. Hey, Wataru-san. You talk normally with Ins, don't you? You even talk normally with Felicia, right? Why is it impossible for us? Ins says you're just embarrassed, but we've been together for a long time, and since Wataru-san is also our employer, you don't need to use polite language or honorifics, right? Oh, this conversation wasn't over. This is supposedly normal conversation, although Ins is now slumped over in relief at having escaped punishment. Alessia-san also has a good personality when she goes through with it normally. Rimo and the others are so nice that they give Ins healing by getting on their knees, you know? I was a little embarrassed at first, but I got used to it because I had talked to Ins and Felicia about no honorifics and no polite language on the first day. For Alessia-san and the others, you were the first to protect me, and I was so aware that polite language and titles were given that it would be very embarrassing to change them now. With ordinary male or female friends, it would be no problem to change it in the middle of a conversation, but with a beautiful woman from Alessia-san's class, I felt like a creature from another world, and I was afraid to change it. No problem with that. If you call me, you'll get used to it. Then try calling me, huh? Like I said, try calling me by my name. Not only Alessia-san and the others, but also Princess Anne-Marie, Lee-san, and the mermaid guard. What kind of punishment is this? Come on, hurry up. Alessia. One more time. Alessia. It's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? Alessia-san's cheeks blush. Then don't make me do it. Next, Dorothea. This hell is apparently not over yet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I arrive at Dark Elf Island and go to the village on the hill, but I can safely say that my spirit is dead right now. I called not only Alessia-san and the others but also Princess Anne-Marie and Lee-san. I hope you care about the possibility of international problems or something. I entered the village in a terrible state and found it to be quite noisy, with the villagers bustling about. Oh, what Ru-san? Is it this noise? We've decided to have a festival to welcome the mermaids. We're preparing for it. When I spoke to the first villager, I received these words with a smile. I knew it even before I talked to the village chief. I guess the mermaids' migration was accepted without any problems. I thought there would be almost no problems from the beginning, but if they are so welcoming that they even hold a festival, it seems that the relationship between the Dark Elves and the mermaids is going well. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 3, 824. Chapter 3, Welcome Festival for Mermaids. After my historic victory over Inns, I visited the Dark Elf village and found that preparations had already begun for a festival to welcome the mermaids to the village. There will be an important discussion about whether or not to accept the mermaids, but I think there's still plenty of time. There was plenty of time. I went to the village chief's house and was shown to the reception room. The people of the Hot Spring village said that the mermaids were very welcome, so they decided to have a festival tonight to welcome the newcomers. We then discussed how to hold the festival and began preparations. And now I am going to give the opening speech of the festival. I wondered intensely why I was being asked to give the welcome speech instead of Princess Anne-Marie, who is the one being welcomed, or the village chief, who is the one welcoming the guests. As I stand on the stage, which has probably been prepared for singing, and look ahead, I see a group of dark elves led by the village chief and a group of mermaids led by Princess Anne-Marie looking at me with glasses in their hands. My stomach hurts. Well, dark elves, thank you for welcoming all the mermaids despite the sudden migration. From now on, the dark elves and the mermaids will live together on this island, cooperating with each other, sharing what we can, and making it an island where we can laugh and live happily together. Cheers. I did my best. The thoughts I had before the greeting flew out of my head, but I think I managed to make a not-so-good speech. As proof, all the dark elves and the mermaids toasted with smiles. So, I guess that means it wasn't a bad speech. As I left the stage, feeling pleased with myself, Inns and the others approached me. I had a feeling that I would be praised for my speech. Master, thank you for your hard work. Good work. Felicia is kind. I'm sure she knows that I'm not very good at such things, so she goes easy on me. During the speech, Felicia took care of Rimu, who also jumped on me and sent me a thought that I thought was probably for my efforts. Well, in the case of Rimu, his very existence is working for me, so there is no problem, even if the thought is in the form of a question. Master, that was pretty good. Next, you will mediate with that group. Inns followed with a compliment. But what is this group mediation? In the direction Inns pointed, a group of dark elves and a group of mermaids looked at each other. It's not a bad atmosphere, but they don't seem to know what to say to each other. When we were unloading, they talked to each other casually, but the atmosphere of this place was different, so they seemed to be reserved with each other. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, but since I'm the one who brought the mermaids here, I feel responsible enough to act as a mediator. Marie-chan, let's have a feast. It's delicious. Feast, feast, feast. I was about to act as a mediator between the two groups, but before I could do so, the dark elf children rushed at Princess Anne-Marie without even reading the air. I was a little surprised. The dark elf children were crazy about the feast at the last festival. They were very good children to invite Princess Anne-Marie to join them before they stormed into the feast. The children pulled Princess Anne-Marie's hand and stormed the table with the feast. Before I knew it, Carla-san was standing in front of the feast table, and I didn't notice that she was munching on the food. and the guards were looking away from Princess Anne-Marie with blank expressions on their faces. Is that okay for the job? Lee-san follows Princess Anne-Marie with a wry smile, and the remaining group of dark elves and mermaids smile at each other for some reason, and the conversation begins. It's a flow I don't quite understand, but it seems my role as mediator is no longer necessary. With nothing better to do, I sit down on a log that has been rolled out as a chair, a glass of wine in my hand. But the village has grown so much, hasn't it? As I sit and look around the village, I am reminded of when I first arrived on the island. It is amazing to think that this place, which used to be just a small hill, now looks like a real village. The tents have been completely removed, and the wooden houses have been built much more solidly. Some of the houses still look like shacks, but I think they will be replaced in due time. The fences around the village are well built, and the fields are spread out. Trees have been planted in places, and the flower beds look great, so I guess they have more time to do more than just work for food. The campfire is well prepared, so there seems to be plenty of room for a pile of wood. They will probably burn it at night, but I have a sinking feeling that the feast has become a bonfire under the influence of my idea. Foo-foo. It is true that it has become a solid village, but my father says that the buildings in the hot spring village are more splendid, even though they are smaller. Felicia replied in surprise at the words I had somehow muttered. Huh? I thought the hot spring villages started with simple buildings. Yes, we were talking about a hot spring inn, and I heard that they were thinking about migrating and developing the hot spring village first. But did they say they were going to put that much effort into it? I thought they would do it quickly so that the ladies could go to the hot springs as soon as possible. Since it relieves fatigue and is good for beauty, it seems that they have decided to put even more effort into it as a recreational activity. The residents of this village also take turns going there regularly, and they've even built a rest stop at the relay point between this village and the hot spring village. It seems the dark elves are more into hot springs than I thought. I was so used to seeing Inns and Alessia-san and the others that I didn't notice, but upon closer inspection, the dark elves looked much prettier, and their good looks were enhanced. I think the shampoo and other bath products had a great effect. But since the hot springs were used for recreation, they must have been polished to a fine shine by regular bathing. If they go that far, why not make the hot spring village the main attraction? The hot spring village is surprisingly far away, isn't it? If it were us, we would have taken the amphibious buggy, but the villagers are on foot. Besides, if we moved there, we could easily live in the hot springs every day, and I think that would be wonderful. They said they thought about it but gave up because it would be difficult to secure fields and sea products and work with Master. I see. So even though the hot springs are appealing, the reality is that it's like this. I know it's a little hard on the world, but you can't fill your stomach with hot springs, can you? Master, I brought you some food. While brooding over the world's sadness, Inns brought me my food. Wow, thanks. Huh? What's wrong with you? Staring into people's faces? No, I just thought, if it's normal, Inns, you should be drinking and making a fuss, right? Not that I'm saying she's not thoughtful, but in a happy place like a festival, Inns should be the one to take the initiative and make a lot of noise. I thank you for canceling the punishment. I should be of some use to my master. That's very nice of you. Yes, it's a kind of warm feeling that fills my heart. Is this how parents feel when they realize that their children have grown up? This time, while I was feeling warm and sober, I heard a beautiful singing voice coming from the stage. It seemed that the dark elf ladies were performing a song for the mermaids. The noisy place became quiet, and everyone listened to the song. But, Felicia, aren't their singing levels getting better? I don't have an absolute pitch or a good ear, but the parts are more detailed than the last time I heard them sing, and I feel like they have more solid harmony. Isn't that the level of choir singing you've heard on TV? I heard they practiced a lot. I see. The choir is great, and it looks like they're having fun, so that's good. Yes, since coming to this island, everyone is enjoying their freedom very much. It's all thanks to Master, thank you very much. She thanked me with a clear smile. Well, it's an exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to me, but I'm proud to say that I played a pretty important role, so I'm a little proud of this spectacle. But Felicia is not in this beautiful scene. Felicia, who sacrificed herself to save her family and friends in the village. The dark elves who are saved will also have something on their minds even as they enjoy themselves. For some reason, It stirs up an awful lot of guilt. Felicia, are you going back to the village? No, I have sworn to repay my master. After Felicia's surprised look at my question, she smiles kindly and says something pleasant. Is it really okay? I don't think I'll ever feel like this again. This may be your last chance to go back to your village. Or rather, it's definitely her last chance. For my part, I don't want Felicia to leave me, and even as we talk, I wonder why I said that, and I regret it immensely. Now that I've said it, if Felicia wants to go home now, I'll let her go, but if she says otherwise later, even if she cries a lot and regrets it, I won't let her go. I will not consider Felicia's innermost feelings. Master, when I left the village, I prepared myself that even if I died, I would not be able to return to the village. I was scared and didn't want to leave, but I thought it was my duty as the daughter of the village chief. Felicia suddenly broke into a heavy conversation. I am weak at heart, so I don't know what to do when she talks about heavy things. But now I am glad that I left the village. My parents and everyone in the village are happier, and I have experienced the vastness of the outside world. If Master doesn't need me, I will leave, but if Master needs me, I would like to follow you. Master, do you need me? Of course I need you. I definitely need her. It's impossible not to need Felicia, a beautiful dark elf with large breasts who is kind and thoughtful and who is also a skilled escort. I'll be with you then. I look forward to working with you for a long time. Master. Why yes. Please take good care of me. Things are happening so fast that I can't catch up with what I'm feeling, but is it resolved in my favor? Master. Why are you being so nice to Felicia when you didn't say that when I went back to my parents' house? I demand an explanation that makes sense. Wait, Ins. I'm glad you're hugging me from behind, but now is the time I need to clear my head, so don't interrupt me. Ins. Can we talk about this later? I demand an explanation. It seems she won't let me do it later. Well, maybe it's because I didn't feel guilty when I was with Ims. I felt sorry for Bella-san and the others, but I never felt guilty about Ims as I did about Felicia. So, I have no intention of letting her go. You're showing favoritism. Alessia, listen to me. Master is terrible. Wait, Ins. Don't involve Alessia-san and the others. Now I'm embarrassed, so I'll keep my distance. Hey. If you can't listen to the song properly, don't make a scene. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 4, 924. Chapter 4, Let's Find a Base. The festival, which also served as a welcoming party for the mermaids in the Dark Elf village, was a great success. It was a happy celebration for me as well as for Felicia, as it relieved her of some of her deep-seated guilt. Well, Ins got a little sulky. Wataru-sama, the song of the Dark Elves yesterday was wonderful. Wasn't it? The morning after the festival, on the way to the Dark Elves Island on the Seeker, Princess Anne-Marie spoke to me happily. We had a campfire and everything. But it was the singing that made the biggest impression on Princess Anne-Marie. As a proponent of the campfire, I was a little disappointed, but I couldn't help but wonder how much the Dark Elves had practiced their singing. I guess it couldn't be helped since it was at that level. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Come to think of it, do mermaids sing? I could hear their voices even underwater, so it's not surprising that they sing. And I also have an image of mermaids singing while playing the lyre on a rocky beach in a picture book. We sing too, but the sirens are more amazing at singing. Their voices are as great as those of the Dark Elves. I see. Siren-san's singing voice is, huh? Wasn't the siren a monster whose lower body was a bird or a fish? I think there was a terrible anecdote about their singing voice bewitching sailors and sinking ships. I don't think my summoned ship would ever be sunk, but if I can hear their voices, there's a chance I could be mesmerized, right? As someone who lives by the sea, I'm a little afraid of them. Princess Anne-Marie? Princess Anne-Marie looks at me with a very unhappy face. Princess Anne-Marie? It's Anne-Marie. Ah, you mean you don't want me to call you princess? It's too hard to just call Alessia-san and the others, but it's too hard to call the princess, too. But I guess if I don't call her that, the conversation won't go anywhere. I tried to ask Lee-san for help in a bad way, but she silently shook her head. I'm supposed to be respected as an apostle of Creator God Sama. But why am I in such a weak position? Anne-Marie. Yes. What is it? It's a cute smile, but for me, it's a smile that defeats me. It's sad. Aren't sirens monsters? Are they monsters? They are a race that can put magic into their songs, so for a while, they were misunderstood and treated as monsters, but in fact, They are a race almost like us mermaids, and not monsters. If they are not monsters but a race almost like mermaids, then the sirens of this world must be beings with the lower half of a fish. They seem to be able to put magic into their singing voice, and it is interesting that they are subtly connected to the law of Earth. But they seem to be friends with mermaids and not monsters, so that's a relief for me, too. I don't think I'll be attacked or enchanted by them. Oh, I didn't know that. I've never met a siren, and I'd like to hear them sing one day. It would be interesting if they came to this island or something. That would be fun. I'll write to them when I get settled on this island. It would be wonderful to hear a choir of sirens and dark elves. Oh, she can invite them with a letter, as expected from a princess. But Princess Anne-Marie's proposal certainly sounds interesting. Dark elves and sirens together. It's a fantasy. Oh, we've just seen the Dark Elf Island. So let's change the subject to today's objective. I'm interested in the sirens, but the mermaid's residence is the problem that needs to be solved first. Then shall we decide where Anne-Marie and the others will live so that you can invite them as soon as possible? Yes, that's right. What Rusama? Are you sure that we are free to choose where we want to live? Yes, you are free to choose. The dark elves only go out to sea to fish. But since the mermaids will take care of the fishing, they said they would leave everything up to you, and you can go wherever you want. The Dark Elf clan, who originally lived in the forest and used the lake as their home base, were not familiar with the sea, so they could not use it effectively. They would get small fish or shellfish or something, but that was about it, so leaving it to the mermaids, whose home was the sea, would not be a bad choice. They have high expectations of us, don't they? I understand. As a princess, I want to live up to the Dark Elves' expectations. Let's go, everyone. Princess Anne-Marie, transformed into a mermaid, or rather, back into her mermaid form, jumps directly into the sea from the deck of the Seeker. Following Princess Anne-Marie, Lisanne and the accompanying mermaids quickly jump into the sea. Princess Anne-Marie has become very active. Does she have too much power with her increased level? Wataru, we're leaving too. After the mermaids, Alessia-san and the others transformed into mermaids and jumped into the sea. I still get a little nervous when Alessia-san calls me Wataru. It's like junior high school all over again, sweet and sour and embarrassing. Princess Anne-Marie, the 50 mermaids, and Alessia-san are gone one by one, and the ship is suddenly quiet. You're not leaving, are you, Master? Yes. I drank a lot of alcohol yesterday, and I want to relax a bit today. If Ins wants to go, you can go too. Okay. Once a base is chosen, it is enough to go and see the place. Swimming around and exploring the island sounds fun, but I don't feel like it today, so I'll do that later. But everyone is in a good mood, right? Well, I guess it's because last night's festival was a welcome party for the mermaids, and they were too reserved to play it perfectly, so they didn't drink until everyone was hungover. I'll keep Master company today, too. Felicia isn't here either. Ins is much nicer than before. I feel a little sorry that I used the card to scare her, considering that she is so afraid of her mother. But I don't regret playing the card, because the kind Ins is a pleasure for me, too. I sit with Ins on the sofa on the deck under the sun and watch Rimmer and Pent play. It's so elegant if you just take this one scene out of the picture. It's the kind of elegance that is shared by the luxury of leisurely watching a large dog run around a spacious yard in a mansion. It's a winning life, isn't it? Rimmer approaches us. Is it a snack? Rimmer also swims. I guess it wasn't a snack. When he swims, he wants the sacred treasure. When I gave him the sacred treasure I received for Rimmer, he immediately took it into his body and grew a small tail. The tail is still as beautiful as ever. I'm going. Yes. Don't go too far away from the ship. Got it. There are no monsters here that can defeat Rimmer, so the only thing I'm worried about is him getting lost. Well, Rimmer is a good boy, so if he pays attention, he will not leave the ship, and if I check on him once in a while, he will be fine. Rimmer jumps into the sea with Bent. When he transforms into his angel form, he grows wings, and when he transforms into a mermaid, he grows a tail. It may be the slime that changes in the most diverse ways in the world. As expected from Rimmer. Yufufu. It's just the two of us. Yes, it's just the two of us. But why are you grinning so much? What's wrong with Ins? I was wondering if I would be attacked. No, I wouldn't attack you without knowing when someone is coming back. You know what I mean, don't you? I knew it. Master, you have changed. The master I met in the past would have been red-faced and nervous even if he knew it was coming. I guess that's true, but it takes some getting used to. How many times do you think I've had sex with Ins? What do you want to say, Ins? I don't feel comfortable with the way she's talking, and she seems a little desperate. Don't you think? I think we should be honest with each other. If there is a problem, we will discuss it and solve it just like we did when we first met, me and Master, without involving anyone else. I want you to promise me that. I see, that's what you wanted to talk about. What do you think will happen when Princess Anne-Marie finds the base? Oh, that's right. We were going to gather materials to build a house, right? On land. The Dark Elves are going to build a building for mermaids in the Dark Elf village. So what I am collecting are materials for building in the sea. I heard that Princess Anne-Marie has a carpenter in her party, so once the location is decided, I can get the materials for the house and take them to her. Since the house is underwater, the building materials are mainly stones, but I have experience in this area from when I built the orphanage, so I should be able to gather the materials without any problem. Wait, Master, don't change the subject. I'm talking about something important. But you know what? I think it would be good for mermaids to live on land since they have the sacred treasure that allows them to live on land. Don't you think so, Ins? The mermaids said that they could live on land, but they would feel more at home in the sea. But since this is an opportunity, it's not a bad idea to experience life on land, right? Master, please listen to what I have to say. You don't give up easily, do you? But for someone like Ins, her storytelling is a bit too much. I think the original Ins would have developed her story a bit better, but I guess she doesn't like it so much that she can't afford it. But I hate it. You just want to stop using your mother as a threat, don't you? I'm not going to give up the trump card I just acquired. I won't give it up. I don't intend to use it casually, but some cards are effective just by having them. I'm often pushed around by Ins, so it's a very important card for me. No one said that. I just wanted to suggest that since it's been so long since we've met, we should talk about things again. Oh, Ins pulled back. She seemed to understand that she had been too hasty. This discussion is important. Yes. When we have time, we should have a meeting with Felicia and the others to discuss the situation. The next time, she'll take a chance and not be in a hurry, so I'll have to be on my guard as well. I agree. Let's discuss it thoroughly and carefully. Ins has the look of a predator stalking her prey. I may have woken a sleeping child. Come back quickly, all of you. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 5 1024 Chapter 5, Ancient Turtle. The mermaids, including Princess Anne-Marie, Alessius Anne, and the others, went underwater to find a place where the mermaids could have a base of operations. Meanwhile, I was trying to relax on the ship when Ins negotiated with me not to use In's mother as a punishment. But I fought her off with sheer determination. I feel that I have grown as a man lately. But even though I have grown, I have only gone from being extremely weak against women to being quite weaker against women. That is why I am afraid of Ins, who has a kind of predatory aura, and I want everyone to come back as soon as possible. Ins, would you like something to drink? A beer would be nice. Master will prepare it for me. Just tell me what you want to drink, and I'll get it for you, you know? No, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll get it while I'm at it. If that were true, I'd just want to lock myself in my room. But I know exactly what's going on. I know that predators will come after me if I run away. Right. I'll take your word for it and ask for a beer. I'll take the golden one. Okay. Phew. In's aura scares me, but it's hard to complain because she only smiles on the surface. Well, Ins is the kind of person whose emotions don't last long and are back to normal tomorrow. The biggest problem is that it's just the two of us in the room tonight. It would be pitiful to call Felicia back, who is at home taking care of her parents, so I have to take some steps now to prepare for tonight. Otherwise, the night will be frightening. As I told Ins, I finished using the bathroom and opened the fridge in the kitchen. The contents of the rather large refrigerator are only beverages and are filled with my favorites of the various drinks available on ferries and luxury liners. Most of the drinks are alcoholic, which gives me a good idea of my fellow passengers' tastes. So, Ins says she wants the golden beer, and I wonder what I'm going to drink. I'm planning to dive as soon as the base is decided, so I should probably avoid alcohol. But I'm in the mood for a drink, and I don't mind at least one bottle. After all, there are no drinking regulations for mermaids. I'll also prepare In's favorite snack, salami. This is not to ingratiate myself with Ins. It is a necessary step to protect my own spirit. Here you go, Ins. Thank you, Master. I give Ins a can of beer and set the table with Ins' favorite snacks. Yes, it's good. Ins' predator aura has relaxed. I drink a lemon-flavored shochu while Ins drinks her can of beer. The lemon flavor is perfect for me right now because I'm in the mood for a refreshing drink. Wataru-sama. We found a good place. As we chatted for what seemed like a long time, I heard a long-awaited voice from outside the ship. I quickly approached the edge of the ship and looked out to see Princess Anne-Marie waving to me with a big smile on her face. Pent is wrapped around her, and Rimu is on her head, but is she alright? Well, she's smiling, so I guess she's okay. Princess Anne-Marie is surrounded by mermaids, Alessia-san, and the others. They're all together, which means they've all gathered once to check out the place and come back. They don't seem to have any intention of coming to the ship, and they seem to want to lead me straight to it. Ins, let's go. I ask Ins to turn into a mermaid and jump into the sea. I was so excited to be with everyone else that I felt a release of mental pressure. Wataru-sama. This way. I swam over to Princess Anne-Marie and started swimming underwater. It seems that she wants to show off the location of the base as soon as possible. She was like a child. Princess Anne-Marie is a child, though. Guided by Princess Anne-Marie, we swam in the waters of Dark Elf Island. The crystal clear sea and the colorful seabed are unique to the tropics. I stayed on the ship because I wanted to relax, but it would have been better if I had accompanied them on their exploration of the base from the beginning. The sea is so beautiful that it is hard to take your eyes off it. Wataru-sama. Here it is. It was less than 10 minutes after we started swimming. Princess Anne-Marie proudly told me about a place that it was one, maybe 2 steps deeper than the rest of the seafloor. If it's only 10 minutes from the ship anchored near the beach, it's near the Dark Elf village, which isn't bad, but it's ordinary. The seabed is rocky and flat over a large area, so it looks like it would be easy to build. But it doesn't look like a great environment compared to other places. Does it? Oh, is it good that the whole area around here is deeply hollowed out, unlike other places I've seen so far? Maybe mermaids are more comfortable in deeper water, huh? I don't remember rocky areas on the ocean floor being this flat. There is some seaweed, but it looks unnaturally flat. The gouges are beautiful, and I wondered if they had been touched by human hands. May I ask why you chose this place? Yes, because this was the territory of the ancient turtle. No, I don't understand what you mean when you brag about that, huh? Didn't Wataru-sama know about the ancient turtle? Alessia-san and the others knew about it. Princess Anne-Marie asks curiously, perhaps because she didn't get the reaction she was expecting. It has the word turtle on it. Is it a famous turtle? An ancient turtle? It sounds strong. Foo-foo. Even high-ranking adventurers hardly know about it, so it's no wonder that Wataru doesn't know about it. The only reason we knew about it was because we happened to be involved in it. Alessia-san adds with a wry smile. Ins doesn't seem to know either, and that must be a rare occurrence. Is that so? It's famous among mermaids, but not on land, huh? Princess Anne-Marie was sad that she couldn't share her surprise, or maybe she was just a little disappointed. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. This ancient turtle? How can it be a good place to live in a place that was once the territory of the ancient turtle? I mean, that's in the past tense, so the ancient turtle is no longer here, right? The ancient turtle is a huge monster, but it is usually mild-mannered and cowardly in nature. It was a monster, a giant turtle, so should I think of it as being like Gamera? It is said to be mild-mannered and timid, but when it gets angry, it seems to be so strong that it is considered dangerous. Because the giant turtle used this area as its home. The obstacles were destroyed by its migration, and the rocky terrain in this area was leveled. It destroys the environment, but for a species that builds its home in the sea, it might be a useful monster in a way. Since this was the territory of the cowardly ancient turtle, does that mean this place is safe? I plan to use the sea god's sacred treasure to prevent anyone from entering the island, and I think most of the place will be safe. Right? That's one of the reasons we plan to build our dwellings here, but it's not the only reason. This whole area is the entrance and exit for the ancient turtle. The ancient turtle's residence is right in front of us. Let's go there. Ahead? There's just a cliff in the direction Princess Anne-Marie is pointing. No. There's a huge hole in the cliff. Maybe that hole is the main reason why she chose this place as her residence. As expected, Princess Anne-Marie swims towards the hole, and we follow her so that we don't fall behind. Even from a distance, I thought it was a big hole, but when we got closer, it seemed even bigger. 2 large vehicles could fit in there side by side. Oh, we have to go inside. It looks like a cave. The entrance is a bit big, but it looks like it could be a pirate's hidden treasure. Well, it's in the sea, so it's probably impossible for humans to get in. Come to think of it, the cave must be pitch dark inside, although it looks normal because I'm transformed into a mermaid. There is a slight slope in the cave, and it seems to go up gradually. Is that the sea level? It seems to have risen to the same level as the water outside. Whoa, Fufu. What, Rusama? Were you surprised? No, I think everyone would be surprised. My heart was pounding. We did it. Princess Anne-Marie and Alessia-san high-fived each other. It was as if to say that the surprise had been a great success. When had they become so close? Fufu. I knew you'd be surprised. Ilma-san was probably looking forward to it as well, and she was happy to see my surprised face. I'm sure Alessia-san and Ilma-san are a bad influence on Princess Anne-Marie. I will tell Lee-san about this later. The other members are just as guilty, but Dorothea-san and Claretta-san look apologetic, so I guess there are some extenuating circumstances. I think they were pulled over by Alessia-san and Ilma-san. Marina-san is playing with Fu-chan, and I'm not sure. She doesn't seem interested. Maybe she's holding out? It's okay. I was surprised too. Carla-san tapped me on the shoulder and nodded her head with a serious face. She's probably consoling me, so she's not guilty. Inz was surprised by me, so we're comrades. I'm tickling Alessia-san to get back at her for surprising me, but do it more. And let's not forget Ilma-san. My racing heart finally calmed down as I thought about the nonsense. Phew. I could see the surface of the sea, and I'd heard that it was a giant turtle dwelling, so I expected a wide open space up there. But the ancient turtle is dead, isn't it? I didn't expect to be greeted with the skeleton of a giant turtle when I left the surface of the sea, you know. It's not going to start walking around like the undead, is it? Oh, I guess it was past tense that it was a dwelling because they saw this carcass. Yes, it is definitely dead. The shell of the ancient turtle is incredibly tough, so we plan to clean it up inside and use it as a meeting place and plaza. I see. That's a nice idea. Can I say that? As someone who has personally come face to face with the skeleton, it looks uncomfortable. It's a big space, by the way. Did the ancient turtle build it? Will it collapse? Besides, it's dead, but wasn't it killed? It's okay. Ancient turtles have a habit of building a safe place to sleep, and barring an accident, they will die in their beds. I've never heard of any collapsed dwellings, although they are occasionally found in the ocean. Isn't that just because no collapsed dwellings have been found? Is this place safe? I'm extremely nervous. No, they dig a hole with their huge bodies, push down the walls with their huge bodies, and then coat them with the ingredients that make up the shell. It would be harder to collapse the wall as it is. But if you roast it over a fire, the coating will come off, so you have to be careful there. If it doesn't catch fire, it's safe. Depending on the distance to the ground, we might be able to connect this place to the ground and make it a place to communicate with the Dark Elves. We must do our research. Princess Anne-Marie, it seems, is already thinking of various plans. She is very reliable for a young girl. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 6, 1124. Chapter 6, Tired of earning from wasted labor? Princess Anne-Marie, who had discovered what was supposed to be the mermaid's base of operations, led us to a place where we found the carcass of a giant turtle monster. The ancient turtle. I know you can make weapons and armor out of monster materials, but what about using the carapace of the carcass as a meeting place? Well, now that we have a place, what's next? I look away from the giant turtle skull and ask Princess Anne-Marie what to do next. Let's not worry about Rimu and the others who have already landed and are playing with the skull. Oh, Pent, don't get your face out of the eye area. It's pretty gross. Right. Lee, what should we do? Princess Anne-Marie was a little worried, then asked Lee-san's opinion with her head tilted. She was so childish that I felt comfortable in this kind of situation. That's right. I agree with the idea of making this place a meeting place for all Dark Elves, but we can't be in Watrusama's care forever, so shouldn't our first priority be to build our own residence? It's not that I'm bound by time, but while the mermaids don't have their residence, the ship's summoning slots are down by one, so it would be more helpful if it could be taken care of as soon as possible. That's also true. Then let's build our residence. Princess Anne-Marie clenches her fists and shows her enthusiasm. She seems to be in a good mood. Even if you say we're going to build a residence, what do we have to do? Princess Anne-Marie, who is excited, asks Lisanne with her head tilted back. Well, that's right. Even though she is royalty, she is still a lily, and it is only natural that she has not accumulated knowledge of architectural matters. Fortunately, Watrusama will stock up on building materials, so in the meantime, we need to plan how to build the town and deepen our interaction with the Dark Elves at the same time. If we can still afford it, would it be the destruction of the bones of the ancient turtle? I see. I understand. Oh? The bones of the ancient turtle should have sold for a pretty good price. Are you going to destroy them? Alessia-san, who had been listening to the conversation while Princess Anne-Marie was being convinced, joined in with a surprised look on her face. It seems that the bones will be sold. Is that so? In the Mermaid Kingdom, they are discarded as unwieldy and useless, you know. This time, Lisanne was surprised. Is that so? Yes, it is true that it is as strong as metal, but its use is limited because of its buoyancy. It is not that there are no uses for it, but if we have to go through the trouble of processing the bones, we will use other materials. It's valuable on land because it's somewhat light and as strong as metal, but I wonder if the sea and land have different values. Sometimes, when bones wash up on shore, there's a lot of excitement. I see. In the ocean, they must have some weight. Otherwise, they would float to the surface, so it is natural. Even if it is made into weapons or armor, it would be difficult to fight if it is constantly pulled upward by the buoyancy. On the other hand, light and strong materials would be very popular on land. However, the strong buoyancy of bone is also disconcerting. On Earth, bones usually sink, right? Has the buoyancy of the bones been enhanced so that the giant bodies can float? Fantasy worlds are full of wonders, aren't they? It seems so. Perhaps we should report this to Her Majesty the Queen. At the very least, it seems we need to discuss our values with the Dark Elves. You threw away the bones, didn't you? The bones that sometimes wash up are probably discarded by the mermaids. Then why don't you clean up the bones first? Some of the bones can be given to the Dark Elves, and the rest can be given to Wataru, who will sell them to finance the construction. That would be very helpful. What, Trusama, may I ask you to do this? Huh? Oh, yes. It's all right. I'll sell the bones and buy all the necessary materials. I had been listening to Alessia-san and Lisanne's conversation as if it was something else, so I was a little surprised when they asked me. Well, I can ask Camille-san to help me sell them. And while we're at it, let's talk about Sea Serpent's large inventory. As for construction materials, the price of materials around Aluka may not have settled down yet, and it would be better to ask the guildmaster in the southern city. In the meantime, it would be more efficient for me to visit Camille-san. Thank you. Shall we retrieve the bones of the ancient turtle first? The cleaning of the ancient turtle has started in a hurry. I have a feeling that it's going to be quite a task. Huh? No bones. After undoing the mermaid's transformation, I went to the cave and peered inside the shell while illuminating the surroundings with a ball of light, and found a space different from what I had imagined. Bones at the base of the neck and limbs? Those parts are still inside, but there are no other parts. Where are the spine and ribs? Don't turtles have them? Huh? I'm grateful that the flesh and organs are completely weathered and don't smell bad. But it's strange for a creature to have no backbone, isn't it? Huh? Is it an invertebrate? I'm kind of confused. Turtles should have bones. Why is there no bone in the body if the skull and hand bones are well preserved? Did something eat them away? What kind of creature would eat bones as hard as metal? Could it be that this place is dangerous? Fufu. Watrusama. The shell is the bone. That's why there are no bones inside. Lisanne told me with a little chuckle. This is a shocking fact. The turtle's shell is bone, and there are no bones inside. I don't think I remember hearing something like that in a science class or something. I'm not sure, though. My memory is too hazy. But, well, I'm glad I don't have to be too embarrassed because everyone except the mermaids was just as surprised as I was. Alessia-san and the others knew about the ancient turtle, but they didn't know that its shell was made of bones. So all you have to do is take the bones from the head, neck, limbs, and tail? Yes. That would be all. If there were only a few bones to carry, I should be happy because it would be easier, but it is strange because if there were only a few bones to carry, I would feel like I was losing money. Well, I have a lot of money to spare, so let's be honest and be happy about how easy it is. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It wasn't easy at all. Wataru, don't scream suddenly, or you'll scare people. Carla-san scolded me. It's unusual, or rather, it's the first time, and I'm more shocked than I thought. But Carla-san was so cute, her cute little bear ears twitching and making an angry face. I'm sorry, Carla-san. It was harder to transport the skull than I thought. It's Carla, not Carla-san. Don't make a mistake. Come to think of it, I did. But when I'm tired or don't have time, I call her by what I'm used to, right? Well, I apologize. When I apologized for not calling her Carla, she nodded in satisfaction and forgave me. Carla-san has big breasts, and she has the style of a supermodel. Normally, I would have thought she was a beautiful woman first, but her gestures were so cute that it was really relaxing. But it was hard work. I had plenty of time before I had to carry the bones out. It's easy to summon a rubber boat when I need a rope and don't have to hide the ship summoning. Come to think of it, when am I going to invite all the dark elves to the luxury liner? What a time to think. When I lifted the skull, well, it was kind of heavy. Does it have a strong buoyancy? There was room to wonder what it was all about. When I floated the skull on the surface of the sea, I had a bad feeling when I saw that the skull, which should have been so heavy, was floating around without sinking much. We may be a little short on numbers, but let's do our best. When Princess Anne-Marie called me, I had a bad feeling. 20 people were supposed to pull the skulls due to a combination of the number and length of ropes and swimming space. 20 people, still not enough? I wondered what that meant. Before I had time to resolve my doubts, Princess Anne-Marie gave the order for the pulling to begin. We wagged our tails as hard as we could and pulled on the rope as hard as we could, but our bodies moved only slightly forward. Is the ancient turtle's buoyancy a monster? I thought. With the help of the male mermaids, we managed to pull the skull down into the cave and place it on the ceiling. I deeply regretted that I had volunteered to do the hauling since I was a man and had to help with the heavy lifting. After the break, we pulled the skull to scrape the ceiling of the cave. It is hard to pull it down because it is downhill to the exit. I bitterly resented the ancient turtle for building such a dwelling. Swimming at full power while carrying a heavy load. The repetition of the strenuous exercise, which I suspect even professional swimmers don't do, made me want to ask Ins and Alessia-san, who were watching nearby, to take my place. But I was afraid of what would happen later, so I managed to hold back. Both the mermaid's tail and the arm pulling the rope seemed to cramp. Finally, we broke through the cave and were pulled by a skull that climbed through the water at a tremendous speed and finally reached the surface. I screamed with a sense of accomplishment, and Carla-san got mad at me. Phew. We're only carrying the skull. I heard that the other bones are easier than the skull, but it's still hard work. I should tell them that my stomach hurts. Hey, master, do you have a minute? I don't mind, but my arms and tail are cramping up, so please don't make me move. Come to think of it, my tail is cramping up. What will happen when I turn back into a human? I wonder if my legs will be in trouble. You know, on the way in, I realized that since there was a large space, we could have summoned the hideaway and loaded the bones onto it without going through all the trouble of transporting them, couldn't we? You should have told me sooner, I thought. Don't stare at me with a dark look on your face. It scares me. It can't be helped. We were in a cave when I realized it. Everything is an experience, right? I was able to experience the buoyancy of the ancient turtle firsthand. It was a good experience. Can you really believe that? I yelled, and Carla-san told me not to yell out of the blue. I'm sorry. Anyway, I explained the situation to the male mermaids, who were praising each other for their hardship and apologized for causing them pointless hardship. Then, poof. We'll take the bones aboard the hideaway and have a banquet to apologize. Let's give them a lot to drink and make it all go away. It would kill 2 birds with 1 stone and put Ims in a good mood. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 7, 1224. Chapter 7, My Angel. A perfect place for the mermaids to live was found on Dark Elf Island. The place, which was the former home and grave of the ancient turtle, was repurposed, along with his corpse, to contribute to the mermaid's new first step. When I think about it, I feel like we've done the same thing as the grave robbers. Hiji. When I woke up and tried to sit up, I felt an intense pain all over my body. I thought something was wrong, But when I calmed down and thought about it, I immediately understood. It was definitely muscle pain. My body has become more robust as my level has increased, and I've gotten used to the elegant life on a luxury liner, so I haven't had any muscle pain recently. But as expected, my body was screaming from the intense exercise I did yesterday. It's a nostalgic pain, but it doesn't make me happy at all. Now that I understand the situation, I calmly check my body. Both arms, I feel limp and pain when I try to move them. Legs, same as arms. Abdominal muscles, I feel a painful sensation as if I will cry just by exerting myself. Pectoral muscles, same as abdominal muscles. Back muscles, same as pectoral muscles. Neck muscles, I feel a cramp just trying to bend my neck from side to side. I'm almost completely worn out. My muscles are screaming all over the place. It seems that even though my muscles are getting stronger as the level goes up, I can't escape muscle soreness when I train as hard as I can. I guess I've been using muscles that I don't normally use, which is probably the cause of my terrible muscle pain. I've heard that swimming is a full body workout, but I didn't want to feel that way. I gave myself a good massage in the tub last night, but it seemed to be useless resistance. I'm glad I took the day off today. I had declared it a day off before the party because I wanted to give all the male mermaids a hangover and make things vague, but it turned out to be a good thing for me, too. Now all I have to do is lie in bed and relax until my sore muscles heal. But there is a problem. I have to go to the bathroom. I don't feel like moving, even though I'm in the habit of going to the bathroom when I wake up and feel refreshed. My bladder still seems to have room, and I still have time before it becomes unbearable. But if I can't move, I will eventually reach my limit. If the level up has made my bladder even stronger, I might be able to bear the muscle pain until it goes away, but I have to do something because it would be miserable if I couldn't bear it. I'm really relying on others here. I have a confidant. Ins, I'm sorry, but you have to get up. Ins, who was sleeping next to me, did not answer. She seemed to be in a deep sleep. I think she will wake up if I scream, but if I scream, it will echo through my whole body. I don't want that. Ins, please wake up. Ins. I fight back the pain in my neck, turn to Ins, and call out to her in a voice that is just loud enough to keep the pain at bay. Oh, she answers. Almost there. Ins, wake up. Ins. Master. What? It hurts. I'm completely hungover. Master, I'm sorry, but let me sleep a little more. Ins, who looks sick, is about to fall asleep again. But I don't want her to sleep again. I want her to carry me to the bathroom before she falls asleep. No, Ins, don't go back to sleep, please. I can't. I have a headache, please be quiet. Ins fell asleep without listening to my pleas. I called out to her again, but she didn't even answer. I wonder what the word slave means. I don't know what to expect from Ins anymore. If Felicia were here, she would take care of me without any problem, but unfortunately, she is back home. What a tragic mistake. I had been trying to get the male mermaids drunk with the expensive alcohol, but I should never have thought of getting carried away and crushing Ins, who was in a bit of a bad mood, along with me. Strong regrets came up. But regrets are not the first thing to go. Let's face reality and fight for my dignity. In this case, I have no choice but to fight the pain and go to the bathroom with all my strength. I couldn't. What is this? Is the muscle pain so bad that I can't move much when it gets worse? It hurts when I strain, and when I try to hold it in and strain, I feel like I'm going to cramp up. I can't even force myself to do it because if any part of my body cramps up under the current circumstances, I won't be able to get it back. What am I going to do? Hopelessness is running through my mind. Peeing at my age is really embarrassing. I must do something about it. Various ideas go through my mind, and they all end up dead. At the moment, the most promising idea is to summon a rubber boat and throw it in there to destroy the evidence, but that's also embarrassing, so I'd like to avoid that if possible. Somehow, I don't want the gods to see me and use it as a story for the future. In such a helpless situation, an angel appeared before me. Wataru, Meal, my archangel Rimmer appeared. I guess he was worried that I could not move when it was time for breakfast, so he came to check on me. He is too cute. Yeah, I know. I should ask Rimmer to run an errand for me. Claretta-san can use recovery magic, and since she probably didn't drink until she was hungover, she can help me out. Every time I think of a good idea, another good idea comes to mind. Instead of asking Rimmer for help, I could have summoned Saparabi to help me in the bathroom or brought Claretta-san over. But I still have a hard time with Saparabi, and if I'm going to get help, I'd rather have Rima help me. Rima, you know, my body hurts, and I can't move. Can you go get Claretta-san? If it's Claretta-san's recovery magic, she should be able to help me move. Is there such a thing as a healing spell for sore muscles? I don't think so, but I don't care as long as I can get away from the pain. Hurt. Rima will heal you. Huh? A confident thought flew out of Rima. I feel like he's kind of puffing out his chest. What does he mean? Come to think of it, Rima has a healing magic skill. I've rarely seen him use it because no one gets hurt, but I feel a little uncomfortable, but I have no objection to putting myself at risk for Rima's growth. My dignity is on the line, but I am willing to throw it away for the sake of Rima. Well, I'll keep trying until the last minute. Well then, Rima, can I get some treatment? Yes. As I rolled on the bed with my heart pounding, a light flashed beside me, and Rima flew in front of me in angel form. It looks like he wants to treat me in angel form. I was literally looking at the angel Rima, and it was so cute. Rima is floating in front of me, flapping and twitching. I wonder if the frequency of the twitching has become faster because he is exerting himself. A magic circle appeared in front of Rima's body, and a soft light poured down from the magic circle as if to envelop me. I wonder if this is healing magic. The light seems to be warmer than I thought. Healed. The light faded, and a confident thought flew from Rima. This seems to indicate that I am healed. Thank you, Rima. Yes. When I tried to move my right hand, I felt a sharp pain. I can't say that it's completely healed, but it's less painful than it was a few minutes ago. So it's not without effect. My body felt like it was about 2/3 dead, but now it's back to half dead. If possible, I would like to ask for another treatment, but I can't tell Rima, who is twitching with satisfaction, that he did his best. My body feels a bit better, and I've got more strength now, so all that's left is my mind. I force myself to swallow the groan that's about to come out and pick myself up with my mind. My whole body aches, but I managed to move. The healing magic is amazing. Alright, after I go to the bathroom, let's go get something to eat. I'll be back in a minute. Eat. I really want to finish everything with room service, but if I can move, let's go out. I'll distract Tremor with the food and then sneak out to be treated by Claretta-san. So, full recovery. After using the bathroom and escaping my crisis of dignity, I make my way to the main dining room with Rima on my head. It's a little late for breakfast, but there's a good chance that Claretta-san is still in the main dining room with Carla-san, who eats well in the morning. If she's having breakfast elsewhere, I'll have Saparabi bring her here. I just noticed that the ship is very quiet. Since Princess Anne-Marie and the others joined us, it has been quite lively even in the morning, but only mermaids pass by now and then. It seems that my aim was more than half successful. I guess most of the male mermaids were too hungover to go out, which is probably why it was so quiet. That should make up for my mistake. My mood is lifted by the success of my plan. A good trend is coming my way. Arriving at the main dining room, I find my target, Claretta-san, having her after dinner tea. Eat. Rima, who had dived from above my head with a pop, moved towards Carla-san. I think it would be a lot faster to fly away in angel form, but I wonder if Rima has some sort of obsession with it. Good morning, Wataru. Good morning, Wataru. Good morning, Carla, Claretta. I exchanged morning greetings with Carla-san and Claretta-san, who noticed me when Rima appeared. By the way, I was the victim of a call and response frenzy. I don't want to put myself on the shelf here, but the sight of Claretta-san looking puzzled at the idea of addressing a man that way is so wonderful that I could eat 3 bowls of rice with it. I love it. I feel even better because I saw something good this morning, but it's hard to sit in a chair with my body the way it is now. If I'm not careful, I might not be able to get up, so I order breakfast standing up. Usually, I ask Saparabi to bring it to me for the atmosphere, but this time, I ordered it directly. Rima was so engrossed in the food that appeared on this sputtering table that his attention was completely diverted from me. I step away from the table a bit and beckon Claretta-san to join me, signaling that it's a secret. Claretta-san looks curious but quietly gets up from her seat and comes over to me. Okay, now all I have to do is get her to heal in the shadows, and the mission is complete. Somehow, I felt a sense of satisfaction at having done it all. But was it just me escaping muscle pain? It's a holiday today, so no problem. Let's work hard starting tomorrow. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 8, 1324. Chapter 8, Different World Gap. It's been a few days since my angel saved me from severe muscle pain all over my body. The mermaids I drove into a hangover have also recovered, so the next step in the mermaid's basic plan is finally underway. I may have let them drink a little too much. Now, I would like to decide on the waters of the island. Anyone with an opinion, please speak up. We gather at the village chief's house for a meeting to decide on the use of the sea god's sacred treasure. The members are myself, Felicia, Alessia-san, Princess Anne-Marie, and Lee-san, the village chief and deputy village chief. The others are relaxing in the village or preparing the mermaid-based. Rimo and Pent are very popular with the children of the village. Wataru-san. My daughter told me about it, but we don't use the sea much, so I'll leave it to Wataru-san and the mermaids. If I could make a request, I would be grateful for a secret ocean current that would allow us to come and go from the island for a short time once a month. When the meeting began, the village chief immediately threw in a roundabout way. Dark elves don't show much interest in the sea, as if living in seclusion is in their DNA. They are a race that will surely miss the ship when the age of discovery arrives. Felicia, are you sure about this? Even if it's not a problem now that we can easily use the sea god's sacred treasure, it has to do with the future coming and going of the islands and the fishing industry, you know? Wouldn't once a month be too little? It's Felicia, so it's not like she didn't explain, but the nonchalant response of the village chief makes me uneasy. Up until now, they could get out to sea if they wanted to, but it's not so easy when the ocean currents are being manipulated, you know? Oh. If it is easy to get out, it should be a simple ocean current number. If it's easy to get out, if you accidentally go out, you can't just come back in and die. Dark elves have a slow population growth, and this island is large enough that they can live peacefully far into the future without famine, pestilence, or other problems. This is enough for the dark elves. The once-a-month trips in and out are just a precaution, and I don't think they use them except in emergencies. Felicia seems to agree that once a month is fine, but besides plague and famine, there could be monster attacks, right? The ocean currents created by the sea god's sacred treasure can prevent them from coming from the sea, but it would be dangerous if a large number of monsters attacked from the sky. If a strong one attacks them, they might not be able to escape once a month, right? Huh? The village chief and deputy village chief, Princess Anne-Marie, and Lee-san are also looking at me with a scowl. Did I say something wrong? Master. The sky is the domain of dragons. If you fly individually or in small groups, there is no problem, but if you fly in large groups in the sky, you will incur the wrath of the dragons and be destroyed. Therefore, it is said that there are no more monsters flying in the sky in large groups. By dragons, you mean those expensive material dragons, right? It's no longer treated as a legend. That's why Felicia's explanation sounds like old hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not, but I can feel the respect that people in this world have for dragons. And I think people just looked at me blankly because it's knowledge that everyone should know. Even Princess Anne-Marie and Lee-san, who live in the sea, seem to know about it, so it seems to be quite a famous story. This is what I call the different world gap. But there are times when strong monsters fly in on their own. And if a dragon or something comes along and you can't evacuate the island right away, isn't that a problem? Except if you have ship summoning protection like I do. You'll need a way to escape. There are places to hide, such as mines, so we can escape even if a dragon comes. Although there will be casualties, it's more dangerous if it's a human. I see. All I can say is that I see. The reason for limiting it to once a month for a short time is to prevent humans from invading in droves if the secret ocean currents are discovered. It is sad to see the depth of people's karma that they are more afraid of humans than dragons. The idea of trade has crossed my mind, but under the current circumstances, I don't think they would even think of trade, let alone carry it out. I can support them while I'm here. And if the mermaids and dark elves can coexist well, I'm sure there won't be any problems. Fortunately, the two races seem to get along well. So, the dark elves' request is for a secret stream that can be accessed once a month for a short period of time. Is that right? Yes, there is no problem. The deputy village chief and Felicia nodded in response to the village chief's answer, so I guess that's settled. I need to think about what to do about the secret currents. But first, let's hear what Princess Anne-Marie and the others want. Princess Anne-Marie, what do the mermaids want? Princess Anne-Marie looks displeased when her name is called, as if she doesn't like having princess added to her name. In case you're wondering, this can be considered an official place, so please be patient. It's a private house that's just a little bit bigger, and it has the atmosphere of an ordinary family parlor, but it's an official place. Probably. Well, it would be easier to move around if you could surround the island with a wide open space, and I would like to have a gap big enough to make a gate at the bottom of the ocean current closest to the base, and about 3 other places with enough space for a mermaid to pass through. Also, if possible, I would feel safer if the base could also be surrounded by ocean currents. I was worried that she seemed a little unhappy, but she seemed to be able to read the atmosphere and answer directly. She may be young, but she is still a princess. The request is for 1 main gate and 3 back doors. The base is visible, so it would be a good to have her tell me on the spot. How big is a certain space? I can't imagine how big a mermaid's room would be, but I know that if I set it up with my own sense as a Japanese commoner, it would definitely be a failure. I think it would be just right if you could enclose it about 5 kilometers away from the island, because it would be too big to handle. Right? Princess Anne-Marie confirms this to Lisanne, who nods her head and says, no problem. Well done. She says it is 5 kilometers. I thought it was like hundreds of meters or something, but the measurements were wrong. But a mermaid can swim fast, and if the distance is about an hour's walk for a human, it is not that far, right? It would take less than 10 minutes to reach the ocean currents, so let's say it's not that wide. What I'm a little worried about is the environmental change, but the environment changes when new ocean currents are created, no matter how wide they are. So it's not a new thing. I understand. Then let's use the sea god's sacred tools while we inspect the site later. It's a bit big, so it's better to go around in a circle on the lato, right? Please do. Princess Anne-Marie nodded her head, and with that, the discussion about isolating the island was over. It's funny how setting up a sea area would be a complicated matter on Earth, but in this world, it's a simple matter. Oh, and as you probably heard from Felicia, I'd like to invite all the Dark Elves to come aboard my ship. I'm thinking 3 days and 2 nights for the duration, but when would work for you? Just in time. Let's also finalize the plan to invite all the Dark Elves to the cruise. I've heard about Felicia, but I'm having a little trouble imagining it, and I'm a little confused. Why would you need a huge pond to swim in on the boat? The village chief looks puzzled, as if his thoughts have not caught up with him. When it comes to the pool, I don't think it's fair that he's the father of a daughter at his age and the village chief, but it's not fair that he has a cool, confused look on his face. I envy the Dark Elf Master. I tried to explain it to him, but it seems that my father can't imagine that there are many rooms and many entertainment facilities on the ship. I'm sorry. No need for Felicia to apologize, so don't look so sorry. But is it hard to imagine? I see. Earth people are used to imagining unknown things through pictures and books. But for people from this world, it might be difficult to even get an idea of what to imagine. This is also a different world gap. Now, it would be easy to explain to them if I showed them pictures taken with a digital camera or a video camera, but I think it would be a waste to take away their surprise when they board a luxury liner for the first time. However, if Felicia, who lives on a luxury liner, can't explain it, I'm not at all confident that I can do it well. It would be difficult to give a detailed explanation, so I would try to explain it as simply as possible, and if they didn't understand, I would show them the video. Let's see, to put it simply, it's like a very spacious ship that all the Dark Elves can board, and we can have a festival there. Wataru. Alessia-san, who had barely participated in the discussion, looked at me with eyes that said, what about that explanation? I thought it was pretty easy to understand, but was it not? When I looked at the village chief and the deputy chief, their expressions remained puzzled. It seemed that it was not good enough. Alessia-san, please explain. If you are looking at me like that, it means that Alessia-san can explain well, right? Ha, it can't be helped. Village chief. You can think of it as a huge ship with an exotic village on board. Wataru is the village chief there, and he says that everyone is welcome in his village. Alessia-san's explanation is not very different from mine, is it? Okay, I look at Alessia-san with a look that says, what about that explanation? I see a ship containing a whole village in a foreign land. Well, then, You need water. What? Why are you so convinced? It's not so different from my explanation, is it? Yes, it's an interesting village, and you should all come and visit it. The discussion between Alessia-san and the village chief goes on smoothly, oblivious to my dissatisfaction. Is this also a different world gap? With me out of the way, the discussion continued, and it was decided that since all the Dark Elves needed to prepare to leave the island, I would stock up on building materials and invite them back when I returned. I'm glad the discussion ended so easily, but I'm not sure I'm happy about it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 9 1424 Chapter 9, Perfect. With Princess Anne-Marie, Lee-san, and the Dark Elf Village Chief and Vice Chief, we discussed the extent of the isolation of the Dark Elf Island and the plan to invite all the Dark Elves aboard the Chris. To me, the discussion was subtle and unconvincing, but in the end, it all came together nicely, so being the adult that I am, I decided not to worry about it. For now, let's just choose the sea god's sacred treasure to surround the island. It's Marie-chan. Let's play together. That's right. Let's play. Let's play. Let's play. Hey, you kids. That's not good. Wait. Lee-san. Is everything okay? When we left the village chief's house after the meeting, Princess Anne-Marie was taken away by the children of the Dark Elf village. Princess Anne-Marie was very confused by the sudden situation, but is it okay to just take it easy? The village chief was in a panic as he ran after them. That's right. The princess is in a responsible position as the second princess. It is not okay for her to be so easily carried away by the situation. That way? Is that what you're worried about? No, I mean, don't you have to worry about Princess Anne-Marie? Oh, I see what you mean. I saw the Dark Elves for a short time, and there were guards in the village. The princess has grown very strong, so there will be no problem in the village. Yes, Princess Anne-Marie is a lily, but she's already over level 100, right? If there are guards, there is no need to worry about her being taken away to play with the children. But considering your position, shouldn't you be worried? The village chief is in a hurry and chasing after the children. Felicia's father. He's a cool guy, but he's so impatient. Well, I guess he understands his status because of his position as village chief. The other villagers just smile at him, and it is doubtful that the children understand the word status. Oh, the children were caught. They were beaten so hard with fists that I could hear them rolling on the ground. In Japan, he would be sued for corporal punishment or something like that. Princess Anne-Marie began to defend and intervene with the children who were being spanked. What a princess! The village chief looks at us with a surprised face. Here he comes with Princess Anne-Marie. Excuse me, Wataru-san. Princess Anne-Marie says she is friends with the village children? The village chief was confused. Yes, the princess is friends with these children. Lee-san answered on my behalf, but the village chief's confusion deepened. Village Chief-san, have you seen Princess Anne-Marie and the children playing on the beach or eating together at the welcome party? They must have played together quite often. But you didn't know that? No, I knew they were together occasionally, but I didn't think they were close enough to be friends. I told them not to get too close so as not to be rude, and so you knew they were doing things together. So you taught the kids a lot about her status and stuff and told them to stay away from her. But they didn't learn anything and even became friends before they were educated, so the confusion is maximal. These kids are so naughty that they make a lot of noise and make the adults in the village who are suffering from hangovers suffer even more. I can imagine how hard the village chief had to work. But the village chief must have known that these children were mischievous, so if he wanted to avoid disrespecting Princess Anne-Marie, he should have at least locked the children in the house. Well, I was the one who brought the princess out of the blue without giving them time to prepare. There was hardly any time to discuss the mermaid, the welcome party, my invitation to the luxury liner, or to get involved with the children. I am truly sorry. Princess Anne-Marie is a kind person, and you don't need to worry. Lee-san, is everything okay? I tried to follow up with the village chief, but halfway through, I realized that I couldn't speak for the princess without her permission, so I forced myself to change my question to Lee-san. We are the ones who are indebted to the Dark Elves by asking for their help, so there is no way we would have a problem with an act of goodwill, let alone a terrible insult or an act of unprovoked violence. Yes, there is. Besides, I was happy to have a friend. There is nothing wrong with that, and since that's the case, I don't think you need to worry too much about it either. Lee-san and Princess Anne-Marie said good things to them. This should all be settled peacefully. The village chief is terrible. The village chief beat me senseless. It hurts. It hurts. When I thought the situation was under control, the children who understood the situation got into the act. In a way, I would say that their assessment of the situation was correct, but they are still a bit naive. Their mother, who heard the commotion and came over, stands behind them with a frightened look on her face. This time, the situation was resolved peacefully as the children received another fist bump from their parents and were dragged away. Master, we're leaving. Yes, with the sea god's sacred treasure at the top of the seeker, Ins, Alessia-san, Princess Anne-Marie, Lee-san, and many mermaids looking on, I began to operate the sea god's sacred treasure according to Felicia's signal. The violent ocean currents that build up in a pipe-like pattern from the seafloor to the surface of the sea are generated along the seeker that Felicia is operating. The violent tornado-like ocean currents, which even in the mermaid kingdom can only be broken by otherworldly people with magic tricks, are specially created barriers that have been enhanced to be even more violent and larger. The mermaid's exclamations of "Oh!" which can be heard even while operating the sea god's sacred treasure, are pleasant to hear. I had planned to take more time for this, but as I worked to forget the subtle events after the meeting, the situation was set up in no time at all. I went around the Dark Elf Island on the Lotto for a little preview and a change of pace, and then I realized that I also needed to investigate the seabed, so I turned into a mermaid and did a preview of the seabed as well. The chief's request for a secret escape route was quickly agreed upon, and it was decided that if anyone entered on a new moon night when the moon was not shining, they would be swept out in one fell swoop. Princess Anne-Marie asked us to let the mermaids observe the event, so we switched to the seeker and brought the mermaids on board to get their attention, which made us feel like the stars of the show. As I circled the Dark Elf Island, embarrassed and itchy with all eyes on me, I connect the barriers cleanly. Applause rolled in from all over the seeker. I thought I didn't like to show off, but this kind of praise from people who know what I'm doing is not a bad feeling. This is only the first phase. I move into the second phase with a firm expression on my face, holding back the voices of the audience, telling me to calm down. It feels somehow good, and maybe I am getting a little carried away. Actually, the first stage alone is almost impossible to get through from underwater, but it is not impossible to get through from the sea. Although the pipes are wider than the barriers in the Mermaid Kingdom, they are only wide enough for a high-level enemy with high physical ability to jump over if they get close enough with their ship and jump. An annoying S-class adventurer who blew up the Luther with all the seawater in it would probably be able to jump over it with a yawn. Hence, the second step. This is where the sea god's sacred treasure really comes into its own. The audience stifled their applause, and I began to operate the sea god's sacred treasure once again. The surface of the sea swells violently, creating an ocean current that flows away from the island. Let's also present a series of high waves for emphasis. This means that even if you take the magic ship about 3 kilometers from the barrier, you will be tossed around by the high waves and pushed back away from the island. But I'm not done yet. Next, I present the whirlpool. A powerful whirlpool, tossed about by the currents and high waves that would shatter the entire magic ship if it were accidentally swallowed by the whirlpool. I scatter them everywhere. If they force their way into the depths, they will eventually be swallowed by the whirlpool, no matter how they try to get in. The rest is a secret escape route. It should open at 3 midnight on the new moon. If you step into a certain spot at that time, you can create an ocean current path that will push you safely out of the rough sea all at once. Okay. Perfect. I feel so good about this. I've fallen into this world and made a few modest mistakes here and there, but for the first time, I feel like I've got the job down pat. I suppress the corner of my mouth that is about to open at the satisfaction welling up in my chest and turn around to face everyone. I'd ruin the moment if I made a smug face at this point, so I made it a point to look like nothing was going on. I turned around, expecting applause, but I didn't get the reaction I was expecting. Was I just making a smug face? Wataru. Yes. Is something wrong? Was it Dorothea-san who praised me first? I didn't expect Dorothea-san to be the first to praise me, as she is the most reserved person in Girasol. It's too much, huh? I said it's too much. Too much? Caught by Dorothea-san's gaze, I looked at the sea I had manipulated again. The high waves make the sea, raging because of a big typhoon, look beautiful. A whirlpool is spinning violently like a blender, not just a washing machine. Where is this devil's territory? Should I be a little more modest? No, I'm protecting it, so I think it's just as good if it's overdone. This should definitely keep them away from the Dark Elf Island unless they can fly. Of course not. Such an obvious and unnatural sea area is like saying there's something there. If this place were discovered, it would be swarming with curious and greedy people. But no one can get over there, so what's the problem? Whether people come or not, if they can't get through, the result will be the same. Wataru-san. People will die. Even those who are not after the Dark Elves but are just curious will die without question. Are you okay with that? I don't like it when you put it like that. As expected, it makes me feel guilty that even people who have no malicious intent will die. Then it would be better to make it a goal not to continue. If it's Wataru-san, it's easy to create a place where no one dies, and no one can ever enter. Right? Yes. Thank you very much. Dorothea-san. Yes. Normally, I would have been so afraid of people dying that I would have created a sea area, as Dorothea-san said. Even if I hadn't, I would have gotten carried away and lost control. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 10 1524 Chapter 10 Business Negotiation with Guildmaster. After discussing the Dark Elf Island with the village chief and the others and Princess Anne-Marie, I set up barriers to protect the Dark Elf Island. At first, I got a little out of control and put up barriers that were quite deadly, causing people around me to be shocked and Dorothea-san to warn me, but in the end, I cooled down and put up the barriers again. Master, what's troubling you? Yes. Felicia. No, I was just thinking about the Dark Elf Island. I was just wondering if it would be safe with these barriers. The barriers I had put up had been rebuilt, except for the first phase surrounding the island. I checked it when we left the island, but it's so simple that it makes me strangely uneasy. Foo-foo. The barrier will be fine. You worry too much. Felicia laughs as if to say, you're a helpless person, aren't you? Is there anything to laugh about? Is that so? Yes. Ins and Alessia, and the others also tried. Ins and the others gave up so no one could reach the island. Well, that's what I thought at the time, but I feel like I'm missing something. And I have the same kind of anxiety I have when I worry about whether I locked the door properly. But I guess there's no point in worrying too much. Normally, it's not that different from the normal sea, but if a ship or a large monster enters the designated area, the currents will push it out of the area. The ship handling team tried to see if they could get in, but they were all swept out of the area. Ins, Alessia-san, and the others were so frustrated because they couldn't break through, even though they tried various ways, like going in at full speed on the Galette and snaking around. If they couldn't do it with that motorboat, it would be impossible for any of the magic ships on the market to get through. Yes, that's right. Felicia's right, I'm worrying too much. Yes, but thank you for your concern for the island. Since the Dark Elf Festival, Felicia seems to have softened even more. I am very happy. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. What about the others? We'll be arriving in the southern city soon, so we'll be changing ships. I can't say anything embarrassing like I was smitten by Felicia's kind smile. What's wrong with me? Am I reliving my youth? Everyone is having a good time. It's been a long time since we were on the stronghold. I see. Well, let's tell them to get ready. Yes. Felicia and I left the room together. Now, as for where to look for them, you can get a general idea of where they are by looking at each of their favorite places. The drinkers are gathered in the vending machine corner, Carla-san is at the buffet, or with Claretta-san at the crane game. Rimmer and the slime group and Bent are a little less predictable, but you can probably find them with their master or looking around the food area or the kids' corner. I have been living mostly on the Chris lately, but I decided to leave the Chris on Dark Elf Island to give Princess Anne-Marie and the others a place to stay and to load up on building materials. So I decided to travel to the stronghold, and I found that life in the stronghold was very relaxing. I thought I had gotten used to the Chris, and I thought I had gotten used to being a celebrity, but it seems I have not gotten out of the way of the common man. The food is not as flexible as on a luxury liner, but it is somehow comforting, and the cheap cup noodles are delicious. Drinks in cups and fried food from the vending machines are also excellent. The rooms are smaller and more comfortable, and the furniture is familiar and relaxing. I got carried away when I put up the barriers, and from now on, I'll spend more time on the ferry to reevaluate myself. It was more than I expected, and I think it's time to freshen up my lifestyle a bit. I get most of the members at the vending corner. Carla-san is at the buffet. Claretta-san is at the crane game. The only ones I didn't expect were Remo and the others and Pent. Nobody would expect Tremo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan to have a high-speed twitch while being wrapped up by Pent in the massage chair. Maybe Remo also wanted to show Pent the joy of the massage chair. But I wanted him to do it where I was present because it was bad for my heart. Besides, he seems to have learned how to move the massage chair, and I'm worried about his future. I'll be sure to remind him. I thought the skyrocketing material prices in the Kingdom of Brescia had been somewhat calmed by your huge shipments of materials, so what are you up to now? When I arrived in the southern city and went to the Merchants Guild to negotiate for construction materials, I was taken to the Guildmaster's room. When I handed him a list of the materials I wanted to buy, he looked at me suspiciously. If Camille-san had been present, there would have been no need for such a tedious discussion, but since I had taken her out of the guild, it might not have helped, but it was a nuisance. It's not my ship, it's Mage Summer's ship, remember? I didn't plan anything with the materials, I just thought I'd collect them since I got some land in the Aquamarine Kingdom. Are you still refusing to admit it? The Guildmaster gave me this look, but even if he knew, I would not admit it until the end. The mage definitely exists. I will continue to believe that. Aquamarine Kingdom, huh? I heard you found a great treasure, didn't you? So, do they know some information about me and the Aquamarine Kingdom? As expected from the Merchants Guild. I was lucky. Now, about the materials, how long will it take you to collect them? I don't want to have a long conversation with this old man. He's too powerful, and I'm afraid of getting involved in something strange. Well, don't be in such a hurry. We are good friends, and things are hard now that Camille is gone. You could give us some of your time, couldn't you? I want to say, what kind of friendship, but it's true that I owe him a debt of gratitude. He introduced me to an escort, and he also helped me with a job on the Southeast Island. The fact that I pulled Camille-san out, well, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused him. Then, after Camille-san confirms it, we will arrange for some of the treasures to be wholesaled here. Camille-san was the Guildmaster's subordinate, and I'm sure she wouldn't complain about a little flexibility. Besides Camille, there's that guy Moro over there, right? He's a nuisance and a pain in the ass, so let's just do business with me and Wataru. Not everything, of course, but as much as you think is good for wholesale. The more, the better. Guildmaster. So you don't like Moro-san? Well, they are both powerful old men, and they may have stiffed each other in business, but I have no idea what he said about the size of my wholesale business. Even though I am a merchant, I am a fake merchant who made his money in the pepper trade. I can't even handle the business of negotiating for treasures. Besides, Moro-san is on my side, and it would be to my advantage to get him involved, wouldn't it? I don't know. In that case, it would be best to ask someone. Alessia-san is an A-class adventurer, and even if she is not a merchant, she should have some knowledge about it. What do you think, Alessia? Is it okay if I wholesale some treasures here? Alessia-san, you're talking to me? She looks at me like that. I think it's only natural that I'm talking to her since the treasures belong to her and the others as well. Well, I'm indebted to the master of the Merchants Guild, so I guess it's okay to a certain extent, right? But it would be better to discuss it after the business meeting for the materials on the list you gave him. I see. So, if he is willing to accommodate us with construction materials, we might as well wholesale our treasures. It would certainly make the negotiations go smooth there. Guildmaster. That's why I want to discuss the materials first. As long as the treasure is valuable enough to make things convenient, that's fine, but if it's not what I expect, then you'll lose my trust. Is that a threat? No, a confirmation. It really must be worth it. Well, it's part of the treasure that the appraisers of the Aquamarine Kingdom were so excited about, so I think it's probably safe. There are plenty of rare metals and gems, and if we wholesale the appropriate precious metals and even some of the remaining artwork, it should be fine. I understand. Then let's get that list of materials together as soon as possible. The time frame is, well, 20 days should be enough. I'll lower the price to 3 platinum coins, including transportation. Is that okay with you? Would that be acceptable? But does that mean he'll lose money? I don't know the list price of the materials, so I can't say. I looked at Alessia-san, but she shook her head. It seems that Alessia-san doesn't know either. If I have to be the one to judge. When I brought the materials to Cagliari, it was 20 platinum coins. Wasn't it? So I collected materials for the orphanage and materials to sell. And this time I need materials for the village where 50 mermaids live. 3 platinum coins are 300 million, and you can build a village for 300 million? I have no idea if that's expensive or cheap. Considering that materials are cheap compared to Japan. Let's see. I don't know the market price of a house in Japan or anything like that. Is it about 10 million without the land? Then 30 houses will be built, so if the market price is cheap, it could be for 50 houses. That's fine. Since the guildmaster says he's losing money, I'll believe him. When I go to Cagliari, I can show Camille-san a copy of the list and ask Moro-san to take revenge if I've been cheated. In the evening, after the business meeting was over, the guildmaster and an appraiser came to the lotto to inspect the treasures. After appraising the treasure, the guildmaster left in a frenzy. He promised to pay me 31 platinum coins. I didn't really care whether the materials were expensive or cheap, and I felt that I had overdone it. The amount of wholesale treasure. Maybe I should have reduced it a bit more. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 11, 1624. Chapter 11, Developing Cagliari. I visited the southern city after a long time and had a business meeting with the master of the Merchant Guild about the construction materials and treasures obtained in the Aquamarine Kingdom. The price of the construction materials was less than a tenth of the price of the treasures, which made me feel a little uneasy, but the guildmaster promised to prepare all the materials in 20 days, so I will consider the business meeting a success. The city of Cagliari is quite busy. It looks interesting. Yes, I don't know what it looked like before it was destroyed, but is it really necessary for a military port to be so busy? I came to Cagliari because I had 20 days free because of a business meeting, but there were many ships in the port and small boats coming and going all the time. It is a military port, you know. People are moving around all the time, but is the security safe? I started to worry about the orphanage. The castle is docked here. It can't be helped that it's full of people. Well, it's like having an otherworldly city nearby, so it can't be helped that people are gathering. I'll leave the security of the port to the military, but I'll take care of the orphanage. That is correct. So, where should we drop anchor? I don't see any port officials. If we were out of sight, we could just dock the Lotto next to the castle and go on board, but that's not how it works here. If we leave the Lotto alongside, it will be in the way, and if we go back and the Lotto disappears, there will be an uproar. We have to take the crossing ship to the castle at the port. I don't see any gap in the port where a ship could dock, and I don't see any personnel to ask. There seems to be room in the area used by the military's magic ships, but it would be difficult to dock there. Ah, Master, a small magic ship is approaching. I looked in the direction Ins was pointing and saw that a small magic ship was indeed heading that way. The port staff seems to be on board, and they will probably explain what to do with this magic ship. Huh? A temporary port has been set up? When I asked the staff what to do, they told me about the existence of a temporary port. But a port is not so easy to build, is it? Even though it's a temporary port, it's just a place for boats to dock. It's like coming here by boat from there. If you have cargo, there is a place to unload it at that port, but it will cost you a little more money. My doubts must have shown on my face because the official continued to explain. But a temporary port, huh? There's no need to unload, but it looks like it's a little far away, and it's a hassle to take the trouble. It can't be helped. The secret power of money comes into play. I'll pay you, but can't I dock at this port? Money alone is not enough. The people docked at this port now are nobles and wealthy merchants. In short, people with money and status. The secret technique was easily defeated. It seems that without money and power, I won't be able to dock at this port. If I brandish Mage Sama's name, I can get by in this port, but considering the cause of this port's hustle and bustle, borrowing Mage Sama's authority will probably be a big problem later on. It would be safer to drop anchor in the temporary port. Wataru-san. It's been a while. Camille-san. It's been a long time. It seems like there are a lot of people here. It was very hard to get here from the temporary port, just a place where ships can dock. We took a crossing ship to the port of Cagliari. From the port of Cagliari to the castle. It sounds easy in words, but in reality, It was not so easy. The conditions for getting on the crossing ship to the castle were getting stricter and stricter, so I had to go to the Merchant Guild to ask for permission. In addition, the Merchants Guild is no longer the quiet atmosphere it used to be, and the merchants with bloodshot eyes are everywhere. So much so that I almost said, "I'm acquainted with Mage Sama," several times. Oh, yes, you're right. In fact, after the last ceremony, we had a big mess with people coming in. So we had to severely restrict the conditions under which people could enter the castle. Camille-san looks at me with a distant look. It must have been very hard. But her beauty still shines through, doesn't it? She must be taking full advantage of the castle's facilities. Huh? But I informed you at the ceremony that the Merchant Guild and Camille-san manage the boarding tickets, right? You can't board the ship without a ticket, and yet so many people showed up. You understood that there would be a commotion, so you must have made all the preparations in advance, right? That's how big the impact of this ship was. Merchants with letters of introduction from the nobility gathered in large numbers. A lot of merchants who didn't even talk to the Merchants Guild stormed this ship. Now, even the nobles and merchants from other countries. The guild master of the Merchant Guild also shouted. Does this mean that their desires outweighed their preparations? Unlike the guild master of the Merchant Guild in Cagliari City and the guild master of the Southern City, she didn't seem to have the ability to turn profits into power, so it must be hard to deal with those merchants whose eyes were bloodshot every day. Camille-san has not returned from her distant gaze, and I think we need to ask the merchants to calm down a bit. Well, Camille-san, should we move the castle, even temporarily? I think things will calm down if we give them some time, don't you? If we do that, the country will be in turmoil, and Wataru-san's recruitment will heat up. There are many people who want the castle in their own countries and territories. It would be dangerous to move the ship lightly. The country will be in an uproar, she said. And it's bad enough that even those around me who are relatively calm due to the support effect of Mage Sama will be in trouble. Let's pretend that the idea of moving the ship never happened. What should we do then? Is it safe to leave it like this? Moro is moving energetically, so I think it will be fine. Ah, Moro-san is moving? He is as powerful as the guild master in the Southern City, and I feel reassured that he will do something about it, right? I'm glad to hear that. But I want to do something about the difficulty of moving to the castle. I don't want it to be a problem every time we come. The castle was docked right in front of us, but it took us almost 4 hours to get in and out. It's hard every time. In that case, this way, please. Camille pulled a metal card out of her desk and handed it to me. A docking permit? What's this? It's a permit to anchor in the port of Cagliari. When the port was in turmoil, we secured a berth for the castle. It's next to a place used by the military, so it's safe, and there are no unauthorized anchorages. With this permit, you can anchor at any time, so please take advantage of it. Thank you. I knew it, but Camille-san is super talented. It takes a lot of foresight to take advantage of the chaos and secure a spot or something like that. It seems like even after it gets crowded, the prestige of the castle ship could secure a place. But the effect on the environment should be completely different if you use your authority after it gets crowded and quietly secure a place before it gets crowded. I was able to attract good people, wasn't I? My foresight is not that bad. Next, I need to talk about the employment of Bella-san and the others, the sea serpent materials we got, and the treasures of the Duke's castle. After that, I also want to make sure I hear about the situation with the castle and the orphanage. I haven't heard anything about Donatella-san or anything like that, but I wonder how she's doing? ******. Phew, that took quite a while. Felicia, shall we take a walk around the ship and join in Alessia-san, and the others? Since we were short on manpower, the employment of Bella-san and the others was decided upon with great enthusiasm. But the treasures and the pile of sea serpents were not to be processed until Moro-san, who was outside, and Donatella-san, who was leading the big shots, had some free time. Seeing Camille-san holding her head, I have a feeling that both the treasure and the sea serpent material will cause a commotion. I also heard that the orphanage is not a problem. It seems that military personnel are guarding the orphanage, considering the surrounding situation. I think it's kind of cool to be treated like a VIP. That's right. I think it would be better to meet early. It's okay if we take our time, right? It's safe inside the castle, so as long as I can join them before they go to bed, there's no problem, right? When we parted on board, Ins and Alessia happily said they were going to the casino. I see. I've given Ins quite a bit of pocket money, but I can only see a future where it all melts away. Alessia-san, well, she will be fine. I'm sure she'll get her share of the treasure, and unlike Ins, she won't get so involved that she'll sell herself. Shall we join them as soon as possible? Felicia and I nodded at each other and headed for the casino. Inside the ship, there's a moderate amount of well-dressed people walking around, and there's a lot of elegance. There are a few people walking around who are dressed in familiar outfits that I think they bought at the castle, but the majority of them seem to be wearing unique outfits from this world. It's an upper-class crowd, and it could have been a medieval European-style social gathering or something like that, except for Saparabi. Saparabi seems to be as popular as ever with women and girls, and I saw many of them happily holding hands as they walked around. Some of the children were holding on to their parents, and it was hard to tell if they were walking or being carried. I thought the same thing at the ceremony, but it's nice to have a lively atmosphere on a ship. I thought the mermaids were lively, too, but the number of people on this ship was different, and the way they were dressed was more glamorous and gave them a tremendous presence. That's true. I like the usual quiet atmosphere, but I think this kind of atmosphere is not so bad, just like a festival. I was about to say, yes, that's right, but my mouth stopped. Hey Felicia, what do you think? That's right. It's like a defeated soldier, isn't it? Defeated soldiers, huh? That fits. But I don't like it at all. Alessia, you shouldn't sleep in such a conspicuous place. The sofa is for other people's use. I never thought I would see Alessia-san like this. How is she supposed to look like a woman of her age, lying on the sofa, hugging her knees and looking down at her eyes? Wataru. Alessia-san, who always seems to be radiant, but even her voice lacks strength. How much has she lost? Alessia is the one who can control herself, right? Wasn't Ins with you? Ins is in the casino. She won a lot, and she's very excited. What? Ins is winning in the casino? I understand that there are winners and losers because it is a gambling game, but I was a bit surprised to hear that Ins won. Yes, Alessia-san replied with a wicked grin. From the looks of things, I'd say that Ins' big win has inspired Alessia-san to spend a lot of money as well. Let's go eat something sweet. Ins seems to be winning, so we can leave her alone. First, we have to do something about this disheveled beauty. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 12 1724 Chapter 12, Retribution. Although it took some time and effort at the port of Cagliari, we successfully boarded the castle and finished our conversation with Camille-san. However, once again, I think that Luxury Liner is amazing that it has become so popular that they set up a temporary port even though it is a military port. Now, the casualty of this fantastic luxury liner? It's right in front of me. Alessia, are you sure you can eat that much? Oh. Felicia cut in where I was too scared to comment. I know it's just desperate eating, but I'd be worried if she ate all those donuts all the time. The number of donuts is about to reach double digits. Just looking at them makes my mouth water. I can handle it, but it's so frustrating. The winning eyes of Ins. Wataru. She's on a roll, you know. You're her master. Punish her. She seemed to have gotten out of her abandonment state by eating something sweet. But now she was getting angry. What kind of old man are you to ask me to punish her? Punish her, you ask? Did Ins do something rude? It is true that Ins is a slave, but Alessia-san would have gone along with her without worrying about such things. Are you saying that Ins was so rude that she exceeded Alessia-san's tolerance? I don't think Ins would do something that bad because even with a personality like that, she's good to a fault. Ins said, A rank, lol. What is that lol? I don't know what it means, but it really pissed me off, along with the look on her face when she said it. Yeah, it was even sillier than I thought. Ins is immersed in the Japanese subculture with me, so she has learned some strange words. She seems to have taken a turn for the worse. I think lol is a rather old-fashioned word in Japan. But is it a modern insult here? I don't know if lol was an inflammatory word to begin with. Should I tell Ins something? Please. After saying that, Alessia-san started eating frantically again. She looks a little refreshed after complaining, but she doesn't stop eating. Does she? But what can I say? It's not enough to scold her, and it hurts Alessia-san's pride. So should I tell her to apologize? I don't think it's right to tell her to apologize. But I also don't want her to drag this nonsense out and make things uncomfortable on the ship. Well, In seems to have won big in the casino, so I trust she will apologize well with the confidence of a winner. Oh, I found Dorothea-san. She is walking happily and giving sweets to Benny-chan. A date between a beautiful woman and a slime. Not bad. But I'm sorry. I'll interrupt her. I waved my hand at Dorothea-san, and she noticed me and came over. Wataru, have you already finished your discussion with Camille? Yes, it's over. She has prepared a room for us, so I will show it to you later. I understand. So what happened with Alessia? Alessia-san? Well, it's natural to be concerned when your leader is mumbling and stuffing donuts into her mouth. Oh, it looks like she's in the middle of a stress-eating disorder. I explained the reason for Alessia-san's grumpiness and asked her to comfort her. But, as the expression on Dorothea-san's face faded, I realized that I had failed. This is definitely angry. I see, even without thinking about it, I would kind of hate it if our own leader was losing money and stress-eating in the casino. Besides, they had just given up all their money to hire me at the time of the war and had just taken a breather with the treasures of the Duke's castle, so I thought they would complain about the wasteful spending. I was wrong. Even with my own eyes, I couldn't see this development coming. Well, Dorothea-san, the problem will go away as soon as we finish collecting the treasure, so there's no need to be so angry. I hurriedly tried to help Alessia-san when I noticed how Dorothea-san looked. If I don't do this, it will look like I tipped off the teacher, and Alessia-san's liking for me will go down. This and that are two different things. Wataru, could you leave me alone with Alessia for a while? Please take care of Benny-chan. Oh, yes. Then I'll leave you to it. Reflexively, I took Benny-chan with me and got up from my seat. I could feel Dorothea-san's seriousness when she entrusted Benny-chan to me. Alessia-san is looking at me with eyes as if she is attached to me, but I pretend not to notice. I'm sorry, Alessia-san. I am helpless. Felicia. I asked her to look after Rimu and Pent. Now let's look for Carla-san. That's right. I think that would be good. Enjoying Benny-chan's plump and chewy texture, Felicia and I nodded to each other and quickly escaped the danger zone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I found Carla-san with Claretta-san in the main dining room. She seems to be in a good mood after enjoying the castle's cuisine for the first time in a while, but you know what? Aside from Rimu, it might not have been a good idea to bring Pent along. The guests around us kept their distance. Pent is cute once you get used to him, but he looks like a giant snake when you're not used to him. Even though he's just a baby, I can manage to move him around with me now, but I will have to think about what to do with him when he grows up. He swims with the ship. Even though he's a sea serpent, there are a lot of monsters in the open sea, and if he gets attacked by a group of them, he might get hurt or something. Pent is very fond of Princess Anne-Marie and the mermaids, and when he grows up, will he make his home in the mermaid stronghold? Well, I'll have to think about that later. Somehow, I think he'd be invincible on the open sea if he stayed with us. Carla. Claretta. Thanks for taking care of Rimu and Pent. Is everything all right? We had no problems at all with Rimu and Pent. They were very good children. They did scare people a bit, though. It's fun to eat with them. It seems that Claretta-san has a good grasp of the environment. The table where they ate also chose a corner, and they seem to get a lot of attention. Carla-san is something, isn't she? It's not that she's unaware of her surroundings, but it seems that eating is more important to her than the way people look at her. Then we'll take a walk around the ship and look for Marina-san and Ilma-san. What about Carla-san and Claretta-san? While lightly picking up the food, I briefly tell them what I discussed with Camille-san and where we will be staying today, and then ask them what they want to do next. I don't have the slightest ulterior motive to add two beautiful women and parade around the castle ship in a harem state. You know, I'll have dessert next. Carla-san declares firmly. Seeing this, Claretta-san nodded her head with a wry smile. I didn't have the slightest ulterior motive. But it seems we can't parade around together. I see. Well, I'll see you later. Rimu, Pent, let's go. Have dessert. An unexpected reply came from Rimu. Although I am very happy to see Rimu's growth, that he has a strong will of his own and has started to move around actively, I am very sad when he refuses to eat with me. I know it's an extension of the meals he usually eats with Carla-san, but until now, he would follow me when I said let's go. Rimu, isn't it too soon for you to leave your parents? Haha. I'll join you as soon as Rimu and Pent are satisfied. I'll leave Benny-chan to you as well. Perhaps understanding the situation after I froze, Claretta-san took care of Rimmer, Pent, and Benny-chan. Thank you very much. I managed to thank Claretta-san for her thoughtfulness with a smile and left the main dining room. Felicia, I'm going to spoil Rimmer more from now on. I'm going to eat more meals with him, eat more sweets with him, sleep with him, and be with him more and more. I'm not joking about this early parental separation of Rimmer. I'm determined to prevent it. Master, if you bother him too much, he won't like you, will he? Ugh. I've heard that cats don't like it when you pay too much attention to them, but is it the same with Rimmer? What should I do? What should I do then? I think the best thing is to look after him gently. Rimmer-chan loves his master so much. I lost against dessert, though. But Felicia has a point. Let's be mature on the surface, even if I cry in my heart, and avoid being disliked by Rimmer. But I wouldn't mind at least increasing the treats, would I? After making a firm decision in my heart, I went to look for Marina-san and Ilma-san. I wonder where they are. I can't imagine for a moment. Well, I guess I'll meet them eventually when I walk around the ship's facilities. The castle is a big ship, but even so, the number of facilities is limited, so it should be fine. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, Felicia, what do you think of that? I met Marina-san and Ilma-san relatively easily. Marina-san was enjoying the zip line with Fu-chan, and Ilma-san was relaxing at the nail salon. Yes, you could say that. Defeated soldiers, you might say. So I gave them both the necessary information and came to the casino to check on Ins, but it was something very déjà vu. Ins is lying on a sofa near the casino, looking like she's lost her mind. Felicia, I'm sorry, but could you hurry up and get Alessia-san for me? Master. Felicia looks at me like this isn't a good idea, but it's the quickest thing to do. We can call it mutual now, can't we? Please. Okay. After a while, Alessia-san, as Felicia calls her, flies in with a smile on her face. Then Alessia-san talks to Ins, who is stunned, making full use of lol. Her smile is very nice. Oh, Ins snapped and grabbed her. If she hadn't been appointed to the security staff, she would have been thrown out to sea. But why not? I think it's more reassuring to see Ins losing and depressed than to see her winning big at gambling. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 13 1824 Chapter 13 Treasure Negotiations. It has been a long time since I have been to the castle. It seems that all the members except Felicia, who was with me, enjoyed the castle's facilities in their own way. Well, Ins and Alessia-san lost a lot of money in the casino, and I felt sorry for them. Alessia, I'm not sure, but I guess I should apologize. After spending the night at the castle, I had a meeting with Camille-san, Donatella-san, and Moro-san, the executives of the castle, and now the faces of the three executives are stained with despair. I wonder how it's going. I know it's a lot of work, but it's a good business, right? Dorothea, what do you think? Watru didn't say enough. Did he? Camille. I'm sure Watru understands that it will be a big problem if we wholesale so much at once. Since we have so much in stock, we just need to plan how to handle it. Dorothea's words brought the faces of the three back from despair. I see, they misunderstood that I wanted them to process the list I gave them all at once. As expected, even I understand that it is impossible to process a large number of sea serpents at once. In retrospect, I just said, I want to sell this, and gave them the list. Definitely not enough words. But I would like to get rid of as many as possible. The sea serpent solely occupies my rubber boat, and the ancient turtle bones, which might lose value if cut into pieces, are piled up in the ferry parking lot. It's a little unsettling. That shouldn't be a problem then, should it? Yes, Moro will have to do his best, but if we take our time, it should be fine. I will accept a certain amount of unreasonableness as long as I can share the profits with the trading company I have entrusted to my son. After understanding the situation, Camille-san, Donatella-san, and Moro-san began talking quickly and efficiently. They switched quickly. Well, I'm sorry I didn't say enough. But if you can't do it, it's totally okay to say you can't, okay? You were like that at the time of the Earth Dragon, weren't you? The Earth Dragon materials that we got during the search for the Dark Elves should also be released in small quantities, because if we wholesale them all at once, the market price would collapse, and it would be troublesome. Why was there a straight line of despair this time without any advice? Come to think of it, when I talked to Camille-san yesterday, she seemed to be holding her head in her hands, didn't she? I had also received information that Wataru-san had acquired a large plot of land in the Aquamarine Kingdom, so I mistakenly thought that you needed funds for development as soon as possible. I also told them that I had purchased construction materials, and they thought it was to raise funds for that part of the project. So they tried to help me as much as they could, but they had trouble with the sheer volume of materials to wholesale. I didn't tell them about the land in the Aquamarine Kingdom because I wanted to invest God's charity money in it, but the result was a misunderstanding. I had to do a better job of reporting back and forth. I'm sorry. It's really not urgent, so please do what you can. I understand. No pressure. Let's look at the actual items on our list right now. If there is no need to rush, there is no need to sell at a loss. I can't wait to see how much money we can make. Moro-san's eyes lit up. It seems that the last thing he wanted to do was lose money by exchanging it too early. Now that it's gone, his motivation seems to have suddenly returned. It's good that he's motivated, but it's a little scary when he gets that motivated. But he is a good merchant, and if he can increase the profit, it would be appreciated. Well, let me show you the treasures first. For now, let's get the jewels out of the rubber boat. It's so shiny and has such a big effect, right? Okay, summon the rubber boat. Kai asterisk asterisk asterisk. To put it simply, summoning a rubber boat full of jewelry on the first shot was a bad idea. No, it was probably a mistake to start the evaluation in front of Camille-san and Donatella-san. Camille-san and Donatella-san were very excited by the large number of jewels that reflected the light and emitted a dazzling glow. Moro-san, who was full of motivation, was pushed aside by the two, and a considerable amount of time passed before the evaluation began. Ins, Felicia, and Alessia-san were also happy to see the jewelry, but they didn't have the same maidenly reaction as Camille-san and Donatella-san, so I made the mistake of not paying attention to them. But you wouldn't expect Camille-san and Donatella-san, who are excellent merchants, to be like high school girls who discovered pretty accessories, would you? If it hadn't been for Moro-san's lecture to the two of them, who capitulated every time an accessory came up after that, the evaluation would have continued. Wataru. Anyway, we have roughly completed the evaluation of the treasures. I've come to the conclusion that it's impossible to sell large jewelry and rare metals on this ship. Huh? I thought they were the centerpiece of this ship. We can get rid of the large amount of rare gems and rare metals. In addition, we can pick up the rich people who came to the ship for them and make even more money. Kill two birds with one stone, right? I heard that it was the treasure of the Duke's castle. But the Duke must have done something very bad. There are national treasures everywhere. Even if we were to sell those treasures, we would surely be over capacity. Well, the Duke robbed the mermaids of their sacred treasures, and he seems to have made a lot of money by manipulating the ocean currents, so he's definitely doing a lot of shady things. So what are we going to do? I have a lot of money, so it's not a problem if I can't sell it. But it would be a little sad to see it go to waste since I went into a lot of trouble to find the Duke's castle. The ship can handle everything except national treasure class items. For national treasures, it would be safer to take them directly to the country. Directly into the country? Just hearing that sounds like a lot of trouble. If Moro-san can arrange it for us, that's fine, but can't we just sell them at an auction? Since Ryu scales can be sold, even national treasure class items can be sold, right? Don't be silly. If there are only a few of them, it would cost a huge amount of money just for the fees. It would be a waste. Is the commission fee a problem? I don't care if there are only one or two, but if there are so many, it seems like a waste. What do you think? Alessia-san, Dorothea-san? Well, Moro-san, you can sell anything but the national treasures, right? I don't think we'll be able to process them all in a hurry, but we have a good selection, so we can sell them if we have enough time. That should be enough to cover the costs for now. Alessia-san didn't seem to want to make a fuss either. Oh, but my wallet is in a bit of a tight spot, so I want some money first. Alessia-san, you lost a lot of money in the casino, didn't you? Dorothea-san looks at her with dismay, but I wonder if that's okay for her as a leader. I am a little worried. I have the actual goods, so if you are willing to pay the difference after the sale, I can make an advance payment. I will ask you to do that. Wataru, that won't be a problem, will it? I have no problem with that. But I am very worried that Alessia-san might melt the money she received as an advance payment in the casino. Well, Now we are almost ready to sell the treasures. The rest is to sell the bones of the ancient turtle and the sea serpent. I should also ask them to sell the remaining earth dragons. I plan to meet Ins and the others at the orphanage when I'm done, but I'm not sure if I can make it before noon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For now, we are wholesaling ancient turtle bones, 2 sea serpents, and 2 earth dragons. At this rate, it will be some time before we run out of sea serpents. But hey, it doesn't matter if they sell eventually. It's a bit of a hassle to carry the bones of the ancient turtle to the castle, but it can be done quickly in the middle of the night. Wataru, you're not going? I'm sorry. I was escaping reality a bit. Dorothea-san, does this look like an orphanage to you? After the business meeting, I came to a place where I could see the orphanage, but I wasn't completely convinced and had to escape reality. It looks like a military facility no matter which way you look at it, right? It was supposed to protect the orphanage and consume charity funds, but when I looked at it again, it just didn't feel right. The massive stone outer walls and big iron doors. A military man is standing guard at the gate. If you asked 100 people, 100 would say it was a military facility. The design of the orphanage was definitely a mistake. Hey there, what are you doing standing still and sneaking around? While we were looking at the orphanage and talking to each other, the soldier guarding the gate became suspicious of us. Well, I'm related to this orphanage. Can I come in? Wait a minute. The gatekeeper, who was looking at me with a stinky look, relaxed his cheeks when he saw Alessia-san and Dorothea-san. It's true that both of them are beautiful, but I don't think it's a good idea to change your attitude just like that. Someone other than the gatekeeper who approached me went inside. She probably went to check on me with the staff. Come to think of it, I wonder what is going on with the gatekeeper and the guard I hired. Are they inside, leaving the outside to the soldiers? Oh, Wataru-san. There is no doubt about it, Wataru-san is in charge of this orphanage. Oh, Elmo was called to confirm this. The reason why the soldiers suddenly became so tense when they heard that I was in charge of this orphanage was because they knew that I was related to the mage. I apologize, sir. Please pass by. We entered the orphanage with the soldiers in awe. Elmo seemed to be in good health, and there seemed to be no problems at the orphanage. I was a little relieved. Hey, what are you touching? You should behave yourself. Geez, what are you doing in there? You shouldn't be in the flower beds. As soon as we entered the orphanage, we heard the joyful voices of the children and the exhausted voice of Ins. She was obviously struggling with the children. It's good that Ins is so energetic that she struggles. Isn't it? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 14, 1924. Chapter 14, The Power of Money. After successfully completing the business meeting at the castle, I came to inspect the orphanage for the first time in a long time. No matter how many times I see it, or even after a long time, it looks like a military facility, but it is an orphanage. The military man was assigned to guard the gate, so it no longer looked like an orphanage, but it really was an orphanage. As I entered the orphanage after meditating on many things, I heard In's voice echoing as the children played with her. I turned toward the voice and saw that Jack-kun had been hit by In's iron claw. I still think it's great that he has the courage to hold on to In's tail. But somehow, In seems to be exhausted, or is that just my imagination? This orphanage has just been completed, so they should have chosen the quietest children. Well, it's definitely better than when she first arrived. With her dark eyes. Oh, Master, you're finally here. Ins came running towards us, looking deeply relieved. Ins, Jack-kun looks like he's dying. Will he be okay? Please don't carry the boy around with the iron claw still attached. I think he's alive because his hands haven't let go of her tail, but his plastered and swaying body scares me. Is his neck broken? It's okay. I'm punishing this boy for casually touching a lady's tail, but he still has the nerve to keep his hands on it even after I've gone this far. While saying such complimentary things, Ins clearly begins to exert herself. As expected, she can't take it anymore, and Jack-kun is about to remove his hand from her tail and tries to pull In's right hand away from her face. He seems to be in a lot of pain because he is also flailing his legs. I'm afraid his skull might be crushed. Ins throws Jack-kun away with a cool expression on her face. Jack is rolling around on the floor, holding his face and fainting in agony. Ins, isn't that a bit too much? In Japan, This would definitely be a case of abuse. She would be arrested. This is what you do to a beastman child. Cheeky kids don't learn unless you hurt them. I was horrified by In's nonchalant attitude when my eyes met Jack Kun sprawled on the floor. Oh, souvenir. Jack Kun, is that the first thing you say when you see me? Do you recognize my name as Souvenir? Jack Kun runs up to me with a smile on his face. He was in so much pain, but his resilience is amazing. Souvenir. Do you have a souvenir? Jack Kun asks me in an expectant voice while tugging at my pants. As you can see, I am very attached to the children at the orphanage. I've only been able to visit the orphanage a few times since it opened, but the effect is that each time, I come back with a lot of souvenirs. It's a little sad, though, that they only seem to recognize me as a souvenir. Maybe they heard Jack Kun's voice because kids came out of the orphanage and ran toward us. Some of them are holding Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan. Pent is there, too, and they don't seem to be afraid of him. I guess Claretta-san and the others who came out together introduced them well, huh? One of the boys who ran this way was grabbed by Ins and fell prey to an iron claw. Flower bed? Oh. Is that the boy who was told not to go into the flower beds when we came in? He had managed to escape while Ins was taking her time with Jack Kun, but when he heard about the souvenirs, she came to catch him, didn't she? Hey, the souvenir. While I was distracted by Ins, Jack Kun asked me a question again. The other kids who had gathered around looked at me expectantly, and I felt sorry for them for making them impatient. I have some souvenirs for you. They are sweets, so you can take them with you. But be sure to wash your hands before eating them. I handed the souvenir to Jack Kun, and although he stumbled a bit, he took the box firmly and ran into the orphanage. The other children were with him, of course. I was a little sad. The child who stumbled at the end of the line must be the one who was hit by In's iron claw. He looks hurt, but he might still have the courage to run. Elmo. The children, they all look well. Yes. They are. Everyone is happy to have a full meal. Camille-san and Donatella-san are also coming to check on them with souvenirs, and the children are very happy. I heard that Camille-san and Donatella-san came as well. I wonder if the souvenirs are sweets from the castle ship. I chose the sweets from Chris because I thought they were newer, which was a good job. So, no problems with the children or the orphanage? That's right. Elmo stammered as if it was hard for him to say. Is there a problem? Oh. You mean the appearance of this orphanage? It is indeed difficult to rebuild, you know. Well, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll do what I can. Except rebuild. Some of the children seem to be fine now, but they still can't seem to forget the painful memories, and some of them start crying or jumping up and down screaming in the middle of the night. Jack is one of them. Even Jack Kun, who looks so full of energy, is like that. But, well, yeah, those kids had such dark eyes. As a person who grew up in a peaceful environment, I can't even imagine the painful memories they must have had. They can't forget it in a few months just because they can eat a full meal. Is there anything we can do to help? No, I talked to the church's orphanage, but they said the only thing to do is to take time and watch over them with love. In fact, they were surprised that the child was well enough to play pranks. So it's a heartbreak. Which is why there are no extraordinary cures or magic potions. No wonder Elmo has a hard time saying it. But, I can't help you if it's a problem without a solution, can I? I can't move the clock forward, can I? Oh, no, I'll keep an eye on it with the staff. In fact, we have been asked by another orphanage to take in some more orphans, and we don't know if we can handle more children in our current situation. We have plenty of room in our facility. But, you mean you don't have enough staff? We have a lot of staff, to begin with, so there should be more adults than children in the facility, right? No, we have enough staff. I heard that this orphanage is quite wealthy, thanks in part to Watru-san. Yes, that's a terrible thing to say, but we have a generous budget for charitable expenses. Is having a large budget a problem for you? It's good for the kids, right? If you have the manpower and the budget to spend on the orphans, I was asked if you could heal some of the orphans who were badly hurt. Oh. You mean an amateur-run orphanage has been given a difficult task? Even the dark eyes of Jack Kun and the others, when they were brought here, were terrifying. But the children who are even more injured are. I think we should take them in if we can help them. But I was worried about whether we, almost all amateurs, could do it, or whether the orphans who are here originally would be pulled away by the new children coming here. It was a very delicate matter. The children who were suffering were coming in, and there was a possibility that seeing them would peel away the scab that had formed on Jack Kun's and the others' hearts. I can't help but wonder if Elmo is in trouble or if I can't help him either. What should I do? I had intended to gradually increase the number of people to be taken care of since we built such a large orphanage, but I think we're skipping too many steps. I'll think about it. I'll have to discuss it with Alessia and the others, so can you give me the room? Thank you. Stop it, Elmo, don't bow so low. I can't even imagine how to solve this. Let's go inside anyway. I asked Elmo to lift his head and walk into the orphanage. I just wanted to look around the orphanage, but now I'm in big trouble. Fighting the urge to pretend I hadn't heard anything and go home, I went to the cafeteria where the orphans were smiling and eating their souvenir sweets. If I make the wrong decision, will it ruin the smiles of even these children? The pressure was too much. The crane game dolls donated by Claretta-san look so cute. *****. After consulting with Ins, Felicia, Alessia-san, and the others, the room in the rented orphanage was filled with heavy silence. Well, that's what happens, isn't it? How about we take in the children who don't need so much care at this orphanage so that the teachers at the orphanage have more time on their hands? I'm not a specialist, and it would be foolhardy to take care of severely traumatized children, but we can help them in a roundabout way. It seems like a nice idea. It's unfortunate, but many children can't even get into an orphanage. Even if this orphanage takes care of them, soon there will be too many orphans to take care of. Claretta-san shook her head sadly. There was a war recently, so there are many orphans. It's a harsh world. So they asked a private orphanage to take care of their difficult children because they had the number of orphans and the money to spare. I guess the public orphanages like the church will be full soon. Fufu, Master, and everyone else think too much. In the dark atmosphere of the room, Ins breaks the long silence and proudly stretches out her chest. Ins, this is a rather sensitive subject, and the children's future is at stake, so you can't joke about it, can you? If she were joking, I would have Bella-san lecture her. That's rude, but I have a good idea. I seem to have offended her, but I'd like to hear if she has a solution. I'm sorry, I'm just surprised that you said we're thinking too deeply because this is a difficult problem. Can you tell me what your idea is? Phew. It can't be helped. Master, since you owe me this, I expect a reward. More specifically, I want a reward that will allow me to play in the casino. You lost a lot of money yesterday, and you still want to go to the casino? Also, the "phew, it can't be helped" line is a little irritating, but it's a small price to pay if it's the only way to solve this problem. I get it. If In's idea solves the problem, you can expect a reward. It's like throwing money down the drain, but the proceeds from the casino will benefit us. It really is better than throwing money away. This is a promise. Then I'll give you my idea of how to solve it, so listen carefully. Although she is a slave, she is very bossy. Sometimes, I envy her personality. I know you're worried about the effects on the children here and the lack of specialists. Then, you should build a specialized facility. Master has more than enough money, so you can afford staff and facilities. Let the church or Camille take care of it, and they will arrange everything. Is this eye-opening? I feel like it's kind of a heavy lift, but me, Felicia, Alessia-san, and the others, can we do it? We all had that look on our faces. I was thinking about whether or not to have them in this orphanage, but it doesn't really matter if it's not in this facility as long as the children are healed. To leave it to Camille-san, who is very busy, and whether there is land in the city of Cagliari to build this facility is not so clear. But if that's the case, we can ask the place that can afford it to do the best they can. Even the church should be willing to help if we pay them. I didn't want to build another orphanage, but if it solves the problem, why not? I'd be willing to spend a lot of money on charity. The god of commerce Sama would not complain about a facility that takes care of children's emotional trauma. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13, Chapter 15, 2024. Chapter 15, Splendid Banquet. When I visited the orphanage, I was relieved to see that the children, who had been gloomy at first, were now energetic enough to play pranks. But the church had given us a difficult problem, and when I was at a loss as to how to solve it, Ins came up with a brute force solution. And so it became a bit of a big deal. Why is a cardinal or someone of very high status sitting in front of me? After I heard In's idea, I went to consult with Elmo, and then he said that we should consult with a priest of the church, and I guess I shouldn't have gotten carried away there. I heard from the priest that there are many orphans on the continent and that there are many orphans who have been deeply hurt, so I said, well, then, why don't we consult with Mage-sama? I thought it would be a good thing to help them because if I helped them a lot, I could spend the money on charity, and more children would be saved. Besides, I have plans to spend the money on land development in the Aquamarine Kingdom, but I don't think I'll be able to spend it all, so I can't miss this opportunity, can I? Besides, the priest was a very kind old man, and I wanted to help him if I could. So I went back to the castle and pretended to consult with the mage, and we discussed various ways he could help us. In the end, it was decided that it would be a good thing for the children, and if I was going to do it, I might as well do it to the best of my ability. Just to be sure, I consulted the god of commerce Sama, and he gave me permission to build a mental care facility for orphans with the help of the church through a contract with the god of commerce Sama, although donations are not allowed. After pretending to consult with the mage, I even created a cover story in which the mage, who had heard my story and was deeply moved by it, agreed to release his assets to us, and convinced that it was a perfect plan, I visited the priest again and promised to give him a big hand. The priest was so pleased with such a generous offer that he insisted I meet with the church leaders, and the conversation went in a different direction than planned. I told him that I was too busy to meet the important man, but it just so happened that the important man was staying at the castle, and the meeting with the cardinal was to take place. I said, "Don't be silly, a church official vacationing on a luxury liner. So, Wataru Dono, are you really willing to help the church under these conditions?" The cardinal, who looked at me sharply, asked me a question while I was escaping from reality. This cardinal is an old man in his 50s, but he is strangely glowing from head to toe as if he had enjoyed a full course of beauty treatments at the castle. I suppose looks are important for a great man, but what about an old clergyman who polishes himself to this level? His nails are shiny, you know. For me, the priest who sits next to the cardinal is more likable. He's not polished, but he's clean, and he's relaxed, calm, and smiling, which puts me at ease. Well, I guess you can't be relaxed and calm to hold a position that looks so great with a name like Cardinal. No, it's not me helping you, it's Mage-sama helping you. I'm just an intermediary. It's going to be annoying, so that's the one thing I can't give in to. I want to live my life just for my own pleasure and put the burden of good and evil on the imaginary magician. Is that so? But even for the sake of the orphans, 50 platinum is needed for the construction and maintenance of the facilities to be built in each country, and 100 platinum for the work and living expenses of the orphans. Mage Dono is a very generous man, isn't he? Well, Mage-sama is a kind man. It's not bold, it's the result of cutting corners. In fact, I wanted to double the construction and maintenance costs and spend the charity money. But I was disappointed when I was told that 150 platinum coins would be more than enough for the total. In a world where you can build a small village with a few platinum, how many facilities will you build with even 50 platinum? Well, churches are all over the continent, and even though the big people have their own agendas, they will build facilities that can provide spiritual care all over the continent in a balanced way. It's a contract with the church itself through the god of commerce Sama. So there's no misuse of the aid money, and it's safe. And since prices and labor costs are low in this world, the funds probably won't run out in 100 years. The circulation of platinum coins will return to the world, and I, too, will have a reduced quota of spending on platinum coins. Carpenters will earn money from building contracts, and more orphans will be saved through increased employment in care facilities. In's idea has turned out to be very grandiose, but I think it's a great plan, especially the fact that once the money is deposited, I don't have to worry about it anymore. All that's left is to make a deal through the god of commerce Sama. Is it possible for us to meet with Mage Dono? As a church, we would like to meet someone who has a heart of compassion for orphans. I thought we were just going to sign a contract, but the cardinal seemed to want to continue the conversation. Why do I feel like I'm under so much pressure just to have a normal conversation with a great man? I feel more pressure than I usually feel from creator god Sama. Mage-sama is a kind person, but at the same time, he is not very good at interacting with people, so it is a little difficult for you to meet with him. If you meet with him, there is a possibility that the offer of help will be forfeited. Since the cardinal had come out, I was inclined to pretend the whole thing never happened and go home. I see. It's unfortunate, but I can't say anything unreasonable. By the way, Wataru Dono, I would like to ask you, who is close to Mage Dono, to help the church. How happy would I be if I could say that it is impossible? I wonder if I could ask Creator God Sama for an oracle telling them not to mess with Wataru-kun? I think that would be troublesome. It would be very dangerous, especially to Creator God Sama. I can't do much, and I spend most of my time on the ship, so I doubt I can be of much help. But if I have the opportunity to help, I hope I can help in some small way. Well, I am not sure I can be of much help, but I hope you will forgive me. This thought was delivered to him. Oh, thank you very much. If Wataru Dono is willing to help us, Creator God Sama will be very pleased. As expected from an elite who has won the race for success, I am sure he understood my reluctance to get involved and chewed up the convenient parts of the story. He seems to have very thick skin. But, well, I said what I had to say, and since my home base is a ship, I'd hardly have a chance to get near a church. So I guess it's all right. So, let's get right to the point. How is it that such a fine ship does not have a church? I don't like the greedy attitude of important people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The cardinal's request to build a church on this ship was rejected, saying that everything about the ship was in Camille-san's hands, and he decided to leave the city of Cagliari immediately. When we parted, Camille-san gave me an angry look, but I hoped she would forgive me because I had just done my best to negotiate a spiritual home for orphans. The contract was completed, and I prepared a letter of rejection from the mage, so Camille-san should be able to handle it. I wish her the best of luck. Wataru. It hasn't been that long since we were last in our hometown, and you don't mind if we stop by Lucca, do you? While I was giving Camille-san a boost in my mind, Alessia-san spoke to me. When I told her that we were going to stop in Lucca, she said that frequent trips home were a bit out of character for a high-ranking adventurer, so maybe there is something incompatible with her ideal adventurer image. No, I was actually going to stop in Lucca on the way back, and Alessia-san and the others should go relax and show their faces at your parents' house. Oh, but please don't let the Marquis find out. Since we left Cagliari early due to the Cardinal's influence, we had plenty of time to return to our hometown. It would be pointless to return to the southern city quickly if the materials were not prepared, and I would very much like them to reassure their families. If you leave the younger brother, Saverio, unattended, he will probably send a search request to the Adventurers Guild, so please make sure to communicate with him. Well, I don't think it's possible that the Marquis doesn't know about this. Perhaps when we return to Lucca, the Marquis will be informed from the gate. Girasol is very popular in Lucca because of the war. It is impossible to keep the Marquis from noticing. If that's the case, will there be an invitation for me? I have a delicate relationship with the Marquis of Lucca, so I can't rule out the possibility of being invited to dinner or something. Since he knows that we are working with Wataru, he will probably try to invite Wataru unless there is an emergency. The castle's influence is extraordinary. That's right. I'm tired of meeting with the cardinal, but I don't want to see a big shot in a row. Then, after we drop off Alessia and the others, we will relax in the open sea. I wanted to do some sightseeing in Lucca this time, but I would rather relax in the open sea than meet big people and be bothered by them. I don't feel like I've been communicating with Rimmer enough lately, and it would be nice to have plenty of time to play with Rimmer. But you know what? I've been to Lucca several times, but I always end up not going into the city. Is that what you call a lack of connection? Then you don't have to force yourself to stop in Lucca, do you? I mean, I think it's cunning of Wataru to just run away. We don't want to go to dinner either. Alessia and the others are local heroes, so go for it. If you neglect your family, you might end up like Ins. Ins looked unhappy as her family gave her the cold shoulder. That is rude. We will never end up like Ins' family. It's Alessia and Master who are being rude. I don't want you to set a bad example for my family. Even if it's little brother, my little brother is better than you. Ins, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, came in a little indignant at the mention of her own family. Dario is a good boy, isn't he? Even for me, he is much more sympathetic than Saverio. That's rude. Even Saverio is. Wataru. What should I do if Saverio wants to come with me? From now on, I'll be doing most of my work on the Dark Elf Island, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't. I agree. The fewer people who know about this place, the better. I'm sorry if you seem a little disappointed, but Saverio-kun seems to think of me as an enemy, so I can't take him to the island. Well, it helps that I simply don't like Saverio-kun, and I have an easy reason to refuse. Now, if we drop off Alessia-san and the others in Lucca, all we have to do is pick up the materials in the southern city and go to the Dark Elf Island. Building an underwater mermaid village sounds like fun, so let's relax and think about what interesting things we can do on Dark Elf Island. Oh, I should invite the Dark Elves to the quiz. I should also invite Creator God Sama and the other gods, and I could be busy with many things when I go to the Dark Elf Island. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 16 21-24 Chapter 16, Return to Dark Elf Island. As for the spiritual care of children who have been seriously injured in wars, etc., since a bigwig of the church, a cardinal, has appeared, I have decided to withdraw from the city of Cagliari and to give only large sums of money. I am very bad with great people. Claretta. How is Alessia? I am very bad with big people, but I am even worse with beautiful women who are in a bad mood. I hope Alessia-san will be in a good mood again soon. Oh, Wataru. Well, she's not in a good mood yet. She's dragging herself a bit. Although I don't like beautiful women who are in a bad mood, I find it wonderful to see a dog-eared, big-breasted, red-cheeked beauty who still can't get used to calling people by their first names. Even though I've learned to address her as normal on the surface, Claretta-san is so naive, isn't she? Thanks for the treat. No, Claretta-san looks so wonderful that I have strayed from my original purpose. Oh, well, it's still not working. When do you think it will be over? Well, I don't know. It was a pretty bad fight this time. But I think she will be back to her normal Alessia before we get to Southern City. Even if Alessia-san is in a bad mood, she would never hit us, so there is no problem if we leave her alone, but she is just so tense that we have to pay attention to her. It's still a long way to the Southern City, so let's let her relieve some stress. Meanwhile, monsters are gathering around the ship, so shall we try to defeat them? Oh, that's a good idea. Then I'll go get Alessia and the others. Please do that. I will be ready as well. It seems that Claretta-san understood my idea right away. I'm sorry for the monsters that will be used, but I'll let them be sacrificed for the sake of our peaceful journey. Fufu. Alessia is still in a bad mood when it comes to her family. Ins, driven to the depths of fear by her family, laughs at Alessia-san from above for some reason. It's pathetic to watch because the positions will surely be reversed in a few months. We'll see when Bella-san joins us. But while it's good that we seem to be able to put Alessia-san in a good mood, it's not good that Alessia-san returned with a cancer flag. When I went to pick her up in Lucca, there was a bit of a disaster going on, so I asked her for more details and found out that they had a fight, which I can only assume was a flag. Saverio-kun, the Siscon, naturally wanted to go with Alessia-san, and naturally, Alessia-san refused him. Of course, Saverio-kun, who is naturally resentful, suspects me, and Alessia-san is furious with him. Unsatisfied, of course, he goes to ask not only Alessia-san but also the other members of Girasol. Of course, Dorothea-san and the others refuse his request. Then, of course, he suspects that I have some secret and threatens Alessia-san and the others, and of course, he accuses me of something. So far, the pattern was the same as last time, but this was where things started to get different. Saverio-kun had changed. Saverio-kun thought about it. Last time, he tried to force me to take him with us and was severely scolded. Since he had been refused this time as well, he would probably be scolded again if he tried to force his way in. What should he do then? A good idea flashed through Saverio-kun's mind. Yes, that's right. If he couldn't come with us, why didn't Alessia-san and the others just leave? He said. Saverio-kun went to great lengths to spread the word. He asked for help from Girasol's family and friends and even sent out the teachers and mentors who had helped Girasol at the Adventurers Guild. Normally, this would not have caused such an uproar, but the fact that Girasol is considered a hero in Lucca is working in the wrong direction. Yes, the locals' natural desire for a hero to stay in their hometown became a favorable wind for Saverio-kun's group. Beginning with the residents' pleas for goodwill, various attempts were made to keep the heroes in their hometowns, such as arranging sons-in-law and enticing them with money, goods, and status. Fortunately, The Marquis of Lucca and the higher-ups of the Adventurers Guild were concerned about the relationship with me. The mage, and Girasol's family, with a few exceptions, recognized the freedom of Alessia-san and the others and sided with Girasol, so Alessia-san and the others managed to shake off the attempts to keep them and escape from Lucca. If only they could have done that, it would have been a happy ending. Saverio-kun is standing in front of Girasol as they leave Lucca. This is where Alessia-san's frustration at not being able to spend her return home in peace explodes. When I arrived at the port of Lucca to pick up Girasol, Saverio-kun's party, which had been beaten up by Alessia-san and the others, was lying on the ground like garbage. I picked up the angry Alessia-san and set off to get away from Saverio-kun, who had dark anger in his eyes, but his eyes said he would leave no stone unturned. That's a flag for sure, isn't it? From a funny story about a siscon, it turned into a psycho story about how he will do whatever it takes to get his sister back. It's a flag that the story will turn into a psycho story, and I'll probably be the one who suffers the most. I've heard that beautiful women shorten your lifespan, but maybe it's true. Wataru. It's time to kill the monsters, right? I'm in the mood for a little rampage, so please take out the galette. Terrified at the memory of the horrible story, a motivated Alessia-san appeared at the opportunity to relieve her stress. Alessia-san has a dazzling beauty. That alone is a sight to behold, but Dorothea-san and the others are also beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to say that a halo shines on the scene. Perhaps it is no wonder that my lifespan has shrunk a bit. Fortunately, we live in a world where life expectancy increases as you move up in the world, and it would be more profitable to increase your life expectancy than to decrease it. It would be too much of a waste to distance myself from Girasol for Saverio-kun's sake. Yes, I have made up my mind. Let's break the flag. My home is the open sea. It's not an easy place to reach, no matter how hard Saverio-kun and his team try. The problem will be when I come ashore and when Alessia-san and the others go home, but I'll just have to make do with the extra money I have, just as I did with the orphanage. This time, the money is not for charity but for personal use, and I have enough to spare. From the looks of things, I have no doubt that they will go after Alessia-san. It's obvious that we're going to be visiting Southern City a lot, so let's ask the master of the Merchant Guild in Southern City to help us out. Let's ask him to keep an eye on the activities of Saverio-kun and the others and let them live a different life than we do. Wataru. You smile as if you are planning something. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. My determination seems to have seeped into my expression. No, it's nothing. I'll get the galette ready right away. Oh, if it gets out that I've been sneaking around trying to separate from Saverio-kun, I might get in trouble later. I think it's possible that Alessia-san will go to meet him after getting information. But since Saverio-kun is likely to do something reckless in pursuit of us, we should discuss the possibility of taking action in the Southern City to understand his behavior. It would be a waste of time and energy if Alessia-san and the others didn't like me because of my countermeasures against Saverio-kun, wouldn't they? Maybe Alessia-san would agree with me, with a worried look on her face. If I take all these measures and hardly have a chance to see Saverio-kun, the flag will disappear, right? Hey, is this a flag, too? ******. We finally arrived at the Dark Elf Island. After defeating the monsters, Alessia-san's mood returned to normal, and even in the Southern City, we had all the construction materials we needed, so there were no events that would cause us any problems. Although he looked at me a little strangely when I asked him to help me figure out Saverio-kun's movements, the guild master agreed and promised to make the necessary arrangements after I explained that he seemed to be taking on the reckless challenges that are characteristic of young people. He charged me a commission and a fee, though. Wataru-sama. It's amazing. There are many square stones. We can build a house. Yes, that's right. It seems that the master of the Merchant Guild has prepared good quality construction materials for us. Maybe it's because I've been thinking dirty thoughts lately, like trapping people. But when I see Princess Amari looking innocently happy at a large amount of construction materials while holding Rima in her arms, I feel like my dirty thoughts have been brought to light. I feel like confessing everything and doing penance, but I don't want to because I feel that if I do that kind of penance, Creator God Sama will make me do something reckless, saying it's for atonement or something. When you are acquainted with God, his influence appears in strange places. doesn't it? Wataru-sama, how would you like to unload? Lee-san asked me while looking at the construction materials piled up in the stronghold parking lot. That's right. That's the problem, isn't it? I also noticed the problem when I loaded the construction materials from the sea. At the time of the orphanage, I had the help of the Cagliari Navy to unload, but this time it was difficult. I can manage to move the building materials by putting them on a rubber boat and summoning and returning them, but I need manpower to put them on the rubber boat and to unload them from the rubber boat. Some of the stones for the construction materials are quite large, and the mermaids don't have a lot of manpower, so it will be a hard, unpleasant task. Maybe we should ask the dark elves to help as well. Eh? Lee-san looks at me with a strange expression. Why? Well, I thought you were worried about the manpower needed to unload the building materials? No, unloading is something we just have to do our best, so there is no need to bother the dark elves. It's amazing how you can say that it's just a matter of doing your best. I think it's kind of cool because my mind is just thinking in terms of making it easy for myself. Well, I don't think it's demeaning because the desire to make things easy can be a catalyst for invention. So what was the question about? It was a question about when we were going to start unloading. But I'm sorry I didn't phrase it right. I guess I was looking forward to starting to build a village. I see, building a village sounds like a lot of work, but it also sounds like fun, doesn't it? The dark elves were also very excited when they were building their village. I think Lee-san feels the same way. We're ready anytime. But it's important to make arrangements, so let's all talk about it before we start unloading. You're right. Is it okay if I ask you to discuss it tomorrow? I don't mind if we do it now. But since I just got back, it seems like they've refrained from doing so. There's no need to rush, so let's discuss it tomorrow. I've had experience building villages with the dark elves, but this is the first time I've built an underwater village, and I'm excited to see how it turns out. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 17 22-24 Chapter 17, very colorful. This time, I felt like I'd built a strange flag against Alessia-san's little brother, whom I'd never even met, but I was able to buy construction materials and return to the Dark Elf Island without incident. It had been a long time since I had taken a ferry ride, but it was a lot of fun, and it would be a good to do it again. Now that I have the treasure, maybe I'll buy a new ferry. Look at this. Princess Anne-Marie excitedly holds out a notebook on the table. I don't know what it is, but if you want me to look at it, I will. I see, it is very colorful. The notebook is from Chris, and the different colors are probably from the highlighters she bought on the ship. Looking at Princess Anne-Marie's hand, I see a cute pencil case. She seems to be making good use of the facilities on the Chris, which is quite an accomplishment. It is a beautiful drawing. Did Anne-Marie draw it? Various colorful buildings are lined up in the sea. The buildings are painted with a lot of highlighter pens, but they are delicately drawn, and the placement of the colors is well thought out so that they do not look garish. The pictures have the atmosphere of an amusement park or perhaps a fairy village from a fairy tale. It is a cute and heartwarming picture. If Princess Anne-Marie drew this picture, she must have been very talented. No, it was Lee who drew it. But I colored it. I see, so it was Lee-san who drew it. I thought that Princess Anne-Marie was a talented girl and that she had a great talent for drawing, but in fact, it would be difficult for a child to draw such a delicate picture. But just the fact that she is good enough to make people think that she drew it is a great thing. Hey, so Lee-san was very good at drawing. And I think Anne-Marie's coloring is wonderful. She probably drew it while we were out buying construction materials. The fact that she and Anne-Marie worked together on this project made me smile as if they were close friends. Drawing is my hobby. Even mother likes Lee's paintings. But this pen is also amazing. I've never seen such beautiful colored ink. Lee-san looks a little embarrassed, and Princess Anne-Marie is delighted as she pulls a highlighter out of her pencil case. The atmosphere is so warm that I wish this scene could be painted. By the way, mermaids draw pictures too, don't they? I wonder how they draw pictures when the paper looks like it would be torn to shreds by the seawater, and the ink would dissolve in the seawater. Sounds kind of interesting. And I wonder if I should ask them what kind of tools they use. No, we've been distracted from the beginning. But now it's time for the unloading meeting, and private questions are better left for later. The mermaids who are not in the meeting are also ready to carry the cargo as soon as the preparation policy is decided. so I feel bad about keeping them waiting. Lee, Wataru-sama praised us. We must do our best to build the village. Yes, Princess. We can't disappoint him when he sees the real thing. Let's do our best. I felt like I was eavesdropping on a strange conversation. A village building? The real thing? Could it be? Could it be that this drawing is a finished plan of the underwater village you are going to build? No, 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 it can't be because it's so colorful. Yes, it is, isn't it? Princess Anne-Marie tilted her head as if to say, what about it? No, no, no. Why are you tilting your head? The finished plan is basically a reproduction of this plan, isn't it? Are you going to reproduce the colors of this house as well? Yes. We had a hard time matching the color of the house and the location with the color everyone wants to live in. I don't think Princess Anne-Marie understood the meaning of my question at all. I looked at Lee-san's face behind Princess Anne-Marie to see what was going on, but she just stood there smiling normally and didn't seem to understand my intention either. Alessia-san, who was looking at the notebook with me, was not very reliable either, saying that it would be wonderful if a village based on this picture were created. Alessia-san is the type of person who doesn't care about details, even though she is a leader. No, is it better for a leader to be the type with such a large capacity? Dorothea-san is in charge of the details, at the very least. I should have asked Felicia and Dorothea-san to attend the meeting. At least they would have understood my confusion. Well, how are you going to paint it? I just buy regular building materials, you know. They're all basically gray. There are differences in patterns and shades in each stone, but there is no doubt that the majority of the building materials I buy are gray. How are you going to make them colorful, huh? Did I forget to buy some materials? No, I have a list of materials I need to buy. So I am sure I am not mistaken, because when I asked them to check the construction materials I loaded at the ferry parking lot yesterday, they didn't complain about anything. Come to think of it, there were no colored stones or paint on the construction materials that Wataru bought, were there? I wonder how they plan to add the color. Alessia-san, you are slow to notice. Oh, that's what you meant. I'm sorry, I didn't explain it well enough. Finally, Lee-san seemed to realize what I was trying to say. The color change can be done with coral that we planted outside the house. Coral? Oh, I bought some coral accessories on the southern continent. Alessia-san and the others wear them sometimes, and I think it was a good purchase. Come to think of it, the pictures of coral reefs on Earth were also colorful. If there are so many colors, it might be possible to build a colorful village like in this picture. If that's the case, it makes sense. If there are coral reefs, the mermaids can get them themselves. Huh? I have an image that coral is difficult to manage, but is it worth the effort? Corals are animals, right? And I remember hearing about corals turning white in places like Okinawa and the Great Barrier Reef, so I think it would be hard to take care of them. But I heard that environmental destruction has a big impact on coral reefs, so I wonder if it is safe in this world. It's true that it's hard to grow corals in the deep sea, but here, the environment is so wonderful that they can take firm root, so it doesn't take much time and effort. The way Lee-san put it, it sounds like she's aware that it's just like taking care of house plants. If the environment is not destroyed and the mermaids take care of it, a wonderful coral village will be completed. I'm looking forward to it now. There'll be a new attraction on Dark Elf Island beside the hot springs. Well, only the residents of this island can go sightseeing. By the way, you sound very happy about it. I wonder if coral houses are special to mermaids. Indeed, as Alessia-san said, Lee-san seemed excited when she talked about the coral house. Just like yesterday, when we were checking out the materials, she seemed to be having a lot of fun building the village. Perhaps embarrassed that people can see through her, a blush appears on Lee-san's cheeks. This is so beautiful. It's as beautiful as coral jewelry. There is a tradition that in the old days when mermaids were not attacked by humans, they liked to decorate their houses with coral. It's like a longing for mermaids today. Thanks to Wataru-sama and the others who brought us to this beautiful island and to the dark elves who welcomed us, we have this opportunity. Thank you. Why, you're welcome. Princess Anne-Marie took over after Lee-san fell silent with flushed cheeks. But I wish a little girl would stop talking about dark topics so easily with a smile on her face. It makes me feel a little sad. Well, it's good to have fun, isn't it? Right, Wataru? That's right. I think Alessia-san is right. Alessia-san was also in a hurry because the topic she had brought up led to something darker, and she started talking to me in a strangely high voice. I understand that you want to change the atmosphere, but please don't drag me into it. What's with the do something look? I can't help but wonder why me, but, well, it's not hard to change the subject once we get down to business, and I'll show Alessia-san that she can rely on me here. It's the little things that count, right? If we're going to build such a beautiful village, we have to stick to it. Should we do our best to move the cargo as well? That's right. In order to build this village, the first thing we had to do was to move the cargo. Princess Anne-Marie must have read the atmosphere because she easily agreed to change the subject. Thank you for your help. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Put on your spirit. Yes. The mermaid men, in groups of 4, placed the heavy stones on the rubber boats one by one. Each time they exerted force, their biceps became more muscular, which made me feel very uncomfortable. If mermaids are soldiers and carry cargo, do they have to be athletic? This is just my own imposition, but I think it would be good to put a little more emphasis on the image of mermaids. I don't think there's much demand for a muscular, athletic mermaid. Is the meeting to discuss the procedure for carrying the cargo ended easily after a change of subject. The male mermaid soldiers were in charge of carrying the construction materials. As soon as a certain number of construction materials were placed on a rubber boat, they would be taken outside and dumped into the sea. The female mermaids waiting in the water used a tool that uses air to float things and roughly adjust their positions. When all the cargo is transported, they all work together to build a village. It was a very simple operation, and I wondered if there was any need for a meeting, but it was not completely useless. First, I suggested that we ask all the dark elves to help us since the number of mermaids was so small, but they refused, saying that they couldn't make trouble for the dark elves. Then, with my brain spinning wonderfully, I told them that working together would deepen the friendship between the mermaids and the dark elves, and they agreed to create a place for the two races to interact in the ancient turtle lair. Despite the hard physical work, everyone is smiling. Even though moving around the ship is quite hard, the muscle training level suffers, even though it is handled by summoning and returning rubber boats. Well, it was even harder when I was carrying the bones of the ancient turtle, so I guess it's okay. The ladies are pretty excited about the work, and as Princess Anne-Marie said, they might be looking forward to decorating the house with coral. Anyway, it looks like they will be finished today or tomorrow. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 18, 23-24. Chapter 18, Everything is for Creator God Sama. Princess Anne-Marie showed me the finished plan of the mermaid village. The village was so colorful and fantastic that I wondered if I had made a mistake in purchasing the building materials. But since the plan used mermaid technology with coral, I was very excited to see it completed. What are you going to do now, Master? Do you want to relax for a while? What shall we do? I thought about helping with the construction of the mermaid village, but to be honest, we and Alessia-san and the others were just slowing them down, and there was nothing to do. We thought we had gotten used to swimming as mermaids, but we were still too inexperienced to work with real mermaids in the construction process. The event to invite the Dark Elf villagers to the Chris depends on Felicia's meeting, but from the looks of things, it will probably be about 10 days away. That would give us a lot of free time. Maybe we should visit the village of hot springs. It would be a good to fill up the rubber boats with lots of hot spring water, and that would also please the God of Light Sama. God of Light Sama? I remember that I promised to invite Creator God Sama especially. I didn't promise when, but this event must be bad if I don't digest it as soon as possible. Don't you think? A luxury liner chartered just for Creator God Sama. Maybe he is looking forward to it after bragging about it to the other gods. If the other gods make fun of him, he will be forgotten by the other gods. If the other gods make fun of him, I am sure that Creator God Sama will be angry. I promised to invite him especially, so I was thinking about what special plans to make, but I got distracted by the mermaid village and left it unattended. I feel like I have to hurry. Oh, I may have some urgent business, so I'll go to church for a while. Also, tell Princess Anne-Marie that I may have to move their quarters because the mermaids are currently living on the Chris. If I invited Creator God Sama to come on board, there would have to be a panic. Move? Why? Well, because I'm inviting a very, very, very important person. I don't mind saying Creator God Sama, but I'm afraid that if I say it directly, it might cause trouble. Oh, I see. I'll let them know. If we're going to travel, it will be by ferry, right? Ins, who had been looking at me strangely, seemed to understand everything with my roundabout way of speaking. Yes, Ins can explain about the ships, the fortress or the stronghold, whichever you prefer. Roger that. Well, this is manageable now. Now, all I have to do is pray at the church and ask the Creator God Sama for a suitable date and time. For now, let's get on with it. Wataru-san. It is unusual for you to be at the church at this time. Is something wrong? Claretta, that's no good. Don't call him Wataru-san, call him Wataru. You should do it properly. When I arrived at the church, Claretta-san approached me while she was cleaning. Even though she knows that the power of the ship summoning will clean the church, I still bow down to her desire to clean it properly and make the church beautiful. Also, good job to Carla-san for helping her. Well, although she is responding to Claretta-san, who is calling me with a suffix, I thought Carla-san was relaxed and only interested in delicious food, but for some reason, she is very strict about the way she calls me. I have been warned by her several times. Well, it's nice to be called that by Carla-san. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Carla. So, Wataru, what's wrong? I still smiled at Claretta-san, who was a little embarrassed as usual, and Carla-san, who nodded her head satisfactorily beside her, was cute, too. I'm sorry to bother you while you're cleaning up. Do you mind if you leave me alone for a while in the middle of cleaning? In that case, we won't bother you. We will wait outside, so please take your time and pray. I guess she immediately understood what I wanted to do because she took Carla-san and left the church with her. I appreciate that, but waiting outside isn't exactly clearly explained. But I'm almost sure she knows what's going on. That's why she wants to be as close to the church as possible, to be connected to the divine realm as much as possible. Even though I'm grateful for that, I'm not sure that I, who lack a shred of faith, would meet God, and that Claretta-san, who cares about God from the bottom of her heart, would be ready. It's hard to entertain alone, and I wonder if I could at least ask her to join me as a supporting member. It seems that they refuse to have anything to do with people. But there is also the matter of Sea God Sama, even if she is only an oracle, and I think I can manage if I say that it is to entertain Creator God Sama to the best of my ability. Well, I can't do anything about that unless I pray to him and ask him to call me to the divine realm. But I don't think that Creator God Sama would miss his own fun, so I'm almost sure that he would call me. Thinking that it would be rude to think about it, I kneel down in front of the statue of Creator God Sama and close my eyes. Welcome, Wataru-kun. As expected, I wonder if this is the right thing to do. I just kneeled down and closed my eyes, but I didn't even pray. Creator God Sama, thank you for calling me. Lately, being called to the divine realm seems like a normal thing, but I should remember that it is a very special thing. Otherwise, I might get carried away and be disrespectful. No, that's fine. So, is that it? Is that why you prayed, because you wanted to invite me? When? Oh no. I've been bragging about all sorts of things while telling them about the sea god's foolishness, but I haven't heard from you very often, so I've been waiting for you. Creator God Sama's face is very excited. He must have been looking forward to this. Let's pretend I didn't hear the string of words after Sea God Sama. The God of Light Sama next to Creator God Sama is holding her forehead with her hand, so it probably wouldn't be a good thing. I had been aware of this for some time, but I knew that when I met with Creator God Sama, the God of Light Sama was always with him as a stopper to prevent him from forcing his unreasonable demands on me. Somehow, I might want to give the God of Light Sama a special treat as well. Yes, I've been wanting to talk to the God of Gastronomy Shama about this anyway, so why not use this situation to get the God of Light Sama to change her mind? She seems to get along well with the Goddess of the Forest Sama, so a girl's party, or rather a goddess party, for a change? She might like that. I am sorry to keep you waiting. I prayed for you because I wanted to discuss this matter with you. Actually, I was called before I prayed. Consultation. Aren't you confirming the date and time of the invitation? No, that's right. If it is just an invitation, it depends on the convenience of Creator God Sama, but it is possible to invite you tomorrow. The ship summoning ship can be cleaned with a reminder, so there is no need to even take the time to clean it. In the worst case, that would be fine, but I think it's weak to say that it's special because it's reserved for only one Creator God Sama. In any case, if I have to make him happy, I want to make sure. If people think that being alone is unexpectedly boring, that could be a problem in the future. What do you mean? Creator God Sama tilts his head. It seems that he does not understand what I am asking him. In order to repay Creator God Sama as much as possible, I asked Creator God Sama to descend to Chris. Yes, right. So I accepted the invitation. Is there a problem? There's no problem. But I was wondering if it's not the same as just enjoying the facilities on Chris, or if there's something more you can do. It's true that I gave it a lot of thought, but it don't tell anyone that my plan was quickly solidified when I saw the God of Light Sama looking so tired. I see. It's wonderful that you are willing to do everything in your power to honor your Creator God Sama. Well, I think it's a bit of a mistake to ask the person you're inviting for advice, but I'm a generous guy, so I'll listen to what you have to say. Creator God Sama is such a big guy, so it's not surprising that there are a lot of gods and believers who would lift me up without me doing much. I'm not sure how easy it is to put him in a good mood. Let's not think any further. Thank you. So, before I invite the Creator God Sama, I've come to ask the God of Light Sama, the God of Gastronomy Sama, and the Goddess of the Forest Sama to help me for a few days, and to ask if I can bring some additional personnel to help me. The only thing that was quietly decided was that I would borrow the help of the God of Gastronomy Sama. What do you mean? Why do you need the power of the God of Light? I am nothing more than an ordinary person, even though I have received the power of Creator God Sama. In that case, I thought it would be better for Creator God Sama to have fun if I could borrow the wisdom of the gods who know the most about Creator God Sama and entertain you in the best way possible. Ah, I see. It is true that there are limits to what you can do on your own, isn't it? I'll lend you the God of Light. If it is for my benefit, she will spare no effort. Right, God of Light? As expected, Creator God Sama readily agreed with a big smile on his face. I think he especially liked the part about the God of Light Sama acting on his behalf. But I can't leave Creator God Sama alone. The God of Light Sama is in trouble. As she says, she is worried about taking her eyes off Creator God Sama. But please don't worry. My brain is spinning incredibly fast to entertain the beautiful goddesses in the name of preparation. I can easily keep Creator God Sama docile during the preparation period. I'm borrowing the power of God of Light Sama, so if there is a problem in the divine realm, I will be punished as well. Specifically, I can only refrain from taking luxury liners for a certain period of time, and the invitation to Creator God Sama will be postponed for a long time. But I hope you will forgive me for being a powerless human being. No, isn't that strange? First of all, you can't postpone my invitation, can you? Besides, even if I take responsibility, isn't it too easy to give up the luxury liner? It's just in case something goes wrong in the divine realm, right? I think it's too easy, but I'm the kind of person who wants to get out of responsibility. Besides, I don't think this is enough, so I won't take on any more burdens. I hope you will forgive me for being a powerless person. Well, I am just optimistic that even if the goddesses are not here, Creator God Sama is in the divine world, so there can be no problems. Well, I am sure there will be no problems if I am here, but would that be okay? Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You can rest assured that I will be here while the God of Light is away. Thank you. Is that okay with the God of Light Sama? Yes. If Creator God Sama is willing to do his best, I am willing to cooperate with you. As expected, the God of Light Sama was on board. My profiling of Creator God Sama was correct. Well, my profiling was an exaggeration. I just expected that he was the kind of person who would solve troublesome problems with his abundant power, that the divine realm would run smoothly as long as Creator God Sama did not cause problems, and that Creator God Sama would never miss an opportunity to gain his position with the other gods. But the fact that the God of Light Sama nodded her head without any problem meant that my prediction was not wrong. Well, there was no problem now. I will do my best to entertain the God of Light Sama, the God of Gastronomy Sama, and the Goddess of the Forest Sama. I feel like my purpose has changed a bit. Well, it's true that I will do my best to entertain Creator God Sama, so it won't be a problem. It's just that in between the preparation work, I just want the goddesses who are helping me to heal their fatigue, and it's necessary because I don't know if Creator God Sama will be pleased if I don't let them experience it. It is all for the sake of Creator God Sama. This is important. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 19, 24-24. Chapter 19. Goddess. Since I was slowing them down, I decided to temporarily leave the Mermaid Village project and prepare for Creator God Sama's special hospitality, which I had promised before. I'm not sure if I strayed a bit from my original goal along the way, but I'll give it my all. So this was heaven. This is the Church of Watru-san's ship, not heaven, right? As I looked up at the sky with emotion, the God of Light Sama called out to me with concern. Oops. What an unfortunate mistake to make the guests feel uncomfortable. The God of Light Sama, the God of Gastronomy Sama, and the Goddess of the Forest Sama, the top three goddesses in my mind, descended in front of me and made me feel happy just by looking at them. Of course, the other goddesses are also very beautiful, and I would like to meet them. But first, I have to concentrate on what is in front of me. So I had to pay attention and do my best to entertain them. But the scene in front of me was so beautiful that my brain mistook this place for heaven. I have met them many times in the past and have gone on dates with them. I'm sure I have a tolerance for it, but when I think about the fact that this time, I'm only with the three of them, and there are no other gods or goddesses in my way, I can't help but get a little excited. No, I'm just a little too happy, and my words and actions have gone haywire. God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, Goddess of the Forest Sama, thank you for your kind visit. I suppress my overflowing heart of joy with the power of my will and thank them as politely as I can for coming. The three pillars in front of me are, as the saying goes, goddesses. No matter how kind they are, I have to be polite to them. And I have to make them like my life on the ship so that they will somehow, someway, visit me in private. I promise. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After greeting the goddesses, I show them to the room where they will be staying. Of course, this is the best penthouse-style room on the cruise. Of course, when Creator God Sama comes, Creator God Sama stays there, but it would be meaningless if they didn't experience Creator God Sama's hospitality. So, Watru-san, you said we would stay for 3 days and help you. When we sat down on the sofa in the living room and offered them tea, the God of Light Sama immediately began to talk about work. God of Light Sama seems to be a serious person, but I wish she would relax her shoulders a little. Well, I guess the serious God of Light Sama wouldn't accept it if I said this bluntly, so I guess this is where I have to show my skills. Specifically, I would make a clear separation between work time and personal time and implement a plan that would allow the God of Light Sama, who is so serious, to enjoy her personal time to the fullest. To do this, I must work diligently during my serious work hours. Yes, as I told you in the Divine Realm, I would like to ask the God of Light Sama to provide comprehensive supervision. If you could give me your opinion on the character and preferences of Creator God Sama, I would be happy to accommodate them as best I can. I understand. Then I will inspect the ship and formulate my opinion later. Yes, thank you for your cooperation. Oh, and as for your work, please finish by 1700 hours. According to the ship's clock. 1700 hours? You have to finish your work when the sun hasn't set yet. The God of Light Sama says something like a company slave. It's a fantasy world, but it's a very hard world. It's usually the Creator God Sama's fault. But I don't want the God of Gastronomy Sama and the Goddess of the Forest Sama to be dragged into work by the God of Light Sama, who is a corporate slave, especially the God of Gastronomy Sama, who seems to spend all day cooking if left alone. I will not allow that, because I want to participate in their private time. I have asked the God of Light Sama to do the work for me. Therefore, I cannot rest while you are working. In order to do a good job, people need enough rest. Yes, that's true. I can't force you to work too hard. Then let's make arrangements so that we can finish our work by 5 p.m. Watru-san, we all have jobs that we can still get done on time, right? Yes, I think we can still do a good enough job. If the God of Gastronomy Sama is worried about it, it might seem a bit far-fetched, but she is a god who specializes in cooking, so I'm sure it will be fine. I understand. Is that okay with both the God of Gastronomy and the Goddess of the Forest? Yes, that's fine. It's fine with me too. I have already made a statement to the goddesses. The God of Gastronomy Sama may continue to cook as a hobby and not as a job, but now that I have their word, I'll make sure they get a good rest. Then can I be the next? Is the Goddess of the Forest okay, too? I'm in no hurry, so the God of Gastronomy will be fine first. But please don't start as soon as you hear what's being said, and stay until the discussion is over, okay? I understand. Don't worry, I will stay until the end of the discussion. As the gentle goddess of the forest Sama warned her, the god of gastronomy Sama is now a little out of control, and her sexiness is getting a little too much. The god of entertainment Sama says that the god of gastronomy Sama is just as serious as the god of light Sama. But as the god of gastronomy Sama's name implies, she loves good food, and when it comes to that food, she seems to run amok and unleash her sexuality for some reason. There is no reason why the god of gastronomy Sama shouldn't release her sexuality into the cuisine of the other world, and when it comes to reward dates and earwaxing on her lap, I am allowed to enjoy her rich sexuality until I am dizzy. So, Wataru-san, I've heard a bit about you in the divine realm, but I assume it's a request to cook a special dish for creator god Sama, right? That god of gastronomy Sama is staring at me with eager eyes. Even though she looks like a sexy, dynamite sister of the sexy type, it would be unfashionable and destructive for her to stare at me full of sex appeal and passion. Well, she was only thinking about cooking and not about me at all. I want to do my best to make her aware of me during this day. Yes, it's special. Since it's special this time, I'm going to be special about the ingredients. Special ingredients? The face of the god of gastronomy Shama approaches with a curious expression. It smells good, and I can feel her breath, and I want to enjoy it as long as I can. But when you add the smell and breath to the tremendous sex appeal, my delicate heart starts beating erratically, to the point of being unfashionable. My heart is about to burst, and I'll die, so I'll be honest and tell her my plan. Well, it's not difficult. Yes, it's a special ingredient. Until now, the god of gastronomy Sama has been cooking with ingredients from this ship, using recipes from this ship. It seems that the first step is to understand the basics and the spices of the other world, and even though there are some arrangements, the god of gastronomy Sama's cooking never deviates too far from the basics. But it's still very tasty. I feel that the taste is about 200% more delicious just because it is made by the god of gastronomy Sama. That is true. I'm glad that there are so many recipes and seasonings that I still don't understand them all. The god of gastronomy Sama must have thought of a lot of recipes, and her cheeks looked so nice with a smile on her face. But my heart is even worse. I know it's just a reproduction of Earth's cuisine, but I think something is missing when it comes to the special dishes served to creator god Sama. What is missing? The god of gastronomy Sama is also very nice. Yes, since we are going to entertain the creator god Sama of this world, we have to use ingredients from this world. Therefore, I think it would be appropriate to use ingredients from this world, even monsters that do not exist on Earth, and to fuse the flavors of Earth and this world into a cuisine that is a perfect match. I was trying to be cool, but I just wanted to try it. It's so soft. Very soft. What was that? Am I being embraced by the god of gastronomy Sama? I'm so happy, but what? My heart might be in a little pain. It's wonderful, so wonderful. Wataru-san. I've been concentrating on mastering the cuisine of another world, but you're right. Of course, I have to cook with ingredients from this world as well. A unique cuisine made with monsters, using techniques and spices from the other world. I'm going to show off my skills as the god of gastronomy. I can hear the happy voice of the god of gastronomy Sama, but my consciousness is already ******. God of Lightspoff. God of gastronomy. Let go of Wataru-san and calm down a little. It is understandable that the god of gastronomy, who was dissatisfied with the unevolved cuisine of this world, would be pleased to hear about the fusion of cuisine with that of another world, but hugging him is a bit much. You are a god, you know. Am I getting a little excited? God of light. Wataru-san isn't moving. I agree. He looks so disheveled and unconscious. My goodness. You know he has a weakness for women, don't you? We haven't even heard the job description of the goddess of the forest yet, so please don't be so careless. Well, Wataru-san is also a Wataru-san who can get excited about a goddess, but a normal person would be in awe of the existence of a god before getting excited. Otherworlders are really strange beings, aren't they? I'm sorry. Goddess of the forest, I'm sorry, too. What should we do about Wataru-san? From the looks of it, he seems to have fainted from a rush of blood to his head, so let's put him on the sofa and let him rest. He'll wake up. I will order another cup of tea, and we can rest briefly. The god of gastronomy sadly puts Wataru-san on the sofa. Maybe she wants to start cooking right now, but she's sad that she can't because Wataru-san has fainted. Ara, the goddess of the forest, is gently patting Wataru-san's head, isn't she? The goddess of the forest is very grateful to Wataru-san for the dark elf, but I didn't think she would go so far as to take the initiative to give him a skinship. Perhaps the boundaries in this area have been blurred by dates, ear cleaning, etc. Come to think of it, the god of gastronomy didn't hesitate to hug Wataru-san either. I think the future of maybe, the future in which Wataru-san actually seduces a god. No, it's really impossible, isn't it? Because it is Wataru-san who wants to use clairvoyance to peek into the bath. It's impossible, isn't it? I also owe something to Wataru-san. I may have to be careful and keep my guard up. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 20. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 20. This is where it starts. God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, and Goddess of the Forest Sama. The top 3 goddesses in my mind came down to Chris with just the 3 of them. Even if it was to treat Creator God Sama properly. I can't forget about the Creator God Sama, but I'm allowed to do my best on this occasion, right? Goddess of the Forest Sama. When I woke up, for some reason, I saw the Goddess of the Forest Sama smiling kindly in front of me. Is it still a dream? If it's a dream, it's a very beautiful dream. If it is a dream, I can't let this opportunity pass me by. As a man, or rather as an honorable man, I should confirm with my own hands how wonderful a symbol of motherhood the Goddess of the Forest Sama is. Ara, Wataru-san, you're awake, huh? Are you alright, huh? The Goddess of the Forest Sama gently pats my head, but the feeling is strangely realistic. Could this be a dream? I stopped moving my right hand, which was about to extend to the symbol of motherhood. Have you forgotten that the god of gastronomy embraced you and made you faint? Ah, yes, that's right. I remember now. That's right. I was talking to the god of gastronomy Shama about cooking, and the god of gastronomy Sama, who was excited, hugged me. I see. The god of gastronomy Sama's sexuality struck me, and I lost consciousness. I am not a virgin, and I think it was just a hug, but the sex appeal, her breath, and her touch were not good. It's no wonder I fainted, huh? Then I saw the motherhood symbol of the Goddess of the Forest Sama in reality. That was dangerous. That was really close. I stopped my hand when I felt a sense of discomfort. Good job. I'm sorry for making you wait. Well, how long was I unconscious? About 10 minutes. We were able to rest with tea, so there was no need for you to worry. Rather, it is the god of gastronomy who should apologize. The god of light Sama, who was elegantly enjoying her tea, answered my question. I was distracted by the goddess of the forest Sama in front of me, but of course, the god of light Sama and the god of gastronomy Sama are both nearby, aren't they? Sexual harassment in front of these 3 goddesses with impunity, huh? It sends a shiver down my spine. I'm sorry, Wataru-san. It was just that I seemed to enjoy the suggestion so much that I got a little excited. I'll be more careful next time. Careful? If she's being careful, that means I'll have less chance of being hugged by the god of gastronomy Sama, right? I can't accept such reality. But I can't say, don't be careful and give me a big hug. It's a huge dilemma. Please don't worry about it. That is all I can say. I really hope that she doesn't mind and gives me a big hug. Thank you, Wataru-san. No, there's really no problem. Well, now that I've finished talking about asking the god of gastronomy Sama, the next question is about the work I'm going to ask the goddess of the forest Sama, isn't it? I suppose so. But what kind of work can I do on this ship? You need not worry about that. I have decided to call the goddess of the forest Sama and then continue our relationship. As you may have noticed, the Chris has fewer plants than the castle. Yes, that's true. The other ship had a park and abundant plants, but this ship had mostly ornamental plants and not so much greenery. So you want to increase the amount of greenery? Yes. I think Creator God Sama would be happy if there were plants around, just like in cooking. However, creating a park like the castle is difficult, and I am unsure if the environment will suit it. So I hope to borrow some help from the goddess of the forest Sama. The house plants provided on the Chris are kept in the best condition, but that is not the case with the plants I brought. It takes extra time and effort to take care of them. Had it been me, I would have avoided this tedious choice. But this time, I think I should do it because it takes a lot of time and effort. The more time and effort it takes, the more chances I have to consult the goddess of the forest Sama, and the more the goddess of the forest Sama gets attached to the plants she's worked on growing on the ship. So it's a way to kill two birds with one stone. When I came up with this method, I checked to see if the plants could be brought back alive and if the Sapurabi could provide water for them. And when I succeeded, I knew that heaven was on my side. Well, that heaven is the creator god Sama. I immediately got to work and asked the dark elves to gather plants and materials to make a flower bed that would look good and be ready to go. At that time, I was told that beautiful flowers would bloom in the hot spring village. So I took the ad to the hot spring village and got some flowers as well. I was also able to replenish my supply of hot spring water, so it was perfect. Unfortunately, I was in such a hurry that I didn't get a chance to enjoy the hot spring village that had developed. At first glance, it looked like staying in a building that was many times nicer than the Dark Elf Chief's house would be interesting. But, well, let's just say that the hot spring village is something to look forward to later. I see. I think I can help you with that. The goddess of the forest Sama thought about it momentarily and then accepted it with a smile. Well, now I can ask the three goddesses to do the job. The problem with the work of the god of light Sama is that it is not very sustainable, but I have a surprisingly large number of contacts with the god of light Sama, so I think this is enough for this time. Thank you. As for the plants, I collected them on the island with the help of the dark elves, so I hope you can check them out. Well, these are the plants that those children chose. Foo-foo, I'm looking forward to it. I guess the goddess of the forest Sama is worried about the dark elves after all. The smile on her face became even brighter when she heard that the dark elves were involved. I guess I should try harder to invite the dark elves who are scattered all over the continent. I think we're done talking now. Well then, what Trusan, let's get going. We don't have much time. The god of gastronomy Sama, who had calmed down a bit after I fainted, came into the conversation with a very excited look on her face. Her sex appeal had been restored, and she was probably waiting for us to finish our conversation. Understood. First, I will take the god of gastronomy Sama to the kitchen, and after that, shall we go on an inspection tour of the ship together? God of light Sama and goddess of the forest Sama? The three goddesses nodded their heads, and we began our activities. ******. It was a wonderful time. I showed the god of gastronomy Sama around the kitchen and offered her the ingredients I had acquired in this world, from the giant crab I had defeated to the sea serpent, and she was overjoyed and even almost hugged me again. Well, she pulled away with a gasp in the middle, and it ended in failure. After the god of gastronomy Sama had retired to the kitchen, I showed the goddess of the forest Sama the plants I had collected and went on a date on board with the god of light Sama and the goddess of the forest Sama. I was a little worried that the god of light Sama seemed a little suspicious of my inspection when she said to the goddess of the forest Sama, "If you put a flower here, it will grow here," but we had lunch together, and it was a very pleasant time. But so far, we are still at the hors d'oeuvre stage. The main course is yet to come. It would be nice to create a nice private time for the three goddesses, and if possible. No, I shouldn't be in a hurry. I'm also concerned about the vigilance of the god of light Sama, so let's concentrate on scoring hits instead of going for home runs. It's like a gal game, and it's getting fun. God of light Sama, goddess of the forest Sama. It's almost 5 p.m., so let's meet the god of gastronomy Sama and finish our work. Yes, that's right. I was able to take a quick look around the ship, and at this rate, the day after tomorrow will be enough time for the preparations. Is that okay with the goddess of the forest? Yes. I still need to think about the arrangement of the plants, but I should be able to finish tomorrow and the day after. The god of light Sama and the goddess of the forest Sama easily listened to me because I had promised them beforehand that we would finish the work by 5 p.m. But oh, so it's time to finish work already? Well, since I have some personal time, I'm going to stay in the kitchen for a while. When I met the god of gastronomy Sama, the words came back to me as expected. It is no exaggeration to say that I had taken her word in advance for this purpose, so I would let her finish her work as scheduled. God of gastronomy Sama, even if you say it's private, it's true that you're developing the menu for me, so I can't rest while you're cooking. Don't worry about that. I enjoy cooking. I can tell by looking at her that she seems to enjoy it. Even as we talked, she continued to cook with a very nice smile on her face. If it were just me, this would have been the end, but I have a reassuring ally. I understand. But I am the master of this ship. I will stay with you until the god of gastronomy Sama is satisfied. God of light Sama and goddess of the forest Sama, please go to sleep first. This is the point of contention. God of light Sama, I believe in you. No, it doesn't work like that. God of gastronomy, we promised Wataru-san that we would finish our work at 5 p.m. It is unreasonable to give him more work when Creator God Sama is already giving him trouble. Let's call it a day. As expected from the God of Light Sama. I thought a serious God of Light Sama would say that, but I didn't expect this crap from Creator God Sama. It seems that the God of Light Sama is under a lot of stress about the Creator God Sama. That can't be helped. But let me finish cooking this dish. It won't take too long. Okay? The god of light Sama looks at me. I guess she wants me to decide. Okay, I'll throw in a piece of my plan while I'm at it. I wanted to invite her later, but getting her to agree now would be easier. Yeah, that's no problem at all. Oh, and by the way, how about having dinner afterward with the food prepared by the god of gastronomy Sama? I'm sorry that it involves work, but I think if we drink while we eat, we can check how well the food goes with the drinks. That's interesting. I can predict to some extent how the food will go with alcohol since I made it. But it is obvious that it would be better actually to check the food. The god of gastronomy Sama accepted my idea. The god of light Sama, who was not sure if she would drink with us or not, would definitely cooperate with us if even a little bit of her work was involved. I understand. Then let's do it. Fufu. A new dish prepared by the god of gastronomy. I look forward to it. This is exactly what I was hoping for. My brain that put this together. I feel like the effect of my improved intelligence is coming into play as my level has increased. Now for the real fun. I've prepared a lot of alcohol. Let's drink and have some fun. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 21. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 21. Dinner with the Three Goddesses. I had a good time with the three goddesses, the god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama, even though it was work. Well, the god of gastronomy Sama immediately locked herself in the kitchen. But now the real work begins. Although I called it a private time, I had time to drink with the three goddesses, slightly intertwined with work. I have to work hard now. Oh, wonderful. I can't deny that I would look out of place in the most luxurious room on a luxury liner, but with the goddesses relaxing in the living room, it seems that even this room lacks class. Evenins, Felicia, and Alessia-san are not inferior to this room in terms of class, but perhaps the aura of the goddesses exceeded that of the room. All I can say is that this room was a real eye-opener. Wataru-san, is something wrong? Oops. It seems that the god of light Sama became suspicious when I was admiring the three goddesses. I was staring at the three goddesses, but it was embarrassing to tell the truth. No, I was thinking about how to serve the food and drinks. Would it be easier to serve the dishes in order, like a meal? As far as I'm concerned, it's a bit formal, but I think a course meal would be perfect for the atmosphere of God of Light Sama and the others. If it were me, it would be easier to eat if the dishes were served in order. But considering Creator God Sama, I think it would be better to serve all the dishes at once. Creator God Sama likes to be ostentatious, so he is more pleased when there are many dishes on the table. I completely forgot about Creator God Sama and thought about how to please God of Light Sama and the others, but it seems that God of Light Sama did not forget about her work. I wanted to eat in a style that would please God of Light Sama and the others, but since the way it's built is important, let's entertain them in a style that would please Creator God Sama. I took the food that the god of gastronomy Sama had prepared out of the rubber boat and put it on the table. The table was quite large, but not even a third of the food was laid out, and the table was full. I knew that gastronomy Sama had cooked a lot of food, but they all look very tasty. Considering that our food life will be enriched in the future, this invitation from Creator God Sama will be a blessing for us all. As for alcohol, I have prepared a variety of drinks that you can't drink on this ship. What would you like to do? I summon a rubber boat filled with alcoholic beverages to show that I have also prepared the golden canned beer that the god of light Sama likes. God of gastronomy, goddess of the forest, what do you think we should do? The god of light Sama asks the god of gastronomy Sama and the goddess of the forest Sama. But I didn't miss the look of her eyes on the golden canned beer. The likability is sure to increase. I would be happy to recommend a drink that would go well with the food if you ask me before you eat. But since the purpose of this event is to find out what drinks go well together, I think you should feel free to share your opinions and enjoy the food. I think it's fine to be free to enjoy yourself. It's also a private time, so let's enjoy the food and drinks. Then let's each choose our own drinks and share our tastes with each other. Is that okay with you? Yes, that's fine. It would be a waste to let the food get cold. God of Light Sama and the others agreed, so I urged them to start eating. It smells so good I can't help but get hungry. I agree. Then, what Trusan? Please give us a toast. Oh, I'd like that golden canned beer. I think as I prepare everyone's favorite drink. Why me? I wonder if it's right for me to make a toast since I'm the host, in case you're wondering. But even a normal toast is difficult, and I don't even know how to make a toast to the gods. I don't want to force myself to be cool, so I'll just say thank you. If I may be so presumptuous. God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, and Goddess of the Forest Sama, thank you very much for your help on this occasion. I look forward to working with you in the future. Cheers. Cheers. With a shout of cheers, I swallow my beer. As the host, I can't get drunk, but there's nothing wrong with at least drinking the first beer with a bit of gusto. The God of Light Sama is drinking beer, and the God of Gastronomy Sama and the Goddess of the Forest Sama are drinking sparkling wine. After quenching our thirst with alcohol, it was time for the God of Gastronomy Sama's home-cooked meals. I don't think it's a good idea to start with a rice dish, but there is one dish that caught my attention from the moment it was laid out on the table. Crab fried rice. Of course, this is no ordinary crab fried rice. This is crab fried rice made with big crab, a monster. Considering its rich flavor, there was no way it could not be delicious. That's why I took a serving of fried rice from the plate on the table. But next time, I should at least arrange the dishes by genre. Beef stew next to fried rice is definitely a mismatch. No, it's surprisingly delicious when combined with. I knew it wouldn't be. I scooped up a bowl of crab fried rice with a bamboo ladle while thinking about something trivial. It is a simple fried rice with only egg, green onion, and crab. But I could tell just by looking at it. This is delicious fried rice. When I bite into a piece of fried rice, the rice grains fall apart in my mouth. When I make my own fried rice, it's not crispy, but it's as expected from the god who specializes in cooking. It is perfect fried rice. When I bite into it, the rich crab flavor spreads in my mouth, and the occasional crisp green onion and egg gently envelop the rich crab flavor. The large salt-boiled crab was delicious, but the rich crab meat seemed to be perfect with the crab fried rice. I devoured the crab fried rice, occasionally sipping a beer. Just repeating the process was a heavenly feeling. The big portion of crab fried rice was soon empty. I would like to have another portion, but there are so many other dishes to choose from. Should I hold back? But I want to eat more. Fufu, I'm glad you like it so much. While I was wondering if I should have a second helping, I heard the voice of the God of Gastronomy Sama. I looked up and saw the God of Gastronomy Sama looking at me with a gentle face. That's right. My brain had been damaged by the crab fried rice and beer, but I was sitting at a table with the goddesses. I was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry for being vulgar. It was because the God of Gastronomy Sama's food was so delicious. It wasn't vulgar at all. You ate in a much more refined way than the God of War and the other gods. I'm sure they were pretty ravenous eaters. But is the way the God of War Sama and the others eat really that vulgar? I can only remember the sight of them fussing over their drinks. Well, it can't be helped that when the gods descended, I basically only watched the goddesses. Right. You were so full of energy and so cute. Yes, I could tell from your smiling face that you really enjoyed the food. That crab fried rice, I'll have some too. Even the God of Light Sama and the Goddess of the Forest Sama followed me. But that's a compliment when a child eats a lot of food, right? Ah, your glass is empty. What would you like to drink next? This is not good. Let's change the flow of the conversation. It makes me look like a man who can play the role of host well and maturely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The situation has changed. Good food and drink with the three goddesses. We were supposed to have a pretty happy time, enjoying each other's company and sharing tastes of food and drink. Not to mention feeling like kings in a pond of wine and a forest of meat. First of all, the Goddess of the Forest Samas got drunk. She was wonderfully drunk, her cheeks flushed red, and she kept smiling and laughing elegantly. She gently patted my head and said, "Ara, Ara, you fufu, and I wished with all my heart that time would stop. I had seen the god of war Sama and the other gods get drunk and act silly, so I knew that gods could get drunk, but the way the goddess of the forest Sama got drunk was wonderful. The problem was the god of light Sama. Until a few minutes ago, she had been a serious god of light Sama and had thought carefully about food and drink. However, the delicious food and alcohol broke through the barrier of the god of light Sama's heart, and I saw the adorable god of light Sama for the first time. The motherly goddess of the forest Sama, who is so sweet, and the god of light Sama, who shows glimpses of cuteness. Now, if only the god of gastronomy Sama would be disturbed, I thought, that would be great. So far, the god of light Sama has changed drastically, perhaps because she has exceeded her drinking limit. It's not a violent drinking habit, like getting angry or crying, nor is it a bad drinking habit, like getting in trouble with me, the god of gastronomy Sama, or the goddess of the forest Sama. She is just complaining about creator god Sama with dark eyes while drinking alcohol with her hands. It seems like her complaints are about to materialize as curses. Just listening to her, I can understand that the god of light Sama is under tremendous stress. I would like to ask creator god Sama to think about this, but he is the creator god. The most powerful person in the world is too fickle, selfish, or of too bad a quality. It's not that much damage, just a darkening of the dinner table, but what can I do about it? Even if I were the host, the situation is out of my hands. God of gastronomy Sama. What should I do? I asked the only sane person in the room, the god of gastronomy Sama, for help. Don't you think we should just leave it as it is? I've never seen the god of light this drunk before, but it's a rare opportunity for the serious god of light to complain, so please watch over her gently. God of light Sama must be having a hard time if even the opportunity to get drunk and complain is so precious. Is god of light Sama strong on alcohol? Instead of being strong, she was taking care of creator god Sama and was very serious, so I think the correct answer is that she couldn't drink until creator god Sama got drunk. Foo. I see that the god of light is also intoxicated after being separated from creator god Sama. I see, you mean she misjudged the amount of alcohol she was drinking because of the liberating feeling of not having to worry about creator god Sama. The god of light Sama, who has lived a long time that I can't even imagine, is showing a rare sight for the first time. I would have liked to see her more glamorous anyway, but if it's a rare sight, let's make sure it's presented well. God of gastronomy Sama. Do you think it's okay if I record this sight? As far as I'm concerned, it wouldn't do any good, so don't do it. As expected, no good? Well, that's natural, isn't it? I understand. By the way, the god of gastronomy Sama is not drunk. Are you strong with alcohol? I am a little drunk myself, but I'm used to drinking, so I guess you could say I'm strong. I see. Alcohol goes with cooking, and she probably has many opportunities to drink. I would like to see the god of gastronomy Sama in a state of disarray while the god of light Sama is left alone to relieve her stress. Okay, after this, I'll make it my goal to have a goddess of the forest Sama pat me more and make the god of gastronomy Sama look more disorderly. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 22. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. And you may also want to check our new Patreon tier since you can now choose a tier for specific novels, so please go check it out. And also new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 22, Sparkling. There was a dinner party with 3 female deities, the god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama. And it was a dinner prepared by the god of gastronomy Sama. Dining with the goddesses, including drinking, is a feat that should go down in the history of mankind. The rest is up to me to get the goddess of gastronomy Sama drunk and ouch, ouch, ouch. Huh? Is this sofa? When I stood up, the towel blanket that was hanging over me fell to the floor, and I got a terrible headache and a nauseous feeling. I see, I've lost it. After the goddess of the forest Sama became unclear under the influence of alcohol and the god of light Sama was engulfed by darkness, I challenged the god of gastronomy Sama to a match, just to see the god of gastronomy Sama in a state of disorder. At first, I could afford it. Of course, I reduced the amount I drank and poured alcohol for the god of gastronomy Sama while sharing the food with the 3 goddesses. But the god of gastronomy Sama was not disturbed at all. She must have drunk 3 times as much as I did, but she was not disturbed at all. Finally, I reached the limit of what I could drink and decided to try. I took out a highly alcoholic drink and offered it to the god of gastronomy Sama. The god of gastronomy Sama accepted my offer with a smile. I remember that part, but I don't remember anything after that, which means that I must have drunk a high alcohol drink as well and sunk to the bottom. I must have given her a lot of alcohol as far as I remember, but the god of gastronomy Sama's liver is truly a monster. Ara, what Trusan, you're awake. Ah, goddess of the forest Sama, good morning. Wait a minute, I greeted her in the morning as usual, but could it be that I spent the night in the same room with the goddesses? If so, why don't I remember this wonderful event? Probably because I was drowning in loss. If I had won the drink, things might have turned out differently, but of course, losers don't get such wonderful memories. You look pale. Are you okay? I am not okay because I have a pretty bad hangover. But men are vain creatures, so the answer was obvious. Yes, I'm fine. I just have a bad headache and feel like I'm going to throw up. I'm afraid of my own thought process. I wanted to look good, but what the hell? When the thought came to me that if I stayed down, the gentle goddess of the forest Sama would take care of me, I honestly confessed to her that I felt sick. Maybe I'm not popular because I put my worries before my vanity. Fufu, you are not feeling well at all, are you? Goddess of the forest Sama laughed softly and placed her hand on my forehead, and my body was enveloped in something soft. Is that the scent of the forest? The feeling of being surrounded by nothing but the tenderness of nature relaxes my entire body, and at the same time, my headache and nausea disappear. You should be well now. As the hand of the goddess of the forest Sama leaves my forehead, the sensation that made me so happy fades away. I finally realized that the goddess of the forest Sama had restored me to health. Thank you very much. Just as the goddess of the forest Sama said, the terrible headache and nausea disappeared completely. But why? I'm so close to the goddess of the forest Sama, and yet my problems don't seem to bother me at all. Normally, I would be so excited just to be touched by the goddess of the forest Sama, wouldn't I? Could it be that even my worries were relaxed? You're welcome. Here is your water. As I drank the cool water handed to me by the goddess of the forest Sama, my consciousness began to clear. I was a little disappointed that she didn't take care of me, but I felt that I had experienced something even more precious. God's healing seems to be extraordinary. By the way, where are the god of light Shama and the god of gastronomy Sama? The god of light went to check on the ship after breakfast. The god of gastronomy is in the kitchen. I apologize. I completely overslept. I stood up quickly and apologized. I was worried that the goddess of the forest Sama would have a meaningful expression on her face when I mentioned the name of the god of light Sama, but the apology came first. After all this time, I shouldn't have thought about going down and letting her take care of me. It would be no good if the host were bedridden. I should also apologize to the god of light Shama and the god of gastronomy Sama. Fufu, there's no need to rush. Instead, why don't you join me for breakfast? I will join you. As soon as my consciousness cleared, my worries seemed to disappear as well. But how could I refuse to have breakfast with the goddess of the forest Sama? ******. Breakfast on the large balcony overlooking the ocean was very elegant. I feel like I was only looking at the goddess of the forest Sama most of the time, but I guess it can't be helped because she was so gracious. I really wanted to stay with the goddess of the forest Sama after breakfast and enjoy her company, but she had to go to work. Unfortunately, I can't interfere if she wants to take her time alone to think about the arrangement of the plants. I want to believe that she didn't get tired of dealing with me. Now that I'm alone, I'm going to take action. First, I should apologize to the god of light Sama and the god of gastronomy Sama for oversleeping. First, I went to the kitchen and apologized to the god of gastronomy Sama. The god of gastronomy Sama seemed to be in great shape despite her heavy drinking last night, and with her sexy personality in full bloom, she gently admonished me, "Don't drink too much without thinking about the consequences." I was sunk because the god of gastronomy Sama is too strong. But is that an excuse? I wondered, but it didn't matter at that point. The problem was the god of light Sama in front of me. Perhaps the goddess of the forest Sama was referring to this state when she looked at me with a meaningful expression. "Watru-san, you are awake, aren't you?" The god of light Sama noticed me while I was still mumbling. God of light Sama, Good morning. I apologize for oversleeping. Good morning. I also apologize for my shameful appearance last night. God of Light Sama seems to be the kind of person who remembers when he is drunk. It is also wonderful to see him blushing and looking embarrassed. But no, I hope you enjoyed the show. That's enough for me. But, isn't the God of Light Sama kind of shining very brightly? Originally, the God of Light Sama is a radiant beauty, but now the God of Light Sama is physically. It looks like she is glowing. It's not just my imagination that she seems to be covered in a pale light like an aura, with sparkling and shimmering particles flying around. Is it? Oh, is that it? Yes, this is it. This is my true form. Your true form? The God of Light Sama seemed to be in a very good mood, but I had no idea what she meant. Yes, this is my original form. It had been a long time since I experienced this, so when I woke up, I was surprised at myself. It was thanks to you, wasn't it? I don't understand what she's talking about, but I can tell that the God of Light Sama is elated. It doesn't sound like a bad story, so let's hear more about it. It's a subtle story, and I have trouble knowing how to react. After listening to the story in detail, I have learned many things. It seems that the God of Light Sama and the God of Darkness Sama were first created by the creator God Sama, and when they were born, each of them looked like the current God of Light Sama. However, it seems that the God of Darkness Sama became so angry with the selfish creator God Sama that he withdrew from the world, and the God of Light Sama became the sole caretaker of the creator God Sama. As she struggled between caring for the selfish creator God Sama and the gods born after her who rebelled against creator God Sama, the God of Light Sama found herself without any light to clothe herself. That light was restored last night at the dinner party when she complained with all her might and felt refreshed. How is that? Should I feel sorry for the God of Light Sama who is struggling so hard that her appearance is changing? Or should I be surprised at the toughness of the God of Light Sama who must have struggled for a long time that I can't even imagine and yet was revived after just one night of complaining and sleeping? But, well, the God of Light Sama, who is so serious, is so obviously buoyant and seems to be very grateful to me, so I guess it's good that I'm along for the ride. I am glad to be of service to the God of Light Sama. I hope you enjoy the luxury liner today and tomorrow, even if it's only during your workday. For now, let's enjoy a hot spring bath tonight. My goal is to keep the glow until the God of Light Sama returns. But is it my imagination that just keeping it away from Creator God Sama is enough? No, I was entertained enough last night. I'll work hard today and tomorrow to repay you. Even when she's happy, she's still serious. Well, because the God of Light Sama is like that, it must be hard for her to be pushed around by Creator God Sama and other gods. But because God of Light Sama is like that, I find it worthwhile to entertain her. Even if God of Light Sama says it's good enough, it's not good enough for me. So I'll give her my best hospitality. Not only hot springs but also beauty treatments. I will continue to polish the God of Light Sama, who shines so brightly and dazzle the Creator God Sama. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 23. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 23, Rare Item. I entertained the God of Light Sama, the God of Gastronomy Sama, and the Goddess of the Forest Sama with my desires at full throttle, and the God of Gastronomy Sama hit back with alcohol. The Goddess of the Forest Sama gently healed me, and the God of Light Sama sparkled as she released her stress. I don't know, but I'm happy too, so there's no problem. Yes, the days went on happily without any problems, and in the morning, it was time for the God of Light Sama and the others to go home. It all happened so quickly. I realized once again that it is true that happy times pass in an instant, but they were pleased with the hot springs offered, and they also took the time to experience a full course of beauty treatments and various amusements in the name of wanting to know what could be improved. Especially the 3 female deities that were polished by the beauty treatments were divine. Only for gods. It was just a pity that I, as a beauty therapist, could not polish them directly. It would have been better if I had treated them directly, since a person appointed as an associate is more effective than say Parabi, but the God of Light Sama told me not to. I was so disappointed that I almost cried because the Goddess of the Forest Sama and the God of Gastronomy Sama looked like they would accept it if I pushed them. The God of Light Sama and the others are really going to leave tomorrow morning. They could have stayed longer. I wish they would stay on the luxury liner, but I have other guests to invite, so I guess that's difficult. I think there was a part of my monologue that really stuck with me. That was right. I wondered if I could arrange an opportunity for Claretta-san, who always takes her faith in God very seriously, to meet with God. I was so excited by the charm of God of Light Sama and the others that I forgot about it. I must have been so excited that I forgot about the opportunity to increase the likability of a beautiful woman. Is it still in time? After the last dinner party, I left the room offering a hot spring bath and a golden can of beer. It's been a while since then, so God of Light Sama and the others are probably relaxing in the hot spring, drinking canned beer, and chilling out. It is natural that I would like to see the goddesses in the hot spring, but I think a visit now is out of courtesy. It is possible to ask them tomorrow morning before they leave, but the problem is that there is not much time since Creator God Sama is scheduled to descend after breakfast. I guess common sense would dictate that I give up, but it's also hard to overlook Claretta-san's favor. Should I try to fight a little? I cannot visit her personally at this hour, so I will ask Sapurabi to deliver a letter to her. I took the note, and the pen from the table, and no, a message to the goddess on a piece of paper with a torn note would be inappropriate. Oh, by the way, they also sell letter sets on this ship. Let's hurry up and buy one. Okay, I have a letter set that looks a bit elegant and expensive, as only a luxury liner can do. That would not be rude to the goddess. I don't think about the possibility of rudeness when it comes to a letter to the goddess. Let's see, the text of the letter should say that I apologize for the night visit and that I have something to discuss with her. I'm afraid I don't have enough knowledge because I've only sent letters like New Year's cards because I've always sent emails. I was so excited to write the letter that I gave it to Sapurabi to deliver. I also gave her a letter set to reply to, just in case. But I'm afraid it will be considered an unnecessary burden. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I apologize for interrupting your day off. I was apprehensive about the act of writing a letter, which I rarely do. But Sapurabi successfully brought me an answer that they would allow me to visit. When I think about it, a letter from the gods seems to be of great value, so I would like to keep it in a safe place. Foo-foo, it doesn't matter, I just enjoyed a light drink. The god of light Sama, who greeted me gently, welcomed me into the room. I mean, the glow has obviously increased. When I first saw her, she said that this was her true form or something like that, but I wonder if it means that the beauty treatment has made her more powerful. The god of light Sama leads me to sit on the sofa in the living room. On the table are cocktails and snacks prepared by the god of gastronomy Sama. It looks like a girls' night out with the three goddesses. I'm a little curious about the conversation. So, what Trusan, what do you want to discuss with us? Have you uncovered any problems? No, I haven't discovered any problems. Well, I would like to make a personal request. I have an idea of what I want to say, but I can't quite put my finger on what to say to get permission. Could it possibly be an itchy request? I'm indebted to you, what Trusan, but as expected, I can't grant you such a request, can I? When I was at a loss for words, the god of light Samas gave me an outrageous misunderstanding, and with a straight face. How dirty does god of light Sama think I am? I guess she thinks I am dirty if I ask the goddess to give me a lap pillow, right? That makes a lot of sense. But the purpose of this visit is different, so let's deny it properly. No, that is not true. Well, do you all that know that I have a priestess in my group? She is a follower of mine named Claretta, isn't she? Her prayers reach the divine realm. Oh, I see. Yes, that's right. I am glad to know that her prayers have reached the divine realm. I'm sure she will be happy just to know that. And a new fact came to light. I found out a new fact. Claretta-san is a believer in the god of light Sama. I didn't know that because I didn't pay attention to what god she believed in. Yes, Wataru-san's ship is a sanctuary, a place where the gods pay attention, so it's easier for any prayers to reach us. Oh, that reminds me, it's a sanctuary. I know it's a sanctuary, but it's also a private place, so I tend to forget. Yufufu. Yes, I know she's not a follower of mine, but I often receive prayers from a girl named Carla. Oh, it's from Carla-san, huh? Even though she is not a follower of the god of gastronomy Sama? I don't understand. Looking at her, I see that she is praying with a girl named Claretta. She's always entertaining me by telling me what kind of food she ate and how delicious it was. Carla-san probably prayed with Claretta-san and gave a report without thinking too much about it. I wonder how she would react if she knew it really reached the gods. Felicia's prayers were also received. I won't tell you the contents, though. Oh no. It seems that my slave's prayer was received by the goddess of the forest Sama. I'm sure it was a prayer of thanks from Felicia, but looking at the mischievous face of the goddess of the forest Sama, I'm very worried that it might have been passed on to someone else. So, Wataru-san, what is this private request you are making? The god of light Sama brought me back to the tropic that had shifted. But it was also the god of light Sama who changed the subject. Wasn't it? I was told a number of shocking things. But let's get back to the main topic for now. About that Claretta-san, what about the fact that she prays hard every day, and I'm the only one who gets to see God often? I think that is a good idea, so I came to ask if I could ask her to help me welcome the creator god Sama. But Claretta-san was a believer in the god of light Sama, wasn't she? Would she be more pleased to meet the god of light Sama than the creator god Sama? Wataru-san. Why yes. The god of light Sama looks like she's preaching to the creator god Sama. Did I step on any landmines? You can't act on an idea, huh? I didn't think about it that deeply, but I did think about it quite seriously to please Claretta-san. Didn't I? It may be hard for Wataru-san, who has frequent contact with God, to understand. But in this world, meeting God is considered a miracle. Do you understand that? Yes, I think it is the same on earth. I can tell from her prayers that she is a kind and serious girl, right? Yes, that's right. She is a wonderful woman, very kind and sincere. Her symbol of motherhood is also great, isn't it? If such a child met God directly, she would probably devote her whole life to God. Not the kind of faith she had before, but a faith so deep that she might even renounce the secular world. Is that okay with you, Wataru-san? No, I ask you to pretend that this conversation never happened. For a moment, I thought it couldn't be true, but then I realized that I couldn't deny it when I thought of Claretta-san carefully cleaning the church every day. It would be a loss to humanity, no, an unbearable loss to me, to have this symbol of motherhood cut off from the secular world. It's not fashionable to think about increasing sensitivity. But faith has its limits or something. The god of light Sama was right, I was being superficial. It would be better that way. Then the letter from before would be good, wouldn't it? Just when I thought we had reached an agreement, the god of gastronomy Sama started to say something strange. A letter? You mean a letter like the one we just received from Wataru-san for Claretta? God of gastronomy, it is a clear violation of the rules to bestow a substance, even if it is a letter. I find it unimpressive that a god would break the rules. This is the lower world. It is not against the rules for the inhabitants of the lower world to receive things from the lower world in the lower world. That's just sophism. It's a sophism, but it's not against the rules, so it's okay. Besides, we already gave the letter to Wataru-san, didn't we? Come to think of it, I received the letter as well. Wataru-san has already met with the gods and is an otherworlder. Since she's an associate of that otherworlder, at least a letter would be nice, wouldn't it? It's a request from Wataru-san, who has brought various things to the attention of creator god Sama, isn't it? Yes, I'm glad about your faith as well. I know it's a bit of favoritism, but since this is the lower world and she's an associate of Wataru-san, it might be a good idea to express our feelings a little. After the god of light Sama was extremely disturbed, she seemed to be reluctant to accept the idea. Is it my imagination that the creator god Sama part was the deciding factor? Wataru-san, do you still have some of the letters from before? Yes, I bought some more so that I would have them when I go back to my room, but then could you deliver them to me later? You mean you'll write to her? Yes. Briefly, wouldn't that be the way of deep faith? It may be milder than a meeting, but a letter from God is a miracle, isn't it? I'll choose my words carefully, so there's nothing to worry about, Wataru-san. If it's okay for her to choose her words, it seems like it wouldn't be a problem for them to meet, but there seems to be a subtle stirring of the pot in that area. That sounds interesting. And I'll write to Carla as well. Then I'd like to write to Felicia as well. Wataru got the item to increase the favorability. The letter of the gods. Is that true? I'm both happy and worried. I have a delicate feeling. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 24, sponsored chapter by Patreon. And you may also want to check our new Patreon tier since you can now choose a tier for specific novels, so please go check it out. And also new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 24, Welcoming the Creator God. I was so buoyed by the wonderful life with the top 3 goddesses in my rankings that I asked for a strategy to increase the likability of Claretta-san, who had slipped my mind, and in a somewhat incomprehensible sequence of events, I obtained the tremendous rare item God's Letter X3. I don't want to think about it too much, but I feel like I've obtained an extraordinary item. Oh, before that, I got a letter too, so I don't want to think too deeply about it. Thank you, God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, and Goddess of the Forest Sama, for all the help you have given me. The time to say goodbye to the 3 goddesses was fast approaching. I bowed my head in gratitude to the 3 goddesses for giving me such a happy time, although it was a great pity. No, I also had a good time for the first time in a long time. I am very grateful to you, Wataru-san. I am almost blinded by the beautiful smile and sparkling aura of the God of Light Sama. I see the fusion of other-world spices and monster ingredients. Even as a god, this is a first for me, and I too am grateful. I am so ashamed of myself that my heart is taken away by the word's first experience, even though the God of Gastronomy Sama is expressing her gratitude to me. But when the overflowing, sexy God of Gastronomy Sama says something like it was my first experience, I can't help but react. Can I? Wataru-san. It was fun for me, too. Please take good care of my plants. Goddess of the Forest Sama. I enjoyed it, too. Especially the Goddess of the Forest Sama, who was in a state of Yufufu. I'm glad you enjoyed it too. God of Light Sama, you helped me a lot. Thank you very much. God of Gastronomy Sama, I was very impressed with your delicious food. Goddess of the Forest Sama, I will do my best to take good care of the plants you grew for me. Fufu. Wataru-san, you're overreacting. If you want to see us, you can see us anytime, so please stop saying goodbye as if you'll never see us again. The God of Light Sama gives me a stunned warning. I remember that there are restrictions on descent, but it's normal to be able to visit the divine realm. I guess life with God of Light Sama and the others was too appealing, so saying goodbye seemed incredibly sad. Yes, I felt like I was saying goodbye, and God of Light Sama and the others felt like they were returning home after a short trip. The difference in sensitivity is so drastic that it is natural for them to be a little appalled. I began to feel a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, that's right. It looks like Creator God Sama is here. While I was embarrassed and trying to cover it up with a smile, the Goddess of the Forest Sama told me about the descent of Creator God Sama. The descent of Creator God Sama is like a signal to say goodbye to God of Light Sama and the others, so I should be sad, but this time it's nice timing. I'll do my best to entertain him. I just saw a great sight. Huh? Really? The moment I saw Creator God Sama, God of Light Sama's aura and radiance disappeared in an instant. That wasn't a mistake, was it? When I looked at the God of Gastronomy Sama and the Goddess of the Forest Sama in surprise at the shocking sight, they were staring at the God of Light Sama with pitying eyes. Obviously, it was not a mistake. The aura and the glitter are the original appearance that the God of Light Sama was overjoyed to see. The aura and the sparkle, further refined at the Chris facility, are immediately. God of Light Sama. Is she so stressed about the Creator God Sama? So much that she loses her true form with just one look? Huh? God of Light, weren't you glowing something? While I was horrified, Creator God Sama was the first to step on a landmine. I neither admire nor am impressed by him, but I feel his great talent as a troublemaker. The greatest god in the world is a troublemaker, which is the worst thing in the world, even if you don't think about it. Is that so? Well, the morning sun is shining, so maybe it looked like that. The God of Light Sama doesn't even explain, she just says with a straight face that it's a misunderstanding. That's it, isn't it? She's given up on everything, right? Well, I can think of possibilities, such as not being able to explain that the stress of seeing Creator God Sama caused the light to disappear, but my hunch is that giving up is more predominant. If I want to be intimate with the God of Light Sama, it may be impossible to eliminate the Creator God Sama, but it may be possible to correct his character. To correct Creator God Sama's character, huh? That's impossible. Is that so? Well, good morning, Wataru-kun. No, Don't come over here. It's not good if you just let it go. It's a dangerous event that could cause a riot in the future. I was so determined that I had no choice but to shed my skin here, but I gave up the idea of shedding my skin when I met the eyes of the God of Light Sama. Her eyes said, "Please don't say anything unnecessary because it will be troublesome." Good morning, Creator God Sama. Thank you for coming to visit me today because of my selfishness. The most I can do for God of Light Sama is to put Creator God Sama in the best mood and reduce his selfishness in the divine realm. I'll do my best. It's okay. It's okay. I'm the Creator God with deep generosity. I will not treat your earnest desire to repay it lightly. Earnest? Oh, yes, I was very serious at that time. It was a subtle threat to my life, and I had been promised a reward by the God of Light Sama, so it was only natural. Thank you. I will do my best to entertain you. God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, and Goddess of the Forest Sama have given me a lot of cooperation, so I hope you enjoy your stay. Yes. Take care of me. Well then, Creator God Sama, we will leave you now. Oh, my goddesses are leaving. I mean, they are wrapped in light. Without waiting for Creator God Sama's words, interrupting the words with the skid of the finished greeting. Were they leaving so soon? When we parted, they told me to do my best, so I'll do my best. Well, Wataru-kun, I was looking forward to seeing what kind of hospitality you would show me. How are you going to entertain me first? Looking at Creator God Sama's anticipatory smile, I started to get a little scared. Will this hospitality be alright? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After 11 hours of painstaking work, it finally came down to the final event. That idiot, I mean, Creator God Sama is the worst natural and selfish being ever. What is he? What is this person? No. This god. The worst of the worst. First of all, the one-on-one was a failure. The damage from Creator God Sama is coming at me in more ways than one. It is too hard to deal with the Creator God Sama unless you deal with him one-on-one and spread the damage. It is inevitable to deviate from the arrangement. This time, Creator God Sama is the top priority, so if he wants to change the schedule, I will gladly accept his selfishness, right? But at least, please, I really beg you, stop being a natural and unpredictable selfishness. When I take him to the movies and show him a certain Hong Kong action movie, he says, "Can you do that move, Wataru-kun?" "Let me see you try," he said with a smile. I tried my best to pretend to be drunk, but at my age, it was very embarrassing to do a serious zero-fist move. Why should I care about drunkenness? Yes, it's fun, and Jackie is cool, but there were many other movies that were more interesting. Weren't there? I want my expectations back because I thought a movie would be a safe way to pass the time. I will forgive him for being interested in nail art at the beauty salon and letting him give me nail art. My nails on both hands are shiny, but that's a problem that can be solved by taking them off. But please don't be interested in hair removal. I will allow him to remove my arm hair, shin hair, and armpit hair. But I will not forgive you if you try to remove my eyebrows and hair. When I resisted with all my might, he gave up, but when I saw him say no fun with his mouth open, I understood that Creator God Sama is an evil god. Thanks to him, my arms, shins, and armpits are smooth. There were many other unexpected hardships, from small things to big things. If God of Light Sama and the others had not told me about certain countermeasures, I would have run away from the situation. But, well, after all these hardships, Creator God Sama is in a very good mood. One of the reasons for my victory was that the three female deities had also had a hard time with Creator God Sama, so they knew exactly what they liked. Well, this is the last one. When this is over, I will be released and told that he is free to enjoy the rest of the day in his room. Just a few more minutes, and then I'll get going. The main event of this hospitality, Creator God Sama's special dinner. What do you think, you bastard? It's a special dinner prepared for the ostentatious Creator God Sama, with a variety of dishes that would fill the entire hall. What's more, it was prepared by the god of gastronomy Sama. If he can't finish it, don't worry, the staff will eat it all later. I feel like I'm so tired that I'm changing my personality, but I don't care. I just don't care. I'll be free soon. Oh, this is a surprise. Even Creator God Sama seems surprised by the numerous dishes that fill the spacious room. This time, we have prepared dishes from 4 countries of the world. We have prepared Japanese, Chinese, Italian, and French cuisine using ingredients from the monsters of this world, and the god of gastronomy Sama has been very skillful, so I am sure that Creator God Sama will be pleased with the food. We also have a variety of alcoholic beverages, so please feel free to ask for more. Creator God Sama looks like a boy, but there is no need to worry about his drinking age, right? That's funny. I'm glad I gave you permission when you said you wanted to borrow the power of the god of gastronomy. I wonder which one I should eat first. What do you recommend? All are delicious because they are prepared by the god of gastronomy Sama, but if I had to choose one, it would be this one. For some reason, it's in the Japanese section, but I'd have to go with the hamburger steak. I had this in a restaurant. It's delicious. But why this one? It's true that you can have it in the restaurant on this ship, but it's on a different level. This hamburger steak is a special hamburger steak made with the meat of the earth dragon and the most carefully selected parts of it. You can enjoy the juices flowing from the meat and the strong taste of the meat. A hamburger steak. It may sound a little childish, but this hamburger steak is on another level. The meat on this ship is also good meat because it is a luxury liner, but it is no match for the meat of the earth dragon, or in other words, dragon meat. Moreover, the god of gastronomy Sama has collected various parts of the meat, including parts that should be eaten as steak, parts that are chewy for hamburgers, and parts that have a strong flavor to create this dish, or rather, a gem. When I tasted it, my reaction was almost like a manga. Come on, Creator God Sama. Please start with this recommended hamburger steak and enjoy the abundance of gastronomic delights, and please rest until tomorrow morning with a full stomach. I sincerely beg you. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 25. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 1/4. Chapter 25. Letter. With the cooperation of God of Light Sama and the others, I did my best to entertain Creator God Sama. Creator God Sama's natural selfishness broke out several times, but I think the hospitality was probably successful. I lost my arm, shin, and armpit hair and almost had my hair and eyebrows removed, but as long as I made it to the end, it was a success. My stomach hurts, but after the special hospitality for Creator God Sama was over, the other gods descended with renewed hospitality. One thing I can say is that it is much easier to entertain many gods than to entertain Creator God Sama alone. Maybe it was because of the Creator God Sama's position above the other gods, but it is very nice that the damage is distributed. The god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama, who descended again, praised me for dealing with the Creator God Sama and only suffering so much damage. So I must have done a pretty good job. So, Wataru, what happened? I escaped reality for a bit, but Claretta-san's voice brought me back to reality. Both Carla-san and Felicia looked at me strangely when they saw that I had gone silent even though I had called them. Well, I have a letter for you, so I thought I would give it to you. Yes, I'm afraid of not knowing what kind of reaction they will have if I give them the letter. That was entrusted to me by God of Light Sama and the others. I thought about hiding the letter because I was kind of worried, but I couldn't hide it when the gods decided to write them a letter because I asked them to. Why did I even think of having Claretta meet the god at that time? Was I being punished for thinking something stupid like I'll be more likable in a gal game style? Letters for us? From whom? A letter? A letter for me? All three tilted their heads. The three of them must have known what I had been doing these past few days, but they seemed to have no idea that God would send them a letter. Well, that's only natural, isn't it? I ask you not to be upset by anything that happens. Please put your mind at ease. If I wanted to prioritize a surprise, it would probably be right to give them the letter without saying anything, but being the chicken that I am, I decided to prioritize calm over surprise. At the very least, I would like to ask for a more modest reaction than that of Her Majesty the Queen and the others who received an oracle from Sea God Sama. I think I am contradicting myself by thinking that but not telling them clearly that the letter is from God. But I also want to see their surprised faces. Is it a suspicious letter? If so, I think we should call Alessia and the others. That's right. From Claretta-san's point of view, she would want the group leader, Alessia-san, to come through. I thought about that too, but I didn't call Alessia-san and the others because if even they were confused by God's letter, I wouldn't be able to handle the situation alone. Alessia-san and Ins are my reserve and my trump card. It is not a suspicious letter, but it is a delicate one. I'll leave it to Claretta-san to decide what to tell Alessia-san and the others. I thought it was a rare item or something, but it's really nothing like that. It's an item on the level of being worshipped in a temple or something. I'll let them decide what to do with it. I'm kind of scared. I'm scared, too, Claretta-san. Of whom, I wonder? There shouldn't be anyone outside of Dark Elf Island who would send me a letter, should there? Felicia, it wasn't a person to begin with. I had delayed giving them the letter out of a strange dilemma. But it couldn't go on like that forever. So I made up my mind and gave them the letter. I reminded them not to be too upset, and the three of them, perhaps influenced by my serious mood, opened the letter with trepidation. Huh? It's quiet. This is not the reaction I was expecting. Wataru. Oh, it was Carla-san who made the first move. Here. Carla-san turns her sparkling eyes to me as she shows me the letter from the god of gastronomy Sama. Let's see, the place where Carla-san is pointing. It says something about the god of gastronomy Sama's special earth dragon hamburger steak that I had recommended to the creator god Sama. I mean, this letter is a food report from the god of gastronomy Sama. What? Did the god of gastronomy Sama send back a food review in a letter because she received food reviews from Carla-san? Is the god of gastronomy Sama okay with this letter becoming a historical legacy if it is not handled properly? No. If it's the god of gastronomy Sama, is it okay? Wataru. Carla-san shakes my confusion with a wobble. Oh, you want to eat? Carla-san nodded. But I didn't have to ask. Her whole body was saying, I want to eat that hamburger steak. She insisted. It's like her to be more interested in hamburgers than being surprised by a letter from God. I understand. Please wait a moment. When I called out the rubber boat filled with food that the god of gastronomy Sama had made in large quantities, Carla-san was glued to the various dishes lined up on the rubber boat. Do you want some of the others? Yes. Well, how could Carla-san not want to eat when she saw so many dishes? We just finished eating, so don't eat too much. Even though I said that I put several plates of noodles and fried foods that would go well with the hamburgers in front of Carla-san, I knew it. But I'm still too soft on Carla-san. Wataru. I love you. Is it an auditory hallucination? No. I heard it. Carla-san said she loved me. That's what you'd expect from a letter from God. It's very effective. I knew it. This love is the same as a child who gets an allowance saying, I love my father. The proof is that Carla-san has only seen the food. But, well, I don't feel bad when a beautiful woman says she loves me, so it's okay. I can fight it for another 10 years. With a big smile on her face, Carla-san picks up a knife and fork and brings the cut hamburger steak to her mouth. After taking a bite, Carla-san loses herself in the dish without saying what she thinks of it. I know that the hamburger steak specially prepared by the god of gastronomy Sama is so delicious that you get carried away with it. Would you like some, Claretta and Felicia? It's delicious. Huh? I called Claretta-san and Felicia, who had calmed down just in time, but they didn't answer. Claretta? Felicia? No response. It looks like Claretta and Felicia just fainted. Apparently, the letter from the god of light Sama and the goddess of the forest Sama was too stimulating, and both of them were fainting. Well, Claretta-san believes in the god of light Sama, and Felicia believes in the goddess of the forest Sama. I guess it's not too much to ask since a letter came from the object of that faith. I heard that there was a fainting spell at a King of Pop concert, and the two of them must have had their emotions break through the acceptable limits. Hey, not breathing? Hey, you two, get up. Breathe, breathe. Artificial respiration in a situation like this? I've kissed Felicia many times, but this is my first time with Claretta. This is a great opportunity. No, this is not the time to be consumed by lust. I have to do something. Yes, in a situation like this, artificial respiration is the way to go. As I panicked, the two of them cowered on their stomachs. Carla-san was standing next to them with her fist outstretched. I'm not sure, but did Carla-san punch them in the stomach to bring them back to consciousness? Wataru-san. Wataru-san. Master. The two who regained consciousness grabbed me with a look of deep panic. I understand how they feel, but I want them to calm down. Carla-san, you warned Claretta-san not to call me san, but I don't think that's the case now. Carla-san, where are you going? Oh, you're going to eat again, aren't you? Carla-san was reliable a while ago, but it looks like I'll have to do something about it from now on. Both of you, please calm down. Oh, I can't calm down. Look at this. Here is the symbol of the god of light. Master, the symbol of the goddess of the forest as well. You two are becoming an example of panic. The place they are impatiently showing me has some kind of figure written on it, claiming with all their might that it is sacred. It must be a symbol. Maybe it is a sign or a flower stamp. It is written by some kind of power of God, and their holiness is extraordinary. But you know what? They both have wonderfully rich symbols of motherhood, so when they panic, they may not have to calm down. In a boing, boing, boing. Wataru-san. This is really, no, it's impossible to forge the symbols of the gods, isn't it? Master, this is all thanks to you. I don't know whether to think it was finally or unfortunately, but both Claretta-san and Felicia seem to have calmed down a bit. But since Claretta-san is still using the suffix after my name and Felicia's words are hard to understand, I can't say that they are back to normal. Well, it's definitely a letter from the god of light Sama, the goddess of the forest Sama. Carla-san's letter is from the god of gastronomy Sama. I wish both Claretta-san and Felicia would say something. Even I am very interested in what the god of light Sama and the goddess of the forest Sama have to say in their letters, you know. Oh, both of you, don't shed any tears while holding the letter. Wataru. Ah, Carla. Someone I can rely on has come to my rescue. Please make her stop crying this time, just like when you brought her back to consciousness earlier. Wataru, I want more food. Is that no good? Carla-san begged me with a look that indicated that maybe it's because I warned her earlier not to eat too much. But she seems a little anxious. Carla-san is very attractive when she begs anxiously, but I don't think that's the case now. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 26. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 2/4. Chapter 26. Usual. I gave the letter from the god of light Sama and the others to Claretta-san, Carla-san, and Felicia. Carla-san got a May report-style letter from the god of gastronomy Sama, and she is happy to actually eat the food, but the other two are, well, as expected, they are so moved that they are in tears. Two beautiful women with tears in their eyes. I thought the same about Her Majesty Queen Adelaide, but their faith in God is amazing. It seems bizarre to modern Japanese, who are not so deeply involved in religion, but I guess it is normal in this world where people can actually feel God's presence close to them. It would not be surprising if I had awakened a strong sense of faith since I had actually met God. But that did not happen because when I first met Creator God Sama, I was awakened more by suspicion than by faith because of the difference between him and the images of God in the lower realms. If I had met the god of light Sama first, I would at least have gone to church more often. So, may I ask what was written? I ask after Claretta-san and Felicia have calmed down. It seems distasteful to ask about the contents of the letter, but my curiosity is piqued when they are so moved. Of course. Listen to me, Wataru-san. My tingling curiosity is extinguished by Claretta-san's strong gaze. Those eyes are the eyes of a hardcore fanatic when she gets a chance to talk about her hobbies at full throttle. I seem to have stepped on a landmine. First of all, the god of light Sama praised me for my daily, humble faith. Do you mean she praised you for cleaning the church and praying frequently? But it makes you happy to know that God knows about your daily efforts. Next, she also praised our activities as adventurers. They say that what we do in Girasol is a balanced action that helps people's lives and doesn't cause unnecessary destruction. I don't understand much about adventurers since the only thing I remember fighting properly was the horned rabbit, but did she praise them for defeating dangerous monsters and not doing anything reckless? And she told me that working with Wataru-san was in accordance with God's will. I will continue to do my best to help Wataru-san. Oh, that makes me happy. Maybe she knows I'll be in trouble if everyone at Girasol is gone, so she's just paying lip service. Thank you, God of Light Sama. Claretta-san's excitement continues, and now that she has strayed from the content of the letter and is talking about the greatness and splendor of the God of Light Sama, all I can do is nod my head. When I heard the content of God of Light Sama's letter from Claretta-san, all I could think was, it's just the usual stuff, isn't it? Instead of God praising the followers as God, it seems to me that the content of the letter is very ordinary, like a school teacher praising the students on a report card. It's just like a grade school report card, like, you're great because you work hard every day, or something like that. Is that normal enough? You know, when I talked to God of Light Sama and the others, they said that they would warn me not to let Claretta-san go to a deeper faith. This is the kind of reaction I get even from a letter with content like a notification sheet. And if God of Light Sama had written to ask her to devote herself to faith, there's definitely a danger that Claretta-san might seriously drop everything and live only by faith. Good work, God of Light Sama. Thank you for warning me when I tried to get Claretta-san to meet you. So, Wataru, what is it? Claretta-san's appearance changed. The honorific was removed, and she seemed to have cooled down while we were talking. I don't know why her cheeks are flushed, and she's fidgeting, but is it possible that because God of Light Sama praised her for cooperating with me, she is planning to increase the level of cooperation even more and offer her body and soul to cooperate with me? If so, I would welcome it. This letter I received from the God of Light Sama came from Wataru-san's ship, didn't it? Yes, that's right. But then what is it? How can I keep it without the slightest deterioration? This letter is humanity's treasure. You wanted to ask me how to preserve paper that does not exist in this world. I doubt there was any need to be shy. But you're not wrong to ask me how. I put documents in a transparent case or something like that to preserve them. But if you want to keep them from deteriorating even a little bit, it's hard to do that with a transparent case, isn't it? I have heard that Japanese paper and ink can last more than 1,000 years, but they will deteriorate. I think it's hard to prevent deterioration even if you preserve them carefully. Wouldn't it be best to use my ship's summoning to store them or to use state preservation magic like the one sometimes found in the heritage of ancient civilizations? I remember hearing that the reason magic ships can still be used today is because of the state preservation magic applied to them. Ugh. The state preservation magic has already been lost. I would like to make an altar in my room to celebrate this. But it would be best to have Wataru-san take care of it, right? Dedicating it to the church would cause an uproar, and Claretta-san seems to have sunk into a sea of thoughts. The word altar in this room is a bit tricky, but I'll let her do what she wants. What did Felicia's letter say? It contained the details of how she always watches over the Dark Elves, the importance of serving the Master, her concern for our brethren who are in a difficult situation, her apologies for not being able to help them, and her joy at the development of the Dark Elf Island. Felicia gave me a brief summary of her letter. After all those tears of emotion, she suddenly became very calm. Perhaps sensing my doubt, Felicia looked at Claretta-san and smiled bitterly. I see, she must have cooled down after seeing Claretta-san's outburst. Master, could you please take care of the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama? Yes, that's fine. But don't you want to show it to the people on the Dark Elf Island? The goddess of the forest Sama didn't ask for it to be a secret, and if it's about all the Dark Elves, I think she'd be happy to let people see it. Sure, there are a lot of secrets, but since the Dark Elves are isolated on the island, and I'm going to invite them to the Chris, I think it would be more beneficial from a morale standpoint to make it public than to keep it a secret. After all, they will know that the goddess of the forest Sama, whom the Dark Elves worship, is watching over them with proof. I'm sure everyone's motivation will be at its peak. I would like to publish the letter when everyone on the island comes to the Chris. At that time I will take a photograph of the letter. After that, I will give the letter back to Master, and I will place the photo on the altar on Dark Elf Island. So both Claretta-san and Felicia are thinking of offering it on the altar. I can understand a thankful stone tablet with God's words written on it. But what about worshipping everyday writings? A letter from the god of gastronomy Sama is a mace report, you know? Photographs. I hadn't thought of that. That would allow me to feel the mercy of the god of light Sama close at hand while Wataru takes care of the letters from the god of light Sama. Felicia, that is a wonderful idea. It's hard to understand the story, but I think seeing two beautiful women having fun while holding hands is wonderful. But please don't use strong words like God's mercy or anything like that because it scares me. What about Carla's letter? I call out to Carla-san, who is staring ruefully at the plate of food she has just finished eating. Wataru is taking care of it. I understand. Carla-san's reaction isn't different. It seems that the level of faith varies from person to person, just like on Earth. I can't stay like this. First of all, a digital camera? I have to buy one. I have to find the best one. Wataru, please give me some advice. No, I had to say a prayer of gratitude at church first. Wataru, please excuse me. You can go too. Felicia. Thank you. I said goodbye to Claretta-san, who was running out of the room, and gave permission to Felicia, who was looking at Claretta-san with a bit of envy. And Felicia also left the room at a fast pace. Do you think they'll be okay? I was a bit worried and called Carla-san, who was left behind. I know this isn't normal, at least not in the usual sense of the word, because there's no way Claretta-san would have forgotten Carla-san. Maybe she won't come out of church today. Will Felicia not come out, either? 4 days with God of Light Sama and the others, and another 4 days entertaining Creator God Sama and the gods. I'm a little sad that I won't see Felicia after 8 days of being away. I see. Shall we meet with Alessia-san and the others and Ins for now? Yes. I'm sad, but it's hard to stop because they know that their prayers really reach the gods. After we meet them, let's have a lot of fun with Rimmer and Pent because it's been a while. So in the evening, soaking in love with Ins. ******. God of Light. I think that was a little overstimulating. I guess that's a normal reaction when you receive a letter from as God you believe in. But your letter, God of Gastronomy, is more subtle. Why are you in the form of exchanging May reports with the people of the lower realms? I am concerned about your dignity as a god. It's not like I'm giving out oracles, so that's about right. My child was relatively calm. Isn't it just that the children of believers of the goddess of the forest have trouble expressing their emotions? Oh, God of Light, may I ask you something? What is it? When you saw Creator God Sama, didn't your light disappear in an instant? Yes, it disappeared. Did it disappear by itself, or did the God of Light do it by will? I thought it would be troublesome if he saw it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 27. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 3/4. Chapter 27. Difference in worldview. I gave the letters from the God of Light Sama and the others to Claretta-san, Carla-san, and Felicia. In Carla-san's case, it was a food report from the God of Gastronomy Sama, so she only provided recommended dishes, but the letters from the God of Light Sama and the Goddess of the Forest Sama struck a chord with Claretta-san and Felicia, who are believers, and they both ended up staying at the church. Faith is a hard thing. Well, the only other big event on this island is the day after tomorrow, when we invite the Dark Elves from the island to the Chris. Felicia, how are the preparations going? Both Claretta-san and Felicia came out of church the next day, and I had a lot of fun with Rimmer and Pent. My spirit is pretty full because I was soaked in love at night. And, I hate to say it, but compared to entertaining Creator God Sama, entertaining the simple Dark Elves is a piece of cake, honestly. Well, I will still entertain them with all my heart. Yes, I have told everyone that Master will invite them, and I have made plans accordingly. I've also asked the mermaids to join in the socializing, and I think everything is ready to go. Felicia was very happy when she told me about the preparations. I think she's happy, too, imagining the joy of all the Dark Elves. I feel a little relieved. I see. Then it's all right. Oh, by the way, there was talk before about building a meeting place in cooperation with the mermaids. But what happened to that? I've been so busy with God-related things lately that I haven't really paid attention to the mermaid village. I've been looking forward to the completion of the village ever since I saw that colorful completion plan, so I'm quite curious to see the progress. They are still in the process of creating the underwater village first, so the joint work has not been completed yet. After the underwater village is completed to some extent, they plan to connect the planned meeting place to the ground level. So the joint work will start around that time. I see. All the mermaids are looking forward to having their own homes, and it seems that they feel a little bad about renting a room on the Chris, so it's only natural that they prioritize the construction of their homes. At the same time, they are also enjoying the rare luxury liner, so I think mermaids are surprisingly good at what they do. Roger that. If the joint work is still to come, the day after tomorrow's invitation will be even more important. Let's prepare well and entertain them. If everyone gets to know each other well before the work will go smoothly. From then on, if they can communicate well during the joint work, there should be no conflicts between the races. Yes, I will do my best to make sure there are no mistakes. Felicia's spirits seem high enough. Well, it's a feast for the Dark Elves, including her own family members who have been struggling, where the tension is maxed out with a letter from the Goddess of the Forest Sama, so it's only natural that she would get into the spirit. However, Felicia is in charge of the event, so I only have to lend a hand when she asks me to. I feel lonely doing nothing, so what should I do until the day after tomorrow? Come to think of it, the Dark Elves like to sing, don't they? The welcome party will be in the main hall, but what about using the dance hall for the after party? All kinds of music can be played, and I think it's an excellent idea. But if I suddenly make unscheduled plans, Felicia's arrangements will get out of order. Instead of using it as an after party, I think it would be better to make it sound like the dance hall is also available for casual use. I can't ask Felicia, who's busy, to prepare the dance hall, so I'll do it, but Ins and Alessia-san and the others seem to be free, so I'll ask them to help. It's getting a bit fun, isn't it? ******. Ah, what can I say? It's just that the differences between the races are so obvious, aren't they? I am sorry for thinking that entertaining the simple Dark Elves was a piece of cake compared to entertaining the creator god Sama. I didn't expect to stumble upon this from the very beginning. That's right. I am of the same race, but I didn't expect this. What should we do? What do you think we should do? I don't know. Felicia, don't look at me like you're looking for help. I didn't expect this situation either, so I don't know what to do. I didn't expect that the Dark Elves I had invited to the Chris would be like a borrowed cat with so many different worldviews. I greeted the village chief, and he pulled at his legs like a newborn fawn. For the moment, the Dark Elves who had boarded the ship were frozen in a corner of the glittering main hall, shivering and looking like the end of the world. Felicia was fine, wasn't she? I experienced it step by step with Master, so I didn't feel much discomfort. I see. So she was fine with it because she was gradually getting used to it. Aside from the adults, the children are looking around with great interest, so if those children would run around and play, it would ease the tension. But since their parents are holding them tightly, it seems impossible for them to do so. The gods played around without tension, as they should. The guests of the castle were excited to see something unusual, but they didn't seem to freeze with nervousness, perhaps because it was a gathering of the upper class. The mermaids, who were accompanied by Her Majesty the Queen, enjoyed themselves in a disciplined manner. Perhaps the fact that they were servants of the royal family had an influence. In's family was blinded by beauty products and alcohol. The Dark Elves were trembling. Perhaps their upbringing was different. The humans on board have a certain tolerance for luxury, and the Dark Elves have none. A hidden village in the deep forest, greater than a deserted island, greater than a safe but modest village they built themselves, greater than a luxury liner. Yeah, I know. Just the last part is very strange. I don't blame them for not being able to adapt, but you can't leave it the way it is. Especially the mermaids, led by Princess Anne-Marie, who wanted to welcome the guests with crackers but lost their timing and got confused. However, I think it is wonderful that they decided not to blow the cracker after seeing the state of the Dark Elves. If they had, there is a good chance that there would have been a screaming hellscape. Should we postpone the toast and just hand out drinks to everyone anyway? In any world, anywhere, alcohol is probably the most powerful thing for releasing tension. If drunkenness takes away the reason, at least everyone can get out of their state of shock. No, if they drink alcohol in their current state, there will surely be some people who will get very drunk. If they cause trouble for Master, who is taking care of them, they might not be able to recover. I don't mind, but the person who got drunk and did it can't afford not to care. The only thing I can think of is to take the time to relax, but with that kind of tension, I'm sure they'll still be freaking out tomorrow. I feel like I'm stuck. Lunch. Oh, Rimmer, just wait a little longer. While Felicia and I were having trouble, Rimmer's thought reached me from above. I guess he wondered why we didn't start eating with a feast all around us. I think as I let Rimmer down from above and nuzzle him, I feel that if I enjoy the wonderful feeling of Rimmer, I will have a great idea. Master, why don't we start the feast? Just as I was thinking about it but could not think of anything, Ins, who had been preparing the food, came over. I guess she came to see how things were going because it wouldn't start, no matter how long it took. I showed her the frightened Dark Elves and explained the situation. I see. Well, it's not surprising, but the way things are going, it doesn't look like they're going to start anytime soon. Yes, that's why I'm in trouble. Should we just stop worrying about it? I'm sure they'll get used to it eventually, but it will take some time. Oh, Master, you have a letter from the goddess of the forest Sama, don't you? Give it to me. Huh? Why? I told her about the letter from the god of light Sama and the others, but why now? They were surprised by the luxury liner, weren't they? So why don't we surprise them with something more? They may not understand the luxury liner, but they can understand the letter from God, even if they are surprised, so I think it will help them get out of this situation. Okay, so you're trying to fill in the incomprehensible effect with an understandable but greater effect. So if we start the party without them while they come to their senses, I think we can make it work. Ins is so quick-witted that she can come up with methods I would never have thought of. Hey, Ins, it is impolite to use a letter given by the goddess of the forest Sama as if it were a practical object. I honestly thought it was a nice idea, but Felicia seemed to think otherwise. But if you ask me, it is indeed disrespectful. It's a difficult situation for an indecisive person like me. The goddess of the forest Sama cares about the dark elves, so she won't be offended by something as trivial as this. Besides, you originally wanted to make it public, didn't you? Yes, but we have to set the stage better. The position of Ins and Felicia is reversed. The goddess doesn't care about such small things. Besides, the mermaids and Alessia and the others are waiting for us, so we have to hurry. Master, please give me the letter. Why yeah. Somehow, I had a feeling that Ins was right, so I summoned the rubber boat that contained the letter and handed it to her. I was by no means defeated by Ins' momentum. Then I'll show you something. Hey, Ins, don't be so rough with it. Good heavens, I'll do it myself. Felicia, annoyed by Ins holding up the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama, takes the letter from her and walks toward the group of dark elves as if giving up. After a short conversation with the village chief, Felicia reveals the letter with a careful hand. Alessia-san and the others, as well as the mermaids, pay attention to the dark elves, and the large main hall is filled with silence. After a moment of silence, the dark elves, realizing who the letter came from, let out a tremendous cheer. Now, all that's left is to start the feast unannounced. We have to make sure we don't miss the timing. We have to take our chances while they're so excited that they forget what's going on. Rim, let's have a feast. Many feasts. Yes, Rimmer will eat a lot of food. Now it's time to feast. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 13 Chapter 28. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 4/4. Chapter 28. Come to think of it, it looked like this. Now that Creator God Sama's exclusive invitation was over, I invited the people of the Dark Elf village to the Chris, and it was unexpected from the beginning. I hadn't considered that the ship was so luxurious that the villagers would be in awe. They shrank so much that In's idea was to show them a letter from the goddess of the forest Sama, which was supposed to be the main event. The Dark Elves who confirmed the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama let out a soul-shaking cheer. Targeted by humans, the Dark Elves hid deep in the dangerous forest out of sight to protect themselves. They must be happy, for their god has recognized the faith they have kept in spite of such a harsh environment. As Ins had planned, the plan to replace the surprise of the luxury liner with the surprise of faith was a success. Everyone seems to have come out of their trembling state and is happy from the bottom of their hearts. They're in a frenzied state at the moment, so I'll give the toasts as soon as they've calmed down a bit. If I mess up the timing, it could end up back where it started, so I'll have to calmly decide when the time is right. Yes, I'll pass out the drinks. Please don't drink yet, because we're going to have a toast. The children will have juice. As I waited for the right moment, I saw them go from a frenzied state of joy to a state of sadness that their hard work had paid off. So I hurriedly handed out the alcohol with the help of Alessia-san and the mermaids. The mood swings are too big, you know. I don't want to look like a father tipping a glass to his daughter on the night of her wedding. The glasses are filled, right? Now, let's have a toast. Cheers. I had thought of a toast that wouldn't be too long, but I decided to leave it all out. It's hard to read how the mental state of the Dark Elves will change if I give them more time, so I guess I can't help it. Cheers. The Dark Elves were in a bit of a hurry, but they poured their drinks down their throats in time with the toasting signal. They must have been thirsty because they were bursting with emotion as they cheered and cried with joy. Most of the Dark Elves emptied their glasses. Once again, I asked Alessia-san and the mermaids to help me distribute the glasses. In any case, I would feel better if we filled them with alcohol, even if it was only 2 glasses. Today is a special day. We have prepared many treats for you, so please enjoy them as much as you like. After saying this to the dark elves, I asked Alessia-san and the mermaids to cooperate once again and lead them to the food. Saparabi was supposed to be the one to hand out the glasses and lead them to the food, but it was hard to read Saparabi's reaction, so I decided to ask for a little more help from the others. I wanted to join the guiding, but the crowd thanked me so much, so I'll just be quiet for now. Wataru, food. Yes, I know. Let's eat a lot. Rimmer, who had been waiting for the feast, quickly realized that the meal had begun and sent a thought to me. While I was sharing the food and listening to Rimmer's opinion, Fu-chan and Benny-chan approached me. Alessia-san and the others were guiding people through the dishes, so they must have come to me since I was free. It was the right decision to get the food. Speaking of which, where's Pent? Princess Anne-Marie is bringing him food. That child really likes the mermaids, doesn't he? But what about the princess bringing him his food? While I question Pent's situation, Fu-chan and Benny-chan, who have crawled up on my shoulders and Rimmer above my head, rub against me and twitch their bodies. For now, I'll serve Rimmer and the others until they calm down. It's truly a happy moment. Wataru-sama. I have borrowed Pent-chan. Thank you very much. When I approached Princess Anne-Marie, who was giving Pent a whole lobster, she thanked me with a smile. I was the one who should thank her. No, it's my pleasure. Thank you for taking care of Pent. I am also very grateful for your hospitality with the Dark Elves. We were also warmly welcomed to the island by the Dark Elves. It is only natural for us to cooperate. Even though she is a little girl, I feel a little sad because she has a sense of responsibility as a princess, or maybe her acceptance of the situation is more admirable than mine. Normally, she is a bit more childish, but she might be a bit tense because she considers this party to be an official occasion. Lee-san, who is standing quietly in the background, also has a calm face. It's like a gathering of relatives, so she should be more relaxed, but I guess it's also difficult to have a position. Since she's running around with the children in the Dark Elf village, it seems a little late for that. Speaking of which, how are those energetic Dark Elf kids? I guess they are free from their parents' arms, but they are strangely quiet. No wonder they are so quiet. Looking around the large main hall, I see that the children have taken over one of the tables and are munching on a mountain of sweets. I know that children are supposed to make a lot of noise while eating, but they seem to have forgotten how to make a fuss over the food they are experiencing for the first time. Well, I guess they are having enough fun. I'm worried about their stomachs, but they're young, so it's not a problem. Wataru Dono. After being relieved by the children's condition, I was chatting with Princess Anne-Marie while watching over Rimmer and the others and Pent's meal when the village chief called out to me. When I first greeted him, his legs were trembling like a fawn, but he looked like the usual village chief as if the alcohol had calmed his nerves. I knew he was going to enjoy the party. Are you enjoying yourself, village chief-san? Wataru Dono. When I got up from my seat and approached the village chief, he grabbed my hands. Huh? Village chief-san? When I sold my daughter, I resented the world, I resented people, I wanted to destroy everything, but I never thought this day would come. Thank you very much. The village chief grabbed my hands and bowed repeatedly with tears streaming down his face. It seems that the fact that he seemed to have calmed down was only on the surface. And please stop revealing your inner thoughts as if you are one step away from the birth of the Demon King. I'm the one who bought the daughter, you know. He seems grateful, but I'm afraid of what he thinks of me inside. No, I'm the one who bought his daughter, and I understand that there can't be maximum sympathy, but I get some recognition, right? I did pretty well, you know. I found a safe island and helped them settle there. I provided building materials for the village, and I even tracked down and reunited the other Dark Elves who are hiding in scattered villages. So I think things should be going well. But it doesn't feel logical, so I'm afraid to talk too long to the village chief, who is in an unstable mental state. I look around for help. As expected, I can't ask the young Princess Anne-Marie for help. Whoa, I found Felicia. But she seems to be talking to her mother about something with a smile on her face. It's hard to disturb her. Another slave of mine, was there. But unusually, she seems to be doing some serious work. She carries alcohol on a tray and hands it out to the Dark Elves. I don't want to put it this way, but it seems that Ins only does serious work when I'm in trouble. Wataru-sama. Wow, is that a savior talking to me in this state? I turn around with joy, and for some reason, there is a Dark Elf on his knees, rubbing his head on the ground. I don't understand. Romano. Romano? Who? Anyway, Village Chief San, please let go of my hand, as I don't need a grim expression on my face. I understand that I am not qualified to appear before you, Wataru-sama. But even if it's just an apology, please, please, I beg you. What? What do you mean? Wataru Dono. Normally, such a request would be extremely rude, but he has changed his mind and is working diligently. Will you at least listen to what he has to say? I will listen to him, but first, I want him to stop kneeling and let go of my hand. Wataru Dono graciously arranged for all the Dark Elves to be invited. Considering that he normally would not even be allowed to board the ship, he sincerely apologizes to you. Wataru-sama's mercy. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Wataru-sama. Why yes, I remember Felicia asking me if I really wanted to invite everyone, and I remember giving her permission to invite everyone. Well, I don't care about that. More than an apology, I want you to do something about this situation, which is like a period drama. Princess Anne-Marie, for example, freezes up because she can't keep up with what's going on. I cannot apologize enough for my many disrespectful acts of selfishness and distrust toward Wataru-sama. I offer my entire life to Wataru-sama, so please use it as you wish. I don't need the life of a man. But I know who the man is who is bowing to me. This man was that man, the man who was in love with Felicia and caused a commotion by saying something about freeing Felicia. I remembered that he existed, but I couldn't remember his name. As soon as I saw his face, I recognized him. Well, his name was Romano. I had heard that he worked as a cart horse for his parents near the village of Hot Springs after causing a ruckus, but how did he end up like this? How did this happen? Please raise your head and stop kneeling. Romano-san's head twitched, but he didn't raise his head and continued to rub it on the floor. When I asked him to raise his head and not get down on his knees again, Romano-san raised his head in fear and looked at me. Yes, he had that look on his face. It was good that I could see his face, but why was he still on his knees? Even though it was just an acquaintance, I was still worried about public opinion. And stop being so serious. I'll give you my life like persuasive eyes as well. Hey, I invited all the Dark Elves to have fun, but this is not the hospitality I expected. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 29. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 29, Punishment and Party. After inviting the inhabitants of the Dark Elf Island to the Chris, and after many other things, I was just about to enjoy the party on the Chris when a man got down on his knees and told me that he would give me everything. If I was going to be told that, I wanted a beautiful woman to say it to me. Anyway, I wonder what I should do. Even if I told him to stop kneeling, he wouldn't stop, and he looked as if he was fully prepared to do so, so I couldn't joke with him lightly. The village chief who listened to the story with me was also unreliable. In fact, he seems to take Romano's actions for granted. Master, what's wrong? Heaven help me. Felicia, who was supposed to be talking to her mother a few minutes ago, noticed the strangeness of our situation and joined me in a short run. Let's see, Romano-san is. I explained to Felicia, who had joined me, what was going on. That's strange, isn't it? Oh, I see, that's what you mean. What's strange? Don't be satisfied with yourself, tell me too. Master, come here for a moment. Yes, Romano-san. Please don't worry about it anymore. Felicia pulled my hand and moved me to the corner of the hall. I'm sorry, Master. Romano is out of control. Out of control? Out of control and giving everything he's got. That's beyond annoying, isn't it? Actually, Romano also regretted what happened last time and wanted to apologize to Master. Oh, I see. I don't really care, so it's okay. I remembered his existence but had forgotten his name, and there was no need to apologize. I would have preferred him to leave me alone if at all possible. Besides, didn't I get an apology before, and wasn't he already punished for it? Why does he have to rehash it now? Originally, he would have apologized sincerely, and then everything would have ended with Master's judgment. Maybe after seeing the letter from the Luxury Liner and the Goddess of the Forest's armor, it's not enough to just apologize. It is believed that if he did not risk his life, he would cause trouble not only for himself but also for his family and the Dark Elves as a whole, and that is why he was in such a state. I see, it's as if you picked a fight casually, but the other person turned out to be the heir of a huge antisocial organization. I wonder if it's anything like that. Looking at this ship, you can understand his financial power, and if you imagine that he is backed by the goddess of the forest Sama, it's not hard to understand the look in his eyes as if he has completed his resolution. But it's just a misunderstanding. I can't let Romano-san give me everything, but what can I do? In this state, it's hard not to say anything. I think we can work something out by clearing up the misunderstanding, but is that too difficult? Even if it is a misunderstanding, there is no doubt that Master is the owner of this ship and that you have a message from the goddess of the forest Sama. That alone is reason enough for Romano to get out of control. Even if the heir of the huge antisocial organization is actually a very serious and good-natured young man, just because his parents are the heads of the organization, he will be looked at with a cold eye. That's a problem, isn't it? So you're saying I should give him some kind of punishment? Yes, I think that would make Romano feel better. Seriously, I don't think he'll be convinced if I tell his mother or cut his allowance like I did with Ims, so it's hard to know what to do. I don't know what to do. How about making him a slave to Master and giving him chores to do? If you release him after he's worked for a certain number of years, I think he'll be convinced that he's forgiven. That's impossible. Felicia, you are merciless, even though you are a slave yourself, also a dark elf, and from the same village. But I can't because that punishment would be a punishment for me as well. Slavery is an inhumane practice, too high a hurdle for me, who grew up in a law-abiding land. To overcome this hurdle, I would need the charm of a super beautiful woman like Ins or Felicia. I don't want a man, even if I have to be paid for it. A punishment that would satisfy Romano-san, who is already prepared for it. Why do I have to come up with the punishment? I guess it's not logical. How about letting him build the temple of the goddess of the forest Sama? That's physical work and punishment, right? Building a temple for the goddess of the forest Sama would be a reward. The others will want to join in, and they will be jealous. Faith is hard to understand. It wouldn't be good for the mermaid side to see the work as a punishment, so it would be delicate to send him to the construction site of the mermaid village. Felicia also fell silent. Can you think of any other punishment than slavery? I'm having trouble. Perhaps it would have to be something painful. And yet, it would have to be something that would be useful to me and everyone else. Oh, I have a good idea. How about getting a map of the island made? I've heard that the Dark Elves have done some exploring, but they haven't gotten around to it because they have to manage the village on the hill, the village at the hot springs, and the mine. If that is the case, it would be a plus for me and the Dark Elves if I could get Romano-san to explore every corner of the island and make a solid map. Fortunately, there don't seem to be any strong monsters on the island, so he should be able to manage on his own. A map of the island? Will that be a punishment? Yes, it will. It's a lot of work to walk around the island by yourself and enter all the information into a map. I don't know much about surveying either, so I let him do his best with a compass, a step counter, and a tape measure. Compared to Japan, this is a very small island, and even if it is impossible to make a map of Inodadataka's class, I would like him to make a map of a reasonable size. I also want him to make discoveries that will be useful for the development of the island. T/N. Inodadataka was a Japanese surveyor and cartographer. He is known for completing the first map of Japan using modern surveying techniques. Since I don't want to think about it anymore, I will explain how difficult it is to make a map, remembering a TV program with Inodadataka-sensei. Then that might convince Romano and everyone else on the island that this was a test from Master. That would be good. Then please tell Romano. Oh, I'll tell him. Well, it can't be helped, can it? It's easy to just tell him, get it over with, and enjoy the party. Romano-san is still on his knees. I want him to stop now. I approached Romano-san with a heavy step, mindful of the eyes of the people around me. I'm a little annoyed that even the village chief is staring nervously in my direction. You have to go through with it, don't you? Romano-san. Yes, his eyes look very strong. As far as I'm concerned, the previous apology was enough. But if that doesn't satisfy you, Romano-san, then I'll give you a very hard job. Would that be all right with you? If you don't like it, you can just stop. Okay, I can still let it go for me if he says he doesn't like it, but under the circumstances, he has no choice but to answer that he will do it. But this question and answer is important for my own protection. I said he could stop, but he chose to do it, and I wanted to make him feel as comfortable as possible. Whatever it takes, I will do it. He sounded like a warrior out of a story. I hope he doesn't cut out his stomach, even if he fails. I understand. Then your task is to make an accurate map of the island. A map? I understand. I'll do it. Is it my imagination that he doesn't seem to understand much? Well, I will tell you how to do it tomorrow, so please enjoy the party today, even if it means resting your body and mind. Yes, thank you for your consideration. He looks so relieved. I guess he definitely didn't understand. Well, okay. If I said something wrong, he would probably rub his head on the floor again. Now, please stand up. For some reason, I forced Romano-san, who looked very moved, to get up and go to the party with the village chief. Please don't get involved with me again today. I feel like I put a man through hell, but let's forget about it and enjoy the party. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Warunichon. Who is Warunichon? My name is Wataru. Well, it's no wonder he can't pronounce it properly. Are you okay? No. But I want to eat more. The boy who is the leader of the Dark Elf children mumbles out of breath. Well, since he can answer that question, that's good. The other children looked as if they had eaten too much and couldn't move. They are probably stuffing themselves to the limit, so much so that when they try to speak, the food they have eaten is immediately released. The sweet pastries on the kris were a real treat for the simple Dark Elf children. For now, you might as well take a break and not move. If you move, it will come out. There is plenty of entertainment for the children, but the treats alone have sunk them, haven't they? Well, the invitation to the luxury liner is not the only time, so they can enjoy it next time. But I have a feeling they'll eat too much and sink again. I wonder if the day will ever come when these kids can really enjoy the luxury liner. In comparison, the table where Rima, Fu-chan, Benny-chan, and Carla-san are sitting is as expected. The food is still being consumed at a fast pace. Also, was it my imagination, or did it look like Princess Anne-Marie and Lee-san were the ones who brought the dishes to the table? Yes, it must be my imagination. I think there were pent-like figures next to the little girl carrying the dishes, but there's no way the princess is imitating a maid, is there? But let's stay away from that table. Oh, master, wouldn't you like a drink? As I walked leisurely through the party hall, Ins approached me. She had an excellent sense of smell and came in after all the trouble was over. Ins, thank you for your work. I'll be the one entertaining the guests today, so I won't be drinking. Haha, no one cares about that. Master is serious in a strange way, isn't he? How dare you talk like that to your master? I'm not serious. I'm just too shy to make a mistake in such a situation. I won't say it. It is good to be serious. Anyway, I wasn't sure what was going to happen at first, but I'm glad it turned out to be a proper party. The Dark Elves, who had been nervous about the party, were now getting used to the unusual food and delicious drinks, and they were smiling happily. They seemed to be chatting and laughing with the mermaids as well, so the exchange between the two races must be a success. Fufu, you should give me credit for telling you to publish the letters. I can expect a reward, can't I? Maybe not so much. Why not? It is true that the atmosphere on board has changed since then. But there is one aspect of the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama that took everything away, you know? Because there were always crowds of people around the letter. They look at the letter, give up their seat to someone after them, enjoy the food and drink, and then get back in line to look at the letter. It's such a perfect loop. There are other events I've arranged, but this loop will probably be the only thing the Dark Elves will do this time. Well, if it's fun, so be it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 13 Chapter 30. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier since you can now choose a tier for specific novels, so please go check it out, and also a new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 30. Princess Anne-Marie's House. The Dark Elf villagers were invited to the kris. As a result, Romano-san's resolve was complete, and as punishment, he was left to make a map of the island by himself. Although the other Dark Elves were relieved of their tension, the feast ended with them clinging to the beautiful wine and food and the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama. Wataru-sama, I will surely accomplish this. Yes. Do your best. 3 days after the feast on the kris, Romano-san left to make the map. I could feel the determination on the man's back as he left on his own. I hope he will complete the project and not say anything more troublesome about punishment or giving up everything. I will not allow you to enter the village until you have done it. You will do it on your own. You must do it properly. Do not get hurt, and don't cut corners because I won't tolerate half measures. Oh, hey. His parents are talking to the departing Romano-san next to me. But I think they are being a little too Spartan. If he can't get into the village, how will he get food and stuff? Romano-san, you can go back to the village. If you run out of food or get sick or injured, come back properly. I shouted hurriedly in a loud voice, but Romano-san bowed deeply to me and walked away without leaving. Oh, he'll come back properly if he's in trouble, won't he? Wataru-sama, I appreciate your concern for my son, but that kind of thing is neither punishment nor good for him. Why do I have to be warned by Romano-san's father? No, mapping is much harder work than you think. He needs to replenish his food supply and treat his illnesses and injuries. I don't know what would have happened to Romano-san outside of my control, but if he had died in a situation I was involved in, I would have had a bad night's sleep. Oh, damn. I should have arranged for him to come back and report to me from time to time instead of just teaching him how to do the survey. Should I go after him now? No. I have a feeling I might get into trouble if I help him. It would be better for the village chief to report to me now. Besides, I would like to know how the mapping project is going, so I would like regular reports. Village Chief-san, could you please arrange that? If I am not here, the chief should receive the reports. I shake the job to the village chief, who has just come to see him off and remains silent. He looks at Romano-san as if he's going to watch over him strictly but warmly. But I won't let him get away with it. I'll have the village chief do the job, too, because he was there when Romano-san went down on his knees and didn't even follow up. A report? Yes, at least give him some food and medical treatment at that time. Oh, Romano-san is leaving. I'll ask you to make arrangements. I understand. The village chief rushed after Romano-san. That way, he won't die of hunger or anything like that. When I look at Romano-san's parents, they look a little happy even though they look tough. Even though they say tough things on the surface, they are still worried about him. Feeling a bit relieved, let's visit the mermaid village next. It hasn't been that long since they started the construction, but I hear they're making a lot of progress because the mermaids are working at full capacity. In addition, they also went to look for coral colony areas, so they must be really looking forward to their coral-decorated houses. It's Wataru-nichan. Wataru-nichan is here. Feast, sweets, big ship. Oh no, while I was lazing around, the dark elf children spotted me. I should have moved quickly. The children are all over me. I don't feel bad about being befriended by children, but in the case of these children, their desires are written all over their faces, and that bothers me. At least hide your drool. Hey, you kids. Don't be selfish to Wataru-sama. Come on, stop playing with yourselves, and go help at home. When I didn't know what to do, Romano-san's father sent the children away. Even though he is a man who can scold the children so firmly, why did Romano-san turn out like that? I'm sorry, Wataru-sama. They seem to enjoy their time on the ship very much, and I hope you will forgive them. Haha, I'm glad the children enjoyed it. I will invite you again sometime in the future, so please look forward to it. You will invite us again? Yes. I intend to. Because the last time I invited them, the invitation was almost over in the main hall. Everyone was in a loop of letters from the goddess of the forest Sama, treats, and drinks, and my preparation was almost all for naught. I didn't want to brag, but at least I could tell them a little more about the luxury liner. Can we have that wonderful experience again? Thank you very much. But won't the cost be enormous? No, I make a lot of money, so it's no problem at all. Oh. And please tell the children that if they don't help out at home properly, they will be left at home. I wonder what they would think if he knew that it didn't cost me much. I have a feeling that he would be afraid of that, so it's better to keep it a secret. I know that Wataru-sama is immeasurable in our imagination, but keeping them at home, then maybe those kids will change from being the bad kids of the village to being good kids. I've become immeasurable. Well, at the time of the goddess of the forest Sama's letter, it was too late, so it didn't matter. But still, those kids are certified bad kids, aren't they? I know they've done a lot of things, so it usually makes sense. But the villagers also seem happy with the children, who play pranks in good spirits, Perhaps because they are a race that has a hard time having children. Except when they're hungover. Somehow, I got into a conversation with Romano-san's father, but it's time to move on. If I relax, the bad kids will try to set something up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What do you think, Watrusama? I think it's wonderful. In front of me, Princess Anne-Marie proudly spreads her hands. But I can understand why she wants to show off. Under the sea, the sunlight shimmers in the waves. Schools of small fish swim around, reflecting the sparkling light, and Rimo, Fu-chan, Benny-chan, and Pence swim around, moving their tiny tails that have formed seaweed swaying in the air. Mermaids swimming around, and the underwater village, not yet complete, but beginning to take shape. The male ratio of mermaids is a little high, but it is a fantastic sight, and not only me but Ins, Felicia, Alessia-san, and the others are gazing at the scene before our eyes. Even though it is still a work in progress, it is no wonder that Princess Anne-Marie is so proud of it when it has taken such good shape. If the colorful corals were to be decorated from here, I think I would believe it even if it were called the Dragon Palace. T/N, from Japanese folklore. Fufu, thank you very much. Now, let me show you inside. Princess Anne-Marie, perhaps pleased with my reaction, smiled and pulled me by the hand as we walked through the village. I wonder what it would be like to be led by the hand of a young mermaid. I'm a little embarrassed, but I can't ask her to let go of my hand, so I decided to be mature and let Princess Anne-Marie guide me. But, Lee-san, please stop looking at me with those smiling eyes. This will be someone's house. This one will be a food store. Princess Anne-Marie is trying her best to show me around the village. She may be young, but she seems to have a firm grasp on the village. Perhaps as the person in charge of this village. Is that big building Princess Anne-Marie's house? It might be big enough, but it seems simple for a princess's house. The other mermaids' houses are rounded and have a small second floor and a veranda, so we can see more of the mermaids' attention to detail than we saw in the village blueprints. But the large building is a simple square. No, that building is the dining hall. My house is that one. I see. The dining hall. There are a lot of male soldiers, so a dining hall is necessary. But isn't the building Princess Anne-Marie is proudly pointing at rather small? Is it really okay for a princess to live in a house that size? Won't it be a problem when your vassals gather, or other guests arrive? It is hard not to wonder about guests coming to a village in the sea, but there will certainly be people sent from the Mermaid Kingdom. Do they have a separate building for guests? That will be fine. We will build a place for everyone to do their work, so the guests will stay there. Does that mean they will build a separate building like a town hall? In medieval times, the house of the lord or village chief would have played such a role, but the mermaids were very progressive and separating work and private life. Still, the house seems small. Is it okay that the princess house is smaller than the vassal's house? It's fine, Princess Anne-Marie assures with a smile. Watrusama, this house is based on a famous fairy tale handed down to the mermaids. Please don't worry, it's just the princess's idea. In case of an emergency, there will be no problem because we will be packed into the mansion. When I was wondering whether it was really okay or not, Lee-san quietly told me the reason. I see. That little house was built with the same feeling as a child who longs for a candy house. I thought she was usually a firm princess, so it's a bit of a relief to see her childish side. I thought it would be hard being away from her family, but if she has the strength to get the house she wants, I think she'll be fine. But you know what? A house decorated with coral is like a fairy tale. But if you rebuild a fairy tale house, it'll be even more fantastic. The mermaid house alone is a fantasy, so I think it's a little late for that. I'm looking forward to finishing the village.